this great opportunity and good work that you are doing as an individual or as a team. It is very important because this has been one of the biggest taboo when it comes to Africa. People don't see volunteerism as something that is important. But yes, I'm a testament to that as an individual. I started my volunteerism as an early age when my mother was involved in so many community work. She was there always informing me, Abubakar, you need to volunteer. This is your community. Start a change as a young person. So he installed in me that kind of spirit for me to serve my community, volunteering with different organizations, just for me to create that kind of impact. So I started that one since I was in my primary school. I moved to GSS. I even decided to create an avenue wherein I can also inform my colleagues, students, tell them about volunteerism, what are the benefits. At the end of the day, for me to even enter into university, I got that opportunity through my volunteerism. Because Families Without Borders took me as an early age. They started involving me more. There is an organization involving me more into this community work through volunteerism. At the end of the day, a woman saw me on social media and said, Abubakar, I really like the work you are doing. Can I help you? I said, okay, Mom, yes, no problem. I'm looking out for an opportunity where I can also develop my skill. So she started there. At the end of the day, she supported me onto my university, and now I'm a graduate. That was done through my community work, community volunteerism. At the end of the day, I didn't stop there because I have got an opportunity for me to go to university. I still continue at the same time when I was in the university. So a lot of opportunity again came in by then. But yes, my main challenge that I was having was that I'm doing this community work. I know the benefit. I'm not doing this for money. The intention is not for me community. When I see problem, like currently there is, I can say this is, there is now really an emergency case in Sierra Leone. We have one of the biggest drugs addiction now in Sierra Leone. If we are thinking about West Africa, I think Sierra Leone is that top when it comes to drugs addiction. So I started the campaign by then in 2023 about schools, going to schools, informing people, but they never take it serious. Now, based on my recommendations that I made to Families Without Borders, that this will lead to dissuade so many youth in this country if we don't try by all means to stop this. But the recommendation that I made, they never put them into practice. Now, government is seeing what is happening in Sierra Leone currently. We have so many drugs addiction, so many youth are going up and down. They are just involved in this kind of push. That has been one of the worries that I'm currently facing. So when it comes to volunteerism, the intention is not for you to gain out of volunteerism, but there are so many opportunities, so many benefits that you may encounter, that you may get at the end of the day as a youth. But we don't want to involve in community work. So this has created a lot of problems, a lot of differences. People don't want to volunteer. They just want them, even after university, they don't want to volunteer with organizations. If you don't volunteer with organizations, if you don't work with them, sometimes they cannot even consider you. and look at you, you are from that kind of background that you are the only person that really has been educated. So if you don't volunteer with this kind of big organization, for you to break that kind of chain, it will be very difficult. But when you volunteer with organizations, when you decide to work with them voluntarily, you see that most of them give you opportunity. They give you a try for you to develop your career, which will be very much important for you at the end of the day. So thank you.
Nice. Okay, so for those who want to learn from you about how volunteerism has helped you become the man you are today, what success stories can you share with them?
Yeah, one of the main thing about the success story that I may really share is about me. I said that example of me myself. I was serving as a volunteer for Protect Sierra Leone. Protect Sierra Leone was an NGO. It's an NGO, local NGO. I volunteered with them. I was there like nobody. I started as a cleaner from Protect Sierra Leone. At the end of the day, I serve as finance officer in Protect Sierra Leone. Now I have left them because I thought it fit that I need to move on. I need to go into another places for me to go and learn. I talked to the director. The director said, Obaka, we don't really want to miss. You know much about this organization. You started the whole process with us. So we really want you to be part of us. So like volunteerism is not about you getting direct benefits or immediate benefit. It's about the opportunities that you get when you decide to really volunteer for an organization or volunteer to do any work. It is not about the movement. Because some people don't want to volunteer because they need that kind of immediate benefit. When you say you need an immediate benefit, it's very difficult for you. It will be very difficult. Some organizations, they want you to volunteer with them. When you volunteer with them at the end of the day, now for me to start as cleaner and serve as a whole finance officer in that organization, it was very something that I can say from that step. I moved from one stage to another, from one stage to another. For me to reach that kind of peak, I think it is not difficult, but again, if you look, it is difficult because moving from one stage to another, you are not getting the money that you may need because that's the key thing. Most of our brothers in Sierra Leone, when now they are graduates from these universities, if you ask them to volunteer, they don't want to volunteer. And if you don't volunteer, how will you get that kind of opportunity? I was opportune to get that kind of position as finance officer in Protect Sierra Leone because I volunteered with them more than 1 year. More than a year I was with them. So you see.
That's nice.
So I'm a testament to that.
That's amazing. Okay, so tell us how your life has changed further. Some of your leadership skills that you developed in the process. Any other exciting things that is happening in your life as a result? Maybe how people are being inspired by you, if any. Are there people joining the volunteer corps because of the success story that you just shared? Yeah, it will be nice to hear.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think there are a lot of people because recently I think yesterday, I was talking with one of my friends, James. Today, he was a graduate. He studied accounting. It was like Abubakar. Up to now, I have graduated. This is over 3 years now. I don't have any job. I'm just moving up and down, looking out for jobs. But look at you, from the first day you graduated from the university, you have an opportunity to volunteer with different organizations. I told him that, James, it is not about me volunteering. It is about the spirit that I have for me to serve my people in the community. I don't work with organizations because I want to work with big organizations for money. No, that's not the goal. My goal is for me to serve, to give back to my community. So by doing this, I think I need to go into organizations that I see that is directly working with community people. So if I volunteered with this organization, at the end of the day, I get an opportunity to create that kind of impact that I want to create in my community. Coming to the leadership way, I have inspired so many youths, so many friends, so many colleagues. Even the time I was on campus as a student, most of them really at Albuquerque. Always you are involved in community work. Always you are involved in community work. Do you have anything to share with us so that we also can gain the same knowledge? Sometimes I sit down, talk to them. The other time I even try to organize a 3 days summit at the University of McKinney, where I invited Linda Rose from the UK. She came in just for her to come and help, teach so many practical aspects about life, teach us about the leaders, that kind of leadership drive we can follow. We don't need to just say we want to do this, we want to do that, but we should be that kind of leader to create a change that we want to see. So a lot of impact in that we really tell on us. People will say, even the legacy we left, even if when you are gone, people will say, oh, this kind of individual was like this, was like this. It is not about doing something where it is not beneficial to the community. So I have inspired so many colleagues. I talk to them about that, just for them to involve in this drive. And so many, some of them normally call me, Albaka, thank you very much. Based on your advice, this is what is happening now to me. Now I'm serving in this capacity from volunteering. They have confirmed me to serve, to join the organization. So many of them have been calling me, telling me this.
Tell us about your vision for your community.
Come again?
What is your vision for your community?
Yeah, well, my vision for Colleen is for us to create a change. Is for them to do what will help the world. That is not only about Sierra Leone, but let us create a change that will benefit the whole world. That will be very great for me. I just want us to involve in that kind of service. Let us serve humanity with that kind of dignity that we have for our community.
That's good. That's really good. Okay, so let's talk about the other leaders who inspired you. Who would you say are the leaders that you look up to?
Well, for now, if you can see, the last time I talked to Jacob, I love what you are doing. Jacob is like a mentor. He started doing something on social media that I was following. At the end of the day, I really messaged him privately, Jacob, I love what you are doing. Can you be my mentor? So you can inspire me, motivate me to do more than what you are doing in your community. Jacob said, oh, there's no problem to that. There's no problem. But at first, the one leader that really motivated me to involve in community work was my mother. I can say that, my mother, because she was the one that installed in me that kind of spirit for me to really serve my community, for me to involve in community work. She was the one. So currently, I would say she is the leader that motivated me to follow this path.
All right. Would you want to say anything to her particularly? Maybe give her a shout out.
This is just an advice I just want to give to colleagues,
okay,
to Africans, to the world. We are humans, and all of us want to see a change in our communities, in our environment. But all the time we are looking up to government is not doing this, the leaders are not doing this. I think that is hard time for us to really try to improve on this area. It is not about what your government is doing for you as a citizen of any country. It's about what you are offering also to your community, to your country. We don't need to wait and say, I will not do this, I will not do this. I don't have much as a young man, but what normally I do, I try by all means to raise funds. By raising this fund, I go to the orphanages, look out for schools that are really vulnerable, go out of communities that are hard to reach areas, for me to go and create the impact that I want to see. Sometimes I mobilize resources for me to provide them school materials. But it is not about government. I will not say I will wait on government to do that for my people. But I do that for me to create or for me to break that kind of chain, the chain of poverty in our community. Because if these peoples are really educated, at the end of the day, there should be that kind of improvement in my community. So normally I go out to go and help. So my advice to colleagues is for us to really involve in community service. Let us serve our community with humility. It will help. We are humans. We need to serve. If you don't serve, at the end of the day, who will serve you? Who will serve you? So this is the right time for us to move and help. If you have any means to help your community, don't say government is not doing this, the leaders are not doing this. Yes, our leaders, our politicians, they will only come when there is an election time, but we don't need to wait on them. We need to find a way, find a solution. Let us be that kind of problem solvers in our community. That will be a very good one for us.
Thank you, Abubakar.
Thank you so much.
All right. Your words, I'm sure, will inspire the people that have been listening to you. And I'm wishing you the best as you continue to execute your ideas.
Thank you.
Hi, Divine.
Can you unmute?
I'm trying to get her to unmute.
How are you?
I'm great.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can.
I had to reduce my TV volume. It's like no, we're having the event together. because I've been watching you on TV and.
On TV, I'm on TV. Wow.
I mean, oh my God, Chris, I'm so proud of you, and I'm sure Africa is really proud of you as well. For you to be taking this up, second attempt, and also your crew members, the work they're doing at the back end. Where's Abaka? Where's this? You know, I think this is awesome.
Thank
this
you.
Is awesome. Well done, Chris. Thanks for doing this, and thanks for doing this for Africa as well.
Thank you very much. It's good to see you again.
Same here, Chris.
Wonderful.
Same here.
And thank you for jumping on. I guess, Charles.
Wait, before you go on, Chris.
Yeah.
How are you really? How are you feeling?
I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm awake. Those are the two things that when they happen, then I know I can continue. So
good to know.
Yes.
Good to know. Good to know. I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
So, transparently, when I chose this topic, when I mentioned that we're going to be talking about this today, I was thinking that, okay, what exactly, I'm actually into, I work with leadership, organization, and teams in building the agile mindsets, and also work on organizational culture as well. And I'm also a co-founder of Agile Disciples US, where we help project managers, scrum masters, product owners, different career paths, those in the management level, to get better at the enterprise level, and also on how to use their tools as well. We do this a way of giving back to the community and also the society. And also, at the same time, we volunteer with Girls in Tech Africa, where I think as of last year, 5,000 girls were trained in the tech world. And not just trained, they were trained at the same time. They were able to get internship for them, job opportunities for girls in different countries in Africa. But the reality is, this sounds really nice. Sounds like, oh my God, this guy is so beautiful. That's so nice to give back and all that. But it didn't really start like that. It didn't really start like that, because it's been a rough start for me in life, and I would say that probably it's I believe so much. I've seen so much power and the grace of God upon my life to doubt the existence of God. I would say that it's been the grace of God at the same time. I remember many years ago, before I got my visa to the United States, I think I went to the embassy 9 times. I'm not sure how many people will be able to relate with that. And when I got to the embassy many years ago, the first time there, the person behind the counter looked at me and said, "Hey, man, you don't have a life." And I did not realize that until several years later, that indeed I didn't have a life, because I felt that at that point, I felt that, oh, you're in Nigeria, maybe you have this car, people listen to you, you do whatever you want, in quotes. You feel that you have everything going, but in the holistic sense of it, nothing is really moving forward. And maybe because I was in an organization then where there was no psychological safety, and at the same time, I grew up with a default system where you feel that somebody should plan your life, somebody should determine how you're going to go in life, how far you should go in life. Before you do anything, you needed the consent, you needed the permission before you take a step. So it's like you're living somebody's dream, in quotes, of, oh, you're doing it for the Lord, kind of thing. But most times, many of us forget that is same God with the same story. Now, what you think what is seen for you, seeing your future for you, you've forgotten that all is your oil star. So what do you dream about yourself? What do you see about yourself? That really matters, not being under, in quotes, under someone's measure of success for your life. Well, I felt that at that time I got to the peak of the success about what somebody would feel about me to go, and I seems to have seen it all. So by the time I now had to come to the United States, I had to start from the scratch. At that time, my credentials, experience, network, none of them had some weight, but I realized that success isn't measured by what you keep, but it's measured by what you build, what you rebuild. Like this world record attempt that you're taking now is not about the stats, it's about the endurance to keep showing up moments after moments that you've been doing and all that. I had to realize all that, and had to start picking my life all over again. How did it start? In my head, I had to redefine success for me. At some point, I had to stop asking what can I achieve, and started asking who can I help. That's why I could tell you the story that we help the girls in tech, agile disciples, and all the nice things. That's when life began to make sense, and success stopped being about applause. It became about impact.
Mm.
So, coming in like every other person coming in, wherever you're coming from, you feel like you're the king where you're coming from. And if you watch this movie, I don't know if you've seen it, Ruth Kunta
Right.
Kunte. Have you
Yeah.
seen it, right? Yeah, if you remember Roots many years ago, many of us saw Kunta Kunte, and many Africans or many immigrants that comes to the US could relate with that, because where you're coming from, you seem to be like a king there. But by the time you have to relocate and start all over again, you find out that the United States is a leveler. Whatever level of success you think you have achieved there, you need to forget it and start rebuilding life all over again. It took a lot for me to let go of the past experience. It took a lot for me to let go of all that, until I came to the realization that, hey, Divine, stop. You have to give yourself to learning. You have to give yourself up as a student. And so I had to do that, give myself too much learning, give myself under the tutelage of different coaches and different mentors and all. That's, and most importantly, my association as well. I remembered at different times when I found myself on the street of New York those days, and I had to get into, I had to start driving. I had to be a taxi driver in New York years ago and all. And this is somebody that you are coming from. When I schooled in India, I lived in Nigeria. So all the while they said my life, blah, blah, blah. I done big things in those countries, but coming here and all that, being a taxi driver, it seemed to me like God has forsaken me. No, but eyes was on the goal. I knew this was not the level I should be, but how would I navigate myself to the corporate world? I didn't really know at that time, but I knew that this is not the level I'm meant to be. But at that time, I gave my best. There was a particular application then in New York, the app, the way you have Uber. I think, do you have Uber in Ghana? You do, correct?
Yeah, right. Correct.
The way you have Uber, you have Lyft, you have all that. There's this application in New York there. It's called Get. I think they folded up.
Mm-hmm.
Get used to rate different drivers according to points. I think in New York we had 18,000 drivers. I was number 7 out of 18,000 drivers in New York, and in my head, I'm like, wherever I find myself, I should be the best. So in my head, I just needed to still do my best to to find myself in do best. I'll take a pause. I don't know if you have any question first.
Wow, honestly, I have been so enraptured by your thoughts and testimonies, and you know, these are powerful words. So, wow. I almost forgot the structure of the interview, because I never knew you had such a powerful testimony and career journey that had made you who you are today. That's impressive. That's very, very impressive. Okay, so obviously for you to, the topic is redefining success, lessons from starting over. So moving from Africa to the US and encountering all the obstacles and everything that you went through, the question that keeps coming to my head is, you know, what are those shifts that you made? You know, but because it's very easy to say, I picked myself up. What was it? You know, what was those practicalities? Those moments are the defining factors between you, who you are today, and you know, maybe somebody else who might have fallen on the wayside. You know, in spite of all you went through, you still managed to maintain those signposts. So what were those signposts that kept you going until you became number 7 from those thousands of people? What was it?
Okay, I think you asked 2 questions. Number 1 is the mindset I had when I was the number 7 cab driver, and also what were the pictures of my mind when I was thinking about my career, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
So the truth of the matter is, when I was on the streets, I didn't know how to navigate. I thought for the rest of my life I was going to be that taxi driver. And my father taught me while growing up that whatever you do it well. So I didn't know how to get out of it. So I knew I was going to do it well. So before, when I get into Uber and I see Uber drivers, I smile, because I remember that when I was doing Uber, I was really, it's not a question of being polite. I was very professional. I come down, open the door for you if you need to pick up your bag. I helped you to put it there. I just performed exceptionally well in a professional manner. I made sure that I was very classy. You had some things to maybe munch on. You had maybe a tab or a game, something to keep you, whatever you like, it's in my car. And this same mindset as a taxi driver is actually the same mindset I took into my journey when I got into cybersecurity as IT audit project manager. When I got into cybersecurity, the same mindset was what I had into, and it's still what I have into any whatever project I find myself in. I believe wherever you find yourself or whatever you find yourself doing, if you have the mentality of being the best at it, that's just it. I have the mentality of, I need to be the best at this, and how do I be the best? What do I become exceptional? If you needed to take certification, you need to do all that. Mindset is very important for me. Apart from mindset, I also was able to build around me helpful community of practice. Helpful community of practice that I have. For instance, Agile Disciples that I mentioned, we are accountability partners. We've been together for about 5 years, and what we do is we meet 7 a.m. every Saturday for 1 hour. And what we're doing is we commit to help each other grow in career. So I'm saying that to say this, that you as an individual or whoever is watching me as well, you want to build, you want to, Chris, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I just started seeing myself in two places. But it's okay. So if you want to, for those that are watching me, if you want to strive or do better than what you're doing, and try and have the right community around you. What we do when we meet 7 a.m. is you've committed to something you want to do. And that thing you have committed to, the next week you want to talk about it. Oh, this I said I want to do. Probably want to take certification. If you want to take certification, we take it together as a team to get discounts. We do organize free webinar once every month. We probably either of us is having challenge with our various organization or trying to navigate to get another skill. We just help each other in that way. Why? Because for instance, I always give an example, like if you and I, Chris, if we are traveling or if we are to London and I'm coming to the United States and we meet at the Accra airport. By the time we meet at the Accra airport, we could gist, we could do all that. At that time, we are friends, but we are going to different destinations. By the time we need to get to our gate, we don't get into the same terminal. You go your terminal, I say bye-bye to you, I go my terminal. That's the same way about those that are not going the same journey with you. If someone is not going to the same place with you, then that person should it's okay to say hi. My brother is deep into cybersecurity. I am deep into project management, PMO office and all that. His friends, in quotes, they are not even my friends. We could say, hey, hello, no, but our conversation is different. So I'm saying that to say this, those in your boss really matters, those that you really want to work with. So I have the right community around me. I have those I look ahead to. Remember what I told you concerning that when they told me I didn't have a life, I didn't even know that. But right now, I have pictures. Before now, all that year when I was I didn't have any milestone. I didn't have anything I say I want to be or I want to do in the next 5 years. I'm not saying a New Year resolution that somebody's saying by 2026 I want to stop blah 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 blah. No, I started having milestones to be like, okay, by this time I want to complete my master's, but not just setting those targets, but how do you break it down? By this time, this is the amount I want to have in my accounts. I'm not just setting it, but I'm breaking it down into tasks and working towards it. And at the same time, remember what I said, I have accountability partners. I'm not just saying it to myself, I'm telling one of my accountability partners who's holding me accountable to walk in this journey at the same time.
Right.
And
very impressive.
One thing, Chris, I'm not that guy. I always say this to those I mentor. I'm not that guy that keeps a vertical relationship. To me, my relationship most times is actually an horizontal relationship. To me, my relationship most times is actually a vertical one, not horizontal. Why? It's either you're up there that I'm learning from you, or you're down there, you're learning from me. There should be a symbiosis kind of thing. There should be something I need to learn. And I'm not talking about being selfish. Don't misconstrue me. I'm not talking about being selfish. I'm talking about the reality of growth. I'm a believer, and I would just say this. The scripture talked about iron sharpening iron. So that needs to happen. Who's sharpening your iron? When it talks about iron sharpening iron, there are different kinds of iron. There are different kinds of metal, forest metal, non-ferrous metal, and all that. But who is sharpening your iron really matters. You don't want somebody that would slow you down. A few days ago, I told my son to I told him to get on the chair. I saw this and I wanted to teach him a lesson. I told him to get on the chair. He got on the chair and I told him to pull me up. He tried pulling me up. He couldn't. But I said, Jordan, I can pull you down. And I just did this. And he came down and he just came down immediately. And I told him something that I said, you know what? It's easier when you're at the top for you to be pulled down than when you're at the top, you're trying to pull somebody along with you. I don't have time for time wasters. This time is too precious for anyone. You're trying to pull this. If you're not going, then come on, don't miss your flight. Remember what I talked about when I spoke about the airports as well. I couldn't be holding you, helping you carry your bag when we're not going to the same destination. Because if you're really going to my destination, there will be that fire that comes up, and you'll be eager to catch your flight. You'll be eager to get through your terminal and catch your flight, Chris.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, so you had a community of practice around you.
I can't hear you.
Yeah.
No, whether it's...
I'm here.
Yeah. Good.
So I'm getting it. So you had a community of practice, but I'm sure you still do. Around you, you develop new mindset that even when you didn't have anything around you, or you didn't have the physical equivalence of what you had in your mind, you didn't allow that to be your reality. Now, of course, you were working hard towards some milestones that are clear to you. So let's keep the painting going on, because I'm getting, how the direction of your career evolved. So you went into becoming the number 7 driver in
taxi driver.
Yeah. And it was still the same mindset that you used. I can imagine before you became number 7, you had to get a car. How did you get a car?
That's actually an emotional kind of thing that I sometimes, remembering it, makes me go divine. So in New York, before you start Uber, not like the way you have it all over the world, you have to write an exam. You go for classes and you write an exam. I was very brilliant from where I'm coming from. And writing the exam, I know the question you asked about the car, so I'm going there, I'm trying to build up.
No worries.
So when I did the training, I wrote the exam and I didn't pass. I felt so bad with myself. I felt because of my background, where I was coming from, those kind of place, when you live there, somebody will expect that you're going to fail in life and all those kind of things. So many people too, probably you miss an exam, you miss an opportunity kind of thing, or you fail an exam with the mindset of, somebody's doing you from the village, you are being cursed and all those kind of things. We have to know how we define our mindset in terms of failure. When I train leaders now, I tell them that missing an opportunity is not failure, because you are failing forward, you are learning and all. So I had to pick myself, wrote the exam again. And when I wrote the exam again, I finally passed it. I think 78 or 75 was a pass mark. I was just right on the pass mark. Then, now to get a car, I now needed to rent a car at that time. At that time, renting a car, I think every week I was paying $480 every week, about that, to the car rentals. And in that week, after profits and all that, I think I was making $700, paying $480. So in a week, I'm making $300. I'm like, what's going on? So it's like you're working for someone. I worked my ass out, and working everything, I had to save up. Finally saving up, I had to now get a car note. The $480 I was paying every week now became what I was paying. I was paying less than that every month for my car notes. So after I got my car note, then I settled down. You're not rushing all that. I settled down. I now had to while I was doing all that, I now had to go for training. I had to train myself. Went for training, on started going to school on cybersecurity and all that, project management, and also I was able to pick myself up from there, from the different trainings I went for.
Wow.
And you're driving at the same time, you're listening to lectures. I'm washing plates, I'm listening to lectures. There's what you call, I don't know if you've ever heard of this. Do you know what is called periodization? Is it periodization? Yeah, I think it's periodization. Periodization is that time in your life where you cut away everything, no fun, nothing. You just lock yourself up in order to probably achieve a purpose. So it was periodization for me. I'm driving, I'm reading, I come home, I lock myself in a room, and I'm listening to audios on my school lectures all around the room, post-its on, because I had a target, I had a plan, I had like, Divine, you have to leave this level to the next level, So post-its, different journals, everything, just studying. Nothing was fun anymore. The only fun I was having, like no friends, no phone calls. I was just dog-headed to improve knowledge and improve the state I was in.
Yeah, cutting onions.
And one thing I say when I'm talking about this is that all these events is not just about it's not about maybe trying to maybe breaking record. It's more about pivoting that the human spirits, and we should realize that the human spirit has no finish line. It's saying that starting over again is not really the end of one story. It's actually the editing that makes the timelines, in the sense that you are looking at the different stages. It doesn't necessarily have to be smooth all the time. And remembering that when you find yourself maybe in a similarly starting position, you're not actually starting from scratch, but you're starting from strengths. And you just keep building the same way we're doing this. I think we did this last year and all that. I didn't think we were going to do this from scratch all over again. I see this, that, we're starting from, we've done this before, and we're picking up again, and we're still moving on. You're starting from a place of strength. This is a known terrain to you. Somebody told me years ago, she said, Divine, wherever you find yourself, don't remember that the ladder you use in getting to this height is the same ladder that will take you to the next height. So that ladder you use, take it along with you. What are the steps in that ladder? Good character. Skills will not take you far, but attitude will take you further than that. Attitude, all those things, you need it. The zeal. And what kind of person are you? Are you that person that is really open to feedback? In what sense? That's I'm that guy that believes so much in 5% truths. If you tell me tomorrow now that Divine, you did XYZ, my first reaction is it's not possible. Yada yada. I want to know. I want to listen first, and I want to know to be able to get the truth from, or 1% truth, the truth from what you said. I know, what about me do I need to work on? I'm that guy that would have a meeting with myself. I would want to, and all these things are not just saying nice words and all that. They're actually what you would want to do to recreate yourself, to get there and all that. You want to meet with yourself. No matter what anybody tells me, I still sit down and I rethink myself that, what have I done? What can I do better? I retrospect with myself. How did I say this? What should I say? What should I say next time? And all those kind of things,
That's really impressive. What's funny? Our journeys, our journeys sometimes when you know this, it's a popular quote by Steve Jobs. Our journeys, when you are going forward, you can't really connect the dots. And sometimes it seems like life is punishing you, but there are purpose in every journey. There is meaning in every experience. So yeah, it's refreshingly candid what you're sharing with us. And it reminded me a lot of things, because I remember when I was, still coming up, I had all these energies and ideas and visions in my head. I had all these aspirations, and I was seeing this space in my head. I was seeing this the work we are doing today, the kind of people I want to impact, the things I want to do, the transformation I want to make in my community. I had wonderful opportunities to go, a different direction in my career, but I felt like I had this tool bag that could make a difference in the scheme of things, in transforming the lives of young people, in this sequence of things where individuals are going to school, graduating without jobs. Some are staying at home for 10 years looking for opportunities. And I felt like I have what it takes to build a system that could transform their narratives and, give them a launch pad to life, and listening to you talk about those stories. When I finished my degree course, I had a very vital, decision to make. I was in a position where I could live a very comfortable life, but I chose to put myself in severe discomfort so I could, build this system for young people, And I remember when in 2016, 2017, I had to move in with one of my friends. I was sleeping on the floor of his house. The stories. So yeah, I understand everything you were saying. I know exactly what you are saying, because I was right there. I was right there when I didn't have food to eat. Not because I couldn't get food to eat if I had gone back home, or because, the workers in the house, they have more than enough to eat. They get paid enough, I was managing a business that was making decent income before I came, to do my degree course. I had my own business. I saved, the money I used to come to Ghana, I made it myself. So it wasn't as if I was hopeless or I couldn't have gotten something candid, but I was in a situation where I thought and I believed that God has given me an assignment to establish, to execute. So I was quite determined to ensure that I didn't neglect that assignment that I was given. So this year has been an important year for us. We began what we call consolidation. So everything I've ever wanted to do with my career, everything I've ever seen, those days when I was on the floor, on that dirty mat on my friend's house, in my friend's apartment, I look back and I see that some of them are now, in my face. So yeah, it's important to sometimes look back and count the blessings of God, and of course to ruminate in how these experiences has made us more refined and more able to carry out the assignment that God has committed to our trust.
I remember when you were I think I can't remember who you were interviewing, but was yesterday or today. I'm not sure, but you were talking about opportunity cost, and that really resonated with what you're saying now. That's um, that's really actually really resonated what you were saying now, and how sometimes you win when you lose what wasn't meant for you, and we need to really come to that terms. And also, when we're talking about your workers and what you do, I always say this, that true success is who you become and how many others you actually help rise. When I'm training leadership, we always talk about this, that we actually rise by lifting up others. It's not about um, how many cars you have, how many these you have, but the point is what's happening to those around you. Those around you, have you been able to impact them? Um, and I think that's actually something that one needs to really always think about. And um, one thing is this: it's not everybody that has this kind of a mindset and of what you're doing now. I'm not that guy when I was growing up that's had in mind that I wanted to be a lawyer, I wanted to be a doctor. I wish I could have been though, but I wish I could have been that mind. But the only mindset I just knew is um, um, I just knew I wanted to help people. I didn't know how, but Tom, I was just always like, not that I wanted to be a pilot. I didn't know how to say I want to be a pilot, but I just knew in my head that I want to help people. I want to help people become whatever I know. So while I was in college, there used to be this refugee camp. The refugees from Liberia, Sierra Leone, and all that. They have a camp close to my college. So my friends and I would go there to help them to get either help them with food, help them with academics, help them with all these things and all. So with that kind of mindset, you could, and the point is, not everybody in my college would think in that light.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that to say this. Not everybody in this world is actually have that kind of mindset. So if you don't have it, it doesn't make you a bad person.
Right.
It is what it is. It doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't mean you're evil or something. But the point is, you can actually build. You can build to think of others first. Same way you're talking about your workers and all that. You can build to think of others first. You can build yourself. That okay. How do I make where I'm a better place? How do I help others to what they are really to become better in their endeavors? The difference between maybe sometimes I even think of it that what could be the right thing or the wrong thing and all. By default system, my background is actually when somebody needs something, I'm like, okay, I can do it for you. I don't want anything from you and all that. But I started learning from my son that you need to, in as much as I do all this, selflessness is not a fruit of the spirit. You have to be able to place value on it. I'm learning that from my son. If you tell my son, yeah, the first thing is going to be like, so how much are you going to pay for that? Because in as much as you're nice, you're kind, you're doing all this, you still place value on your time, place value on those kind of things. It doesn't mean that you are not nice, you're not kind. No, you're just putting the value that you deserve and all that, so that you don't let anybody take advantage of you. And when people pay for stuff, they pay attention. I've trained thousands of people, Chris. I've trained thousands of people, and I observed that those people that I've actually trained, when they get it for free, most of them don't understand the value. Most of them don't either look for the job, they don't follow the career path. Those I train for free, they don't, most of them. But those ones that have paid for it, trust me, those that pay for it, they'll be the one asking you questions, really, really hungry to do more. And also, in as much as you're nice, you're kind, they're doing all this, you want people to improve, you want to lift others, still place value on your own time.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's important.
Wonderful. Okay, so okay. Now you've gone to cybersecurity course, you've done the course, you've mastered the skill. Did you quit the driving, or you continued driving and while still
driving? No, this years ago. Years and years ago.
Yeah.
When I these years ago.
Right.
So when I see taxi drivers now, okay, Uber drivers now, when I see them, I could well, I respect everybody's also. It doesn't mean that's low profession. There are people that they're executive that are doing it, which is fine and all. But the point is, it's not just me. I never enjoyed to drive. I just do it then as a profession, and I was high ranked just because it's a job, not because I like to do it.
Right.
I think the farthest I've driven is actually from New York to Dallas, Texas. And that's about 32 hours because I drove a truck then. That was when I was moving. I just said, you know what? Let me just do the buckets list, kick the bucket, check it out. And let me drive from the east to this side and the East Coast, and boom. And I did it 32 hours drive.
Wonderful. Okay, so tell us about the career in cybersecurity. How did you get a job?
So I started with cybersecurity. I started as IT audit project manager. I was a project manager in cybersecurity with cybersecurity team, and I had to now adopt proper project manager handling other projects and all. But how did I get into cybersecurity and all that, which is not what I do now? More into project management now, not cybersecurity.
All right.
I had to go for the training, different boot camps, went to school and all that. I have my master's in management information system. So went to school for all that and different certification to get myself proficient though.
Okay. So what's new now?
What's new?
Yeah.
Good question. So right now, I am actually, my intent is, there are times when you've done all this, but you don't want to build legacy.
Right.
So I'm actually going to be having my first book launch.
Okay.
And the book launch is actually towards young leaders.
Right.
And the book is actually for young leaders, and the launch is actually to help pay fees, the exam fees for those. So when I say young leaders, I mean those in high school and those that are just fresh in college or just coming out of college that are not in the workspace and all that. That's what the book is about. So I'm going to be having the book launch, and whatever proceeds we get from the book, we're going to be using it to support the exam fees for those in high school and all. And if you're asking about presently, the school we're actually thinking about for now is actually my alma mater, but there are other schools too that will be coming in that would help to pay the fees, the exam fees for some of the students.
Impressive. Very impressive. Okay, so I think we can still pick a few pointers from the topic. Lessons from starting over. Well, you say redefining success. What we didn't get to capture some of the different lenses through which you saw your success in those areas. So maybe success for you when you were driving was to be the top rated driver. perhaps success when you were on the street would have been to get a more secure habitation and something that you can call your own as source of income. Then success for cybersecurity would have been to use it as a launch pad. So what is success for now?
That's actually a beautiful question. To me, success used to be about speed, used to be about speed, this is what I want and all that. Now I know it's more about stamina, and that's what the world records and real lives have in common. It's more about stamina. It's not more about consistency. Success is no longer my destination, if you understand, because before that I'll be like, oh, I want to do this and all that. Success to me is actually a daily decision now, where I spoke to you about the fact that I do have retrospective with myself, and I ask myself questions. How have you done today? What have you done? If I don't do it the day, I do it at the end of the week, that I need to retrospect. How is my relationship with whoever? How is this and all that? Have I succeeded in this? So there's always that check, because I'm that guy that believes so much in continuous improvements and continuous learning as well. So success to me is actually a daily decision, like I mentioned.
I don't get it.
I can't hear you.
I think I've muted myself. I don't get it.
You don't get what exactly?
So, you know, the topic says redefining success. So, success in terms of maybe we should start by defining success in this present tense, because I'm trying to understand what makes you feel like a success. Is it when you have done what you said you would do in a day? Or is there something that you are looking at and you say, okay, when I get this? Or is it when you, now that you are becoming who you want to be every day? So I'm not sure what success for you now is.
So apart from becoming who I want to be every day, being a success, at the same time, I feel success for me too is the fact that I'm able to help others as well become the best version of themselves.
Right.
In what sense? Before now, I couldn't even help myself. I remember that I have a good friend in Maryland while I was living in New York. She came to me then. When she came to my house, I wanted to go and help someone, and she looked at me and she said, Divine, you can't help yourself yet. You are not even there. How do you want to? You know, so it's like you're trying to feed from an empty vessel and all that. So I think success has been redefined for me that it's not just about me now. It's about like I can help a community and can lift others up to be the best version of themselves, like I said. So that's basically what success is for me at the moment.
So it's about your legacy.
And not something. What I said, for those that are watching me, it could be different for them. Success is relative.
Absolutely. Yeah.
To somebody, success is whatever. Success is relative. So that is what it is for me.
Right.
And it's personal to me as well. I'm that selfish guy, Chris. And when I say selfish, in fact, even I'm laughing at it. I'm that guy that's my joy comes from maybe I've worked with somebody, trained the person, maybe to write an exam, and the person sends me a message. I'm like, Divine, I passed that exam. I get my high from it. Or somebody tells me, Divine, you coached me and I was able to get this job. I get my high from it. It's like the best news ever. So that's me. That's what makes me happy. That's what keeps me going.
That's impressive. I like that because now I have a complete set of rule book from your, the keywords that came from your story. Support system, which you called community of practice, mindset, milestone, and legacy. Okay, yeah. All right. So you're working on a book which will be launched for individuals that want to participate in your journey or your legacy. How do they reach out to you?
I can drop my LinkedIn.
Yeah, it's already on your profile here. So
I can drop my LinkedIn. What do you call it now?
The link.
My LinkedIn profile. I'm happy to connect. And I'm happy to support anyone too that might be find difficult to find their feet.
Right.
In the sense that I've been there, I've seen all that. I know what it is to, like I mentioned, to work in a psychologically unsafe environment. I know what it is to have I don't know if you have ever heard about the, what do you call this now? Stockholm syndrome.
Tell me about it.
So, man, it's been a while I said this story though. I think, I'm not sure what year this happened, but you could check on Google. I think something happened in that. I didn't intend to talk about it. Now I'm trying to remember what country it was. I know that the armed robbers, they went to the bank to rob, and when they robbed the bank, I don't know whether it's Switzerland, Scotland, I can't remember now. But when they robbed, they now kidnapped some ladies. And after the ladies were kidnapped, the ladies, weeks later, months later, the ladies now fell in love with their kidnappers. And after the government arrested the kidnappers, they now needed the ladies to testify in courts. But of course, they were already in love with the ladies. The ladies were already in love with their kidnappers at that time, and they refused to testify. That's actually a kind of sickness kind of thing,
right?
That's found that year, and it's a bit like trauma bond when you're in love with whoever that is really, really not treating you right and all that. You could have all the excuses. You could have the excuse, oh, maybe this is the reason. And at that time, we would have the excuse, oh, our salaries are not being paid, maybe because of this. We don't have opportunity, the voice because of this. You shouldn't say this because, and at that time would use, because God wants this, God wants that, and all that. But the most important thing is not just about that. It's about be who God wants you to be, not who somebody feels God wants you to be, and all. And how do you do that? Express yourself, own your story, own your experience. You could have those that you're watching ahead, which is fine. Have mentors, but the point is just be that person. Because sometimes some of us will grow, will have children. Your children will ask you questions. I remember years ago when my son turned 8, and my son went to the mom and asked the mom, Dad, how much has mom, how much has my dad saved for my college tuition at 8 years old? In my head, I was thinking that, what's this guy thinking about? How much have I saved? By that time, I didn't even have a dime to have saved then, but I was thinking that these are actually some true life things that you need to come to the time where you need to take your own life in your own hands. Otherwise, somebody will just make you be whatever you want to be, whatever they want you to be,
Wonderful. 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 Inspiring stories and nuggets, transformational nuggets. I'm told Charles is here, so let's see if he's able to join now.
Okay.
Yes. Said.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chris. And maybe on the last notes, I'll just say when I started over again, I thought I was beginning from zero, but today I realized I was beginning from wisdom.
Yeah.
Just the same way you started this as well, when you started this, when we started the second part of this, the second try for this, you started from a place of wisdom. So for those that are watching me, this is actually record-breaking moments. Remember, your story doesn't need to break record to make history. You just all you just need to do is just to start again. So thank you so much for having me, and also a big well done to your crew members.
You're an inspiration. You're an inspiration. You are a big inspiration, and stepping up for us. I can understand that you are not an idle person, so you have a lot going on. But you are always there supporting us in this process. The thing I want everybody to know about the second attempt is, is very vital for me, first of all, but it's not about me. The one thing, my principle is that I never give up. I never accept failure if I can win. And I know I have a team that is seriously minded, and with all the skills that we require to win. I have a community that is cheering us on. I have everything that I require to execute this project, and it's a platform for young dreamers. And all the things I've done through this company, Stars from All Nations, has been to inspire young people, to provide solutions for them, to provide platform for them. And I can tell you, many people beyond the 1,350 that you will see on our website have leveraged Stars from All Nations to launch their careers. I might not be getting the award. It's not about award. What I do is not about the award. I know my record speaks for itself, and I know my team is eagerly working towards our big goal, which is to launch the digital platform. We've been working on it for a very, very long time. We've done a very good job on that. So that's the bigger dimension of this attempt, so that we can launch that platform and, hopefully raise some tuition for underprivileged young people who will use the Ready for Work platform to, get into the global market. Subsequently, I will do a demo for you so that you can see, what we've done, what we've created, the uniqueness, the thoughts, the excellence behind that product design. So that's why I'm doing this. One day, a young guy somewhere who thinks that life has forgotten him, a young girl somewhere will remember that, we sat down over these 5 days with all the troubles that we've been through, but still we didn't give up. We produced this event. We didn't get sponsorships from XYZ organizations. We sacrificed our blood, sweat, and tears, and we made it happen. So that's no excuse. It's about breaking the limits. It's about pushing beyond boundaries. And everybody that has connection to this event should know, when I give my word, that's my bond. I will never be that person that say I would do something and I don't get to do it. So that's one of the things I want people really to remember about me. My legacy will be that I say I would do something and I did it. That's my glory. The rest doesn't really matter so much to me.
I'm so impressed. One of the things that you mentioned now that really got me thinking is years ago, my dad told me that's about how the world can be a better place. He said, if everybody sweep their doorstep, the world can be cleaner.
Yeah.
I don't know if you understand. Everybody
Yes.
sweep their doorstep, front of their doors, And I can imagine many people having this mindset. Deep collect onto deep. I could feel a deeper connection listening to some of the things you mentioned that you're doing. And in my head, I'm like, no wonder I like this guy. Because when we met, I don't know, I just felt this deep connection and all that.
Yeah.
And by the time you were saying all this, I'm like, oh yeah, even though I've seen some of this on your website, but I didn't know that you went through some of the stuff for your for your workers, and you had opportunity that you need to let go just to deny yourself of some things and to make you live the best for others and all. I think that's actually remarkable. Actually, one of the things in my head when you were talking to is actually a reason why I had to. I don't know. Is Chris here now? Do you want me to go on? I could go on.
He's not online, but we have Teresa. Yeah, Teresa is in the house, so maybe
no,
it's okay. So let's get to the top of so let's get to 4:40 so we can fractional hours will not do so much for Teresa. Let's give her a bulk time to start her presentation.
Okay.
So yeah, continue.
Now I wanted to say something, but just keep in mind. But I would. Okay, I was talking about when we were talking about this, and I think he had a lot. He has a. That's why I actually thought of all the things you're doing and the things that I mentioned to you that I do as well. Is actually in my head. That's okay. How do we get young leaders to start thinking in that light? To start having that compassionate spirit and that compassionate heart. That's actually one of the reasons why I had to work on my book. Like, you know what? Let's get young people, young adults from their high school before they get formed and all that, to create and have a forward-thinking mindset, to have that leadership, taking up responsibility kind of things mindset. I think what shaped it. We have about 2 minutes, right?
Yeah.
I think what shaped it was I'll just say the story in 2 minutes. Was actually my I think it was about maybe close to 40 years ago, 30 something years ago, when I was in junior high, and I had my senior that I really, really respect, that I look up to so much, and I so much wanted to be like him. I really, really wanted to be like him. Everything that I was able to model his life accordingly. So I thought of some people like that. I thought, I wish I had somebody like that. Maybe have a book that one can follow.
Yeah.
I wish his life was like a book that you can follow and all that.
Right.
Amazingly, 2 days ago, after close to 40 years, I got connected to him again. I'm like, oh my God, I'd always wanted to be like him and all that. He's a medical doctor here in the US,
right.
And not spoken to him in close to 40 years. And I'm like, this is actually one of the people that made me to have that kind of mindset we both have been talking about.
Right. Thank you, Divine. You are divine. You are divine.
All right.
Thank you so much.
I'll take my bow now, correct? Teresa is here, correct?
Yes, so we can welcome her on the stage, then the transition will be complete.
I'm so jealous.
When you come to Africa, when you come to Ghana, we'll welcome you.
All right, thank you. I'll keep watching you on the TV.
Yes.
Bye.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, crew.
Cheers.
Take care. Bye.
Yeah. Hi, Teresa.
Hi. How are you?
I'm alive. I'm
yes,
awake.
I can see it. You're looking good.
Am I?
Nothing shows you are. You've been awake for how many days?
Oh wow!
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm drawing energy from all you who are praying for me and wishing me well.
Yes.
And of course,
Your
my team that are in the background working magic.
Sure. They are doing
Welcome,
great.
welcome to our
Thank
little
you.
global company.
Thank you. Little but mighty.
All right. So
Yeah.
our topic for now is autism, single motherhood, and entrepreneurship. Impressive.
Yep.
Okay, so
3-in-1.
for individual,
It's a 3-in-1.
yeah, indeed, loaded. For individuals that might not have checked out your work, your profiles, I always say, tell them why you are supremely qualified to speak to these loaded topics.
I'm humbled. I'm humbled, and I think I'm qualified because I have tested all 3.
Okay.
And I'm still in the process of absorbing all at the same time.
Wow.
Yes. So my being here is just to share my experience, what I have gone through, what I have experienced, and how it has blessed my life as a single mother, my children, and the people I have equally given skills to. These are students I have trained over the years through entrepreneurship.
Impressive. Okay, so now I will start with the big one, autism. Let me see if I can show you this article or read this article to you. Recently, there was an article, and beyond the article, there was also a news conference by President Trump and the new medical team. So this is from The Guardian first. It says CDC to study potential links between vaccines and autism. It says despite research showing no connection. Okay, so this is previous article. Now the next one, after the study, September 23rd, 2025, Trump links autism to Tylenol and vaccines. Claims not backed by science, according to this news article. So let me play this video. Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've read it. I've read it.
You've read it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So what do you think?
Okay. Do I say for the first time? I may agree with Trump based on my experience.
Right.
If I tell you how it started.
Let's hear everything.
Yes. So I gave birth to my son. He's my 3rd son. I have 3 boys. The first is 17 years. Second is 15 years. My last son, who is my special child, is 12 years, and he is autistic. So after we gave birth to him, I realized before 2 months, I noticed a lump at the left breast of his body. So I went back to the hospital and I was asked to wait till the lump gets soft for them to do a surgical procedure on him. So I was given medication, I applied it, and the time came for me to go back. I remember the day he was laid down on the stretcher. They cut him. They did not inject him any medication for him to sleep. He didn't cry. My son never cried. I stood there and I was like, I felt the pain, but he didn't cry. They extracted the liquid. They dressed it and everything, gave me extra medication. I went home and that was it. So my son started blubbing like as a baby, a toddler. How are you? He said, I'm fine. Mama, Dada, he started talking just like any other kids. And for babies, they have stages from being a baby to toddler. There are times that a toddler is supposed to start blabbing, talking, walking, and all that. And so he went through it. Unlike my second son, who started talking at age 5 years.
Mm.
Yes. So Bobby started blabbing, and then the time came for me to go for the vaccination, 3-in-1, measles, mumps, rubella. This was a strong dose.
Yeah.
From where I stand as a mother, I don't know why they combined the three, but it was after 18 months when I had taken the shots for him that he started, like his speech ceased. So he'll be in the house. This was 18 months. At times, he will look at a corner as if communicating with people. There are times he throws stuff, things that a toddler will not do. But I noticed he had some unique skills or abilities. He can take toothpicks, lots of them, throw them on the floor. Those times we sat on the floor to eat. We did everything on the floor. Not that we didn't have chairs in the room, but we felt okay with it. So he'll sit on the floor, arrange these toothpicks into alphabets. A toddler, less than 2 years, he could do that.
Mm.
But nothing ignited the thought that it was not. In fact, I didn't even know about autism.
Right.
I knew there were children who had conditions, but I had never read about autism or even like knowing the signs and all that. So I remember there was a day a church member approached me and told me that she's suspecting my son is dyslexic.
Mm.
Immediately, I didn't accept it. I said, no, Bobby is not. Then I read about it and I realized the symptoms were similar, but
not
he didn't fit
necessarily
into all. Autism never came up until my husband died. Bobby was 3 years then. Members of the church, friends came to greet, say hello, and then he'll take Malta Guinness, the canned one, and just throw. He just throws it. Whoever it hits, he didn't bother. So after they left, one of the leaders referred me to a church doctor. So this is a doctor who had come from Salt Lake.
Right.
And I took Bobby and she assessed him. So that was the first time I heard that Bobby was autistic.
Wow.
She did lots of assessments on him, his writing skills, his hearing, his ability to speak and all that. She observed him for a long time. We were there for hours. So she was the first person who told me.
Wow.
And that day when you are in denial,
yeah,
you are seeing it, but you say no,
it's
not it.
Yeah.
And that was how I felt. So she advised I go to the hospital for further checks and then for them to start the process of managing him, because autism cannot be cured. Yeah, but it can be managed to that state where the individual can be independent. Yes. So that is how Bobby, or I got to know that Bobby is autistic. I went to Kolimbo. I studied speech therapy. There were many therapies that I went through, but those periods of times, things were hard. I had lost a husband. I was taking care of 3 kids, 9, 7, 3, if I'm right, or 8, 8, 6, 3. And my business at that time had gone down because at a point I had to stop work to take care of my husband. He had cancer. So I was totally home. And so it took time to pick up. There were times I had to call leaders of the church to even support us with food. So I couldn't bear the cost of therapies. Early intervention has been the best. I was not opportuned to be financially sound those times. And so it was very difficult for my son and I. So I got to a period I couldn't. And then I was referred to Albany Clinic, North Legon. I went there, they did EEG on him. Then I was referred to Mission Clinic. Anybody who is an autistic parent knows Mission Clinic. Dr. Mabel did a great job on my son, but I couldn't keep up again because the payments were too much for me. So I went for a while and I had to stop. Now I had to now work on his diets because during those periods, one thing that I learned about autism and early intervention is working on the diets, because autism affects the brain, it affects their guts as well. And from what I have studied, there are parasites that when they eat certain foods,
Autism,
when they eat certain foods that push or grow the parasites, then it's equally pushes them to acting the way they act. So gluten foods are a no-no to an autistic child. Casein foods, flour, sugar should always be out. So I noticed he became very hyper. My son will make a face and hit this without feeling pain. Like, let's go back. They cut him. He didn't cry.
And you didn't know at that time?
I didn't know at that time. He was a baby that time.
Right.
So I cannot connect that to the autism. But what I can say is that it was after the 18 months that his speech ceased. Yes. I remember a time he went to our store. So we always keep sharp things away from him because they do not, you might think he knows what he is doing at the point when he's doing something that is wrong. Bobby, when you come, he will run away. Like a layman will equally do that because they know it is wrong.
Right.
But there are times that he will, for example, he went to the storeroom and went into our first aid kit, took a blade and cut his finger deep. He didn't cry. Even when I was dressing it for him, you know, when you put spirits, how you feel.
The pain,
He didn't jiggle, like nothing. And it has always been like that. So we try to put sharp objects away from him because we don't know
what he
might
for.
do. So my son has, I would say he has gone through the mill. Not just me, but there are times I look at him and I feel he struggles inside, but he cannot talk. So he is not able to express his feelings. There was a day my eldest son called me, "Mommy, Bobby is crying." And this was the first time I saw Bobby cry, like as a grown child. He was crying as if something was wrong. And I kept asking. I knew he won't talk, but I kept asking, Bobby, what is wrong with you? I touched the tummy just to check if he feels pain, the hands, nothing. So I just hugged him. I hugged him for a very long time. And guess what? The cry ceased. Then the next moment, he was somewhere playing as if nothing had happened. So they have that emotional distress at times. So autism, I would say, from what I have seen and what I have read, affects their communication, their behavioral activities, their sensory as well. So you see Bobby sitting and he cannot sit for like 15 to 20 minutes. He has to get up. He has to walk around. He comes here and he want to touch, want to see everything that is being is being displayed. He can take your pen, he can make his two fingers into a car and then drive the car on your table. But a child who is not autistic will not or may not do that, or may not go to the extent to which Bobby would go.
Wow.
So in a way, science has not proven that it's linked to autism. Some people say it's genetic, and some say it's vaccine activated, because there are kids whose brains and IQs are so high that when vaccines interfere with it, now
becomes charged.
Yeah. So if you look at there are people who have lived or still in the society who are autistic, but they are doing great things. And so I do not look at the curing aspect, because we've read that it cannot be cured. But with what I have seen autistic adults, children do, I always have that hope that, and wish I had opportunity to have all the means to get him to where he's supposed to be, so he can be independent.
Right. Wow. What a story. What a story. How old is he now?
He's 12.
Oh yeah, he's grown now.
Yes.
Wow. Wow. You're a miracle child.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow. So, wow, this is so loaded. Single motherhood and entrepreneurship. Where is the connection? By the way, who is this one?
This is my little Biduba.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is my product.
Okay.
This is what I do. I produce toys from start to finish.
Wow.
Yeah.
How did it come about?
Okay, so my entrepreneurship journey started in 2007.
Right.
I lived in Nigeria.
Oh, yeah?
Anyway.
Okay.
Between 2005, 2007, I was in Nigeria doing missionary work.
Okay.
On Mondays, we had our P days, like preparation day, where we do not work. So my main work was to go around and proselyte. I'm a Latter-day Saint, and I did missionary work.
Right.
So in Ogba, there was this woman we were trying to contact, teach, but she wasn't that interested. But she was stringing beads, making chains out of beads, and I was so interested. So on Mondays, after doing our preparation, washing and all that, my companion, we always work in twos. We'll go there, and then we'll just learn what she's doing. It was a way to also build relationship of trust, hoping that one day she would accept us. So I learned how to string beads. I came back to Ghana 2007. I got married 3 months after, and then I got the opportunity to teach at our missionary training center for some months. There, what I learned in Nigeria, I started putting it into practice and business. I was making beads, jewelry for missionaries who will come to the MTC and buy them as gifts. So this became a job, like a side job, whilst I was teaching. But my main profession was in accounting. I had gone to the tertiary to study accountancy. But getting a job in that was difficult because I was married. We thought of, okay, we wanted me to be at home, take care of the kids. When kids start coming, they're looking at the 8 to 5 thing. How would we manage? And my mom wasn't here, and we didn't have support. So my husband suggested that I start a beads business, like do it in a bigger way. At the point, I had to stop teaching because I had a miscarriage. The doctor asked that I stop transmitting myself from where we live to the place of work because of the distance and the bumpy roads. So then I stayed home, started the beads jewelry in chains, bags, ties, started training a few people. This was in a single room. I think this room is even bigger. Yeah, so we had a little porch.
So your starting point is a nucleus to compare with where you are now.
Yes.
That's success.
Yeah,
okay.
That's success.
Go on.
Yeah. So I started my training then. I trained a few people.
Right.
And then between the time I went to a fashion school and that I ventured into other businesses.
Okay.
Preparing kinky, preparing shatter. This is sauce that students will normally take to school.
Yeah, I know shatter.
And then I'll go to the seaside. I'll buy fresh fish. We have smaller ones that we dry. The Ewes love it. We call it abobi.
1,000.
That one is abobi.
Okay.
It's whitish.
Right.
Right. Yeah. I went into that business as well. I went into Tom Brown business. And this was after I had given birth to my first son.
Right.
And money was like hard to find. I couldn't buy baby food from the store. And so I had to prepare my own Tom Brown to feed the family. And my babies enjoyed it. And so all these businesses did not last. It failed. But the beads stood. So
do you know why?
I would say I didn't have entrepreneurial skills then.
Okay.
So it was like feeding from hand to mouth. The monies that came, we used the money
to buy
in the
food
home.
in the house.
Yes. So always we needed capital.
Right.
My beads business failed because at the point I had a big order. I went into slippers, bead slippers. I had a big order and we had to take a loan. And I was trained the bead side of the slippers. Then I had a shoemaker in Kumasi who would mold the bottom parts. I'll send all the parts that I have stringed, send it to him. Then he will fix it in the sew. The order that came got bad. This was over 200 pairs. And
200.
Oh yeah, over. It was over 200. And in fact, it almost killed us. We had to pay the loan. And what he did was the slippers will come if it is size 40. The top part that I had strained to fit size 40. He has losing the beads. So you are wearing size 40, but the top part is size 38.
Oh wow.
Or you are wearing size 38 at the bottom. The top part is 40 or 42. And it was a difficult thing to redo all. So for months, they were just sitting there. We had to find money to pay the loan bit by bit.
Wow.
So it killed the beads business. My husband suggested I go to a fashion school.
So what did you do with the products?
It was there for a long time. I think later I took out the beads and then used it for chains and other accessories. But the sole, it was there. It started molding, and I threw them away. Yeah.
Business.
Yeah. So I went to a fashion school, as suggested by my husband, because I could use old fabrics, use my hands to sew old fabrics. So for 2 years I was in the school, but I started my fashion school 3 months after entering the fashion school.
Mm-hmm.
And we started making money little by little, still getting the money, putting it in the home.
Right.
Then for the first time, I was invited to an entrepreneurial training. And it was
Where?
then Latter-day Saints.
Okay.
They have a self-reliance department.
Right.
So I was invited by the manager. I went there and it changed everything. So even though I had done accounting in the tertiary, I was not applying the knowledge. It was through the entrepreneurship training that I had to be firm to apply the knowledge. Your business money is not your money. Yeah, I remember when I came back from the training in that particular topic, I shared it with my husband. He said, "So how are we going to?"
I was actually asking one of our speakers, Fifi. I was asking him about exactly what you just said now, family offices that need to eat from the office.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
a living
hard.
case study.
Yeah, it's hard when you are seeing the money and you cannot use the money.
For your personal.
So it was a problem between us for a while, but later he understood that for us to build a business, we cannot spend. So then we have to apportion a part. That time we couldn't pay me a salary, so it was just an allowance. And he was working as well, but his work wasn't that stable. It was on contract. So there were times if the contracts did not come, then we have to wait. So that was where the challenge was. But we had to force ourselves to do it. And it was out of that we started getting known, like we're able to build a business. So we moved from that single room to a chamber and hall.
Right.
That was when I started a fashion school. And then after my graduation, we got a shop. So that was when people started noticing me.
The value of scale.
Yes. So my sewing officially started in I registered it in 2013, but officially started in 2014.
Right.
Yeah. And I was sewing everything. Think of anything. Wedding dress, suits, casual. Yeah, I was sewing everything. But through these trainings, I learned that you cannot be everywhere.
Yeah.
You need to find your niche. So for years, I was trying to find my niche. Which aspect of fashion can I specialize in?
Right.
It took years to identify it. So it was COVID that gave birth to this girl.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did that happen? The virus revealed itself as a girl.
We made lots of waste.
Okay.
You know, COVID. So I started running a school, with time, and during COVID, the school was shut down.
Right.
But we had opportunity to sew PPEs, nose masks,
right.
to be specific.
Right.
And we were cutting for other businesses for them to sew.
Right.
So we always made waste. So during that period, I was still contemplating on what to specialize in. So I started producing men's jeans shirts with African prints. It was something I wanted to do as a clothing line. But I felt, no, that wasn't it. So a client came to me one day with a sample doll and mentioned that it was a referral from someone in Australia. So I had been producing baby reusable diapers, baby mats, baby items for that person. And the person referred the clients to me. So she bought the doll. I had never produced the doll.
Wow.
But I told her I would do it. So I took the sample. We tried the first one. In fact, you even laugh when you see that doll. It didn't work. The second one, it didn't work. So I went online.
Right.
I joined groups, doll groups. I learned. I got to know the staffing material, and the pattern drafting. But those times we were even using already cut patterns. Yeah, so I had to study to know how to produce a doll. She came back and the doll was produced.
Wow.
It was then that I realized that we can do anything if we want to.
Yeah.
This is where I want to channel my sewing. So we started. So I added animals. I now, my love for toys, stuffed toys now increased. I was all over the place online learning. So I got to know there are animals and stuff. So we started one after the other. Now we have about 13 products like animals.
Right.
Mm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is there any other person that does this in
Yes,
Ghana?
in Ghana, yes.
Okay.
Oh, we have those who have set the pace for like over 20 years.
Oh,
They've
wow.
been in it. But
So
I
what
feel
makes yours different?
it's been under the shelf a bit. I mean, just like you are asking, I get that question a lot, and I tell them, yes, there are people in Ghana who do it, but it's not like the clothing where everybody is sewing clothes. Like if you take 10 fashion designers, you have about 9 people sewing clothes. The one you share it to other accessories. Yeah.
I know.
What makes mine different
Yes.
is its uniqueness.
Okay.
Yes. So what drives our product is the African touch.
Okay.
We want people to remember or come to understand that we are Africans. We are looking at inclusiveness. So my inspiration is actually drawn from my son who cannot talk. If you take 5 children, he's different. If you take toys as well, we want the toys to remind people that we can be different, but we are the same.
Right.
So we are looking at bringing back African history and talking about our ancestors, the heroes who have passed. And so we are looking at iconic dolls where we will remember these people.
So the one of those heroes, what will they look like?
So somebody like Yasantwa, her strong nature, her hair was down, just like this woman or this girl here. And we are trying to remind children that this is who you are. This is who you are, the natural bits of you.
So is it pure business or is it a charity?
It is a pure business.
Okay.
However, part of the proceeds that come from the sale of toys goes into supporting some of our girls, the needy girls in our community. Yes.
Wow. This is amazing. Okay, so now you've been able to find your niche, really. So how did you get to beyond the first order? How was go-to-market strategy, marketing, distribution, sales, and everything?
It wasn't an easy road.
Right.
We had to try severally.
All right.
And I couldn't do it alone, so I had to employ as well.
Yeah.
And so we started expanding when I brought other people on board.
Right.
We have a 5-member board of advisors who direct us. Then we equally have a marketing personnel.
Okay.
And it has always not been like that. So from time to time we add on, we fire as well.
Is this protected?
Okay, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. Yes, but we are in the process.
Yeah, it should.
Sure.
Unless if it's not a derivative, then it should.
It is my direct product. Pattern and everything created by me.
Right.
Yeah.
Then it should go through some instruments. Okay. Go to market strategy still.
Okay. Yeah. So we realized that when it comes to the markets, Ghana is not our main market.
How?
Yeah, so we've tested it severally, and an average Ghanaian will want to channel their money into something else than buying a doll. This is a doll. Why would I spend money on this? Yeah, and
Is that what you hear from them?
Yeah, a lot of times. So we do B2B. Our main strategy is B2B. We produce for businesses. However, we still sell. Our minimum order quantity is 1. We sell to individuals, but our main way of producing, our target market is businesses. So they in turn sell. Most of them sell outside the country, and I do sell outside the country as well. It is more accepted outside than here.
Yeah,
here
the prophet
in Ghana,
is not,
yeah,
you know the answer.
Those who have lived outside are those who purchase here.
Right.
That is why I said the average Ghanaian here will not buy. Are those who understand the essence of having dolls for your kids, are those who have accepted it, and most of them, they have lived outside Ghana.
Oh, wow. Okay, so which countries would you say are the ones that give you your biggest market opportunity?
Okay, so when it comes to dealing with businesses, we deal with Ghanaian businesses who sell outside. Yeah,
right.
We have one from Australia. She is now based in Ghana. She's our main client.
Right.
Yeah, and we sell to Germany as well.
Okay.
And the Netherlands, we do sell there. We've had our market in South Africa, and currently we are trying to work in the UK. I recently went there to check the requirements for selling toys in that country, and so it is a place that we would want to move to. We got interested buyers, but we will have to do our certifications first so we can sell there.
Yeah. So how do you brand it then?
Okay, so currently our brand name is Beduba. Because we sell to businesses, there is there is a label. So the doll is wearing a pants, so the label is hidden under the pants. Yeah.
You have to sew those tiny.
Oh yeah, you have to sew everything, all the parts. So our kind of work is totally unique from the regular fashion designing. So getting workers, machinists, is difficult.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, at times they'll come and they cannot keep up with the small patterns, so they'll leave. So the number of workers we have are those who have so much passion for the work.
Oof. I need a crane to hold my eyes.
I can see.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Yeah.
I have a break at 10 a.m.
Okay.
All right.
I hope you can get there before.
Yeah, I should be able to. I should be able to. So, Aisha Ado. Aisha might be interested to. Maybe if she gets a sponsor, she might be interested to get your dolls for her girls.
Okay. Where is she?
I'm sure she will be in Ghana now because she chose Ghana. Otherwise, she would have been in Canada.
Okay.
She's in the group. So let me see if I can connect both of you.
Okay.
What name do you use on your WhatsApp?
Biduba. Baduba.
All right. So, what's the future looking like?
The future I see is bright.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are looking at producing talking dolls.
That's impressive.
Inspiration from my son.
Hmm.
And I have always felt that he will speak. My second son had speech delay, and this delayed his education.
Mm.
And I realized that if we have doll tools, like you have a doll that is digitalized,
Mm.
that can help children learn. Children learn by seeing,
Mm-hmm.
by touching, by feeling, by experiencing. So if a child plays with this doll and the doll teaches it, says 1 + 1, it will stick because it is attached to it. So that
Okay.
is where we are heading to. We want to try it and see how best it can help kids specifically. Yeah.
Where did the inspiration come from? Because I can imagine what you want to do is to put sound in it.
Yes.
Okay.
So inspiration is for my son who cannot talk.
Mm.
This doll cannot talk. How can I make it talk?
Right.
Then another is AI.
Okay.
So the world is changing. If today we can use AI for anything, and you have a doll sitting down, what can you do to that doll to equally run with the world?
Mm.
So these are where these are the two inspirations that is driving my course.
Impressive. Don't worry, our audiences are following what you're saying.
Yes, and we need people to come on board,
Okay.
investors especially.
Okay.
It's capital intensive.
I can
well.
imagine.
Yeah.
So, assuming somebody wants to come on board, what are you looking for exactly?
So we are looking for one certification. We have started a process with in Ghana, but the international certification is high. We need one for that, and then we need one for digitalization.
International certification, what would that look like?
Yeah, so we have the CE, every toy, not just every toy, but if you pick a foreign product, most of them have the CE mark. This is a mark that is required if you want to export a toy in the UK or the US. In the UK and in the EU countries, we equally have the EN71, which is also another requirement of certification that one needs to have.
Wow.
And these are expensive. One certification can cost about $5,000.
Wow.
Yes, for just
that's
one.
A lot of money.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Okay, so I'm guessing the certification gives you access to the market.
Yes, larger markets.
Right.
Larger markets. So we are a bit blocked because of that.
The life of a venture builder. Wow.
Yeah.
It will happen. I mean, you're already at this point, so keep pressing on and keep working on it. It will happen. Let me stand a little bit
That's okay.
because these lips are
Maybe we should do
crunchy.
some exercise.
Yeah, I did a while ago.
Mm,
I did a while ago. My body has tried.
yeah.
Okay. So apart from your expansion need, what else should people who want to participate in your vision expect from you in the coming days?
Okay, so we are improving every day, and when it comes to autism, for example,
Mm.
it is a career that I'm taking on. I noticed there are parents who do not understand, even till date. They do not understand what autism is.
There's so
They are
many
not
of them.
able to accept it. I have been there, and I get people contact me every now and then to help. There have been mothers who have had to stop working to be able to take care of their kids. Financially distressing. Um, Fathers or husbands leaving their wives because they have a child who is on the spectrum, and this has affected homes. So I want to take this on as a career with time. I'm still in the learning process.
Mm.
I'm getting training to understand the neurological development of children. And so I can have this to educate people more, especially parents, and then build families, and then help children who are on the spectrum become accepted in the society.
Right.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Okay. So now those struggles of your olden business days are past.
Yeah.
So now
Now it's on a higher level.
on a higher level. I like that. I like that. And very soon you will get your certification and
Yes.
export will start fully.
Hopefully. Yeah.
Very impressive. Okay, so for people who want to buy, where can they acquire them?
So on our website, we have our e-commerce. You can buy directly from our e-commerce sites, MBA Mode or beduba.mbamode.com. They can equally buy at the airport. We supply a company there. Yes. And they can contact us directly. We are on social media, MBA Mode. And yeah, I think that's it. Yeah.
That's awesome. Have I done a good job sharing your message or extracting the information that you want to share?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to say that, merging single motherhood with taking care of an autistic child
Yeah.
and venturing into entrepreneurship.
It's no joke.
If you don't take care, you break down.
Yeah.
Tom, there have been times I'm sorry I have to say this, but I've tried committing suicide with my kids before.
With your kids?
Yes. 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 It had gone to that stage in my life before where I couldn't merge the three. And you look at them and you want to give the best to them. And you feel you cannot, because there is no one holding you. You have to literally dig to make money. And so entrepreneurship is a different ball game altogether. If you are just in entrepreneurship, even if you are married, at times you have headaches with staff, everything. merging it with you being single, then adding a child who is on the spectrum is totally different. But this is a way to encourage people.
Yes.
Yes. You can, if you put your mind to anything, you can do it. I am a religious person, and I've always found strength in accepting my role. I feel I've had that opportunity to mother a son who is on the spectrum. That means that a lot is expected of me. That means I can do it. So that has been the spirit that I have always moved with. And always there have been open opportunities for us. Always there have been open opportunities.
So let me ask you a question. When you were in that dark place, how did you come out?
Suicide.
Yeah, when those voices were coming to your head, how did you manage to extricate yourself?
One, it was a call for my late brother. He wasn't late then. I had a knife in my hand, almost about stabbing myself. Then a call came. My phone started ringing. It rang continuously, and I picked it. And it was as if he knew what was going to happen. He started talking to me, things will be okay, and blah, 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 blah. The second time, it was my kids. So I was just waiting for them to come from school. I had the medication sitting down, waiting for them. They came from school, and I looked into their eyes, and I felt I was going to do them a disservice. God created them. I do not have the power to end my own life, talk less of ending someone else's. So it was those thoughts that came. It's as if a spirit, another spirit. So there's a dark one, there's a light. Yes, that is trying to give you reasons why it wasn't essential for you to end it.
Yeah. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So how did you renew your mind? Because I can imagine all the trauma and the discomfort. How did you extract all those noisy voices from your head?
One thing that helped me was to see a psychologist.
Right.
I had to go through that process.
Right.
And there I came to understand who I was, even my traits, my temperaments, and everything. I had to start from the scratch to understand my childhood. So from my childhood, every stage of my life to where I was. And so I would say another aspect that helped me was to see a psychologist. Maybe you need to take a sip.
I'm alive. I'm awake.
Very much alive.
Yes. What I could do is to bring, if my body keeps talking to me the way it's talking, then I have a break at 11. I could bring it up to 6. But let me see. Aisha has messaged on the group. Let's see what she's saying. Oof.
Is she power to girls? Oh, okay.
Maybe one day you can write a book to empower other women.
I already have one sitting yet to be launched.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I was
Congrats.
supposed to do the launch mid this year, but
Okay.
had to take care of my brother's funeral, so I've shifted everything to first quarter of next year.
Congrats.
Yeah.
You've been through sometimes when we go through tests or trying times, it doesn't appear good, or nobody enjoys those kinds of experiences. But in some shape or form, everything works together for good.
Yes.
So life has a way of getting you to where you are going, but yeah, probably not the way you imagined or you wanted.
Yes.
So since you have faith in God, He is the only one that never fails. So trusting, working with, and believing in Him, that's the foundation, because it's firm.
Sure. And
but yeah,
for us as humans, we need to put in the work.
Absolutely, of course. That those are guaranteed requirements for whatever the dream is. But thank you for sharing this story. It's a powerful. I mean, it's not one story that you shared. These are sets of stories. You have been very bold to, open up and candidly share your truths and your experiences and your stories. It's also part of the healing. I suppose.
Yeah.
That's what you learn from your.
So that's what I do now.
Okay.
You go to my Facebook page, mostly it's about you notice I'm a motivator.
Right.
Most of my posts are geared towards motivation, and
do people come to you for help?
A lot.
Yeah.
A lot. Getting calls in person, on social media.
So do you monetize that aspect?
No, I don't. I do that. I see it as, I won't say for fun, but I attach emotions to it, where I feel I can help someone.
Yeah, it's also a marketing strategy or personal brand development strategy for you, because when you help those people, they will talk about you, and who knows, the person they speak to might be the one to buy your product. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep living your best life and supporting your amazing children, because God has given you unique talents and assets and tools that will help you to carve a future for your children. So I'm so privileged to have you join us today to share this story. I'm very sure that those who are following online, they will be blown away as I am. I'm glad I didn't sleep off. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't sleep off. I heard your story. Wow. Wonderful. Yeah, I'm glad. Let me see if the other speaker is coming. Otherwise, we can go on break, because I...
Online, right? In person, online.
I don't know. If she's in Ghana, she's supposed to come here. Impressive. How did you develop the pricing for these babies?
Okay. So you are looking at your production cost,
Mm-hmm.
variable and fixed, of course,
Right.
your materials cost,
Mm-hmm.
and then how much profit would you want to add?
How much profit is enough?
So it varies from company to company. We do 25%.
Why?
Yeah. So we realize that if we can grow, depending on the quantity of products that we produce, based on the number of staff we have, we need some money to grow the business.
Yeah.
We are not just, we are able to settle our expenses, rent, utility, and everything, but it is a rented place. And we need our own space.
Right.
We need to grow. You need that profit to plow back.
Right.
So if you are not making enough, then you are still in business. You can be breaking even, but how do you grow? It is the business profits that help you. So
Yeah.
our board equally helped in setting that for us.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Impressive. Does I always ask people with products about GIPC and diaspora commission. Have you approached them?
So we are registered with GEPA,
Okay.
Ghana Export Promotion
Right.
Authority. And it is that platform that takes us outside most of the time and to do export works.
Impressive.
Yeah. We are also registered with other associations, including AGI. So we leverage on these networking platforms.
You might as well go to GIPC. GIPC might have additional links to what GEPA. Yeah. But I think GEPA is the default for you.
Yeah.
Aisha hasn't responded. Getting speakers to join in at exactly their times. Some of them it's been quite challenging.
Yeah. I've been following.
You've been following it?
Oh, yeah.
How have I done so far?
Oh, you've done well.
Thank you.
You've done well. I read someone said you missed the slots.
Yeah. You missed the slot, so we had to call in the gentleman I was talking to online. Yeah, his slot is supposed to be next tomorrow, Friday, Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah. So he joined earlier. So what we are going to do, probably we'll ask him if he can take that one. The way we've switch the schedule.
Okay, I think she said she's ready.
Yeah, let's do 11. My body is shutting down.
I can imagine what you are going to.
Well, you know,
I don't get sleep in the night. The next day, I feel drained.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's true. But I've psyched my mind already. I've conditioned my mind, and I try to make it fun. So it doesn't become overwhelming, because the way God built us, He knows we will need a lot of sleep. Yeah.
you need it.
Yep. Okay, so let's get it to the top of the hour. Otherwise, we will lose 47 minutes. So, what have we left undiscussed? Motherhood.
How people view autistic children.
In Ghana or generally?
How I would say in Ghana. Outside, these are gold. Autistic children, special needs are gold. If you go to the UK, in the US, In Ghana,
Okay.
we attach spirituality to it. And the mother has done something, and the ancestors have done something. And, you know, in our local dialect, we have what we call Insioba. That is like a river child. So it will be associated with it. The child is like somebody has done something and they've sent that child to you. So the understanding of autism has not gone down well with some Ghanaians, most Ghanaians. There have been times, discrimination. I've had people discriminate my child, including schools that have rejected him because of his condition. They'll tell you they don't have the facility to enroll him. I remember there was a time we had to move to Adenta, and I went to look for a school for my kids. There's a big school in Adenta. And I got there. My first two children were up for entrance exams, which they passed. And my third son, I told the principal he was autistic. And so he asked that I bring him. The day I took him to the school, it started from the reception. Rejection started from the reception. So we sat waiting. And like I told you, my son cannot sit for long. So he stood and wanted to, he's a happy boy. So if you don't like children, then you want to ignore him. Like you want him out of your way. So he came to the reception stand and started playing on the edge of the desk as if pushing a car. And the receptionist became angry, spoke in Chi by saying that, "Madam, you didn't train your child well. Come and get him off and let him go and sit down." And as she was saying that, she was angry at my son. So I asked her if she has given birth before. And she said, "Why am I asking?" And I said, "Yes, if you've given birth before, you understand that children like space. They like to play." Of course, she didn't know he was autistic, but a regular child will equally do something similar. Now, I went to the principal, and the principal used the word "what." So I introduced my son, and my son got up, and there was a souvenir. You have things on your table. So there was one souvenir there. So he almost picked it. And the principal said, "Put it down." He said, "Is this what you want us to enroll in our school?" This is the youngsters school. It's a big school in Adenta. I struggle mentioning that name, but today I want to say it. The youngsters. That is what the principal said. I stood in his office and I cried. I left the office and I had to take my kids. They had gained admission, but I had to look for the other two. I had to look for another school for them. We went to a different school and they wholeheartedly accepted them. And so there have been that discrimination. Even if you do not have the facility, there's always a school. There's another school who sat with me with my kid. They explained why they cannot enroll him. They said, "Madam, we want to take your son, but we won't be doing him any good because he has to learn. We don't have trained teachers for him. Our facility too is not meant to accommodate autistic children." If you go to a real special needs school, you realize that that place is totally different from other schools. The security is even tight because these children can run away. So yes, even in church, there have been discriminations. Yeah, there have been times I had to stop going to church because if I go, people will talk about you. Your child is making noise here and there, and I don't know if you understand, Chi, but only you. Every day, your child is doing this. You get it. So at times, you just want to stay away to have your peace of mind. So I think one thing that I have a proposal sitting for the president. I'm hoping to get that courage to push that out, especially for autistic children. Because there is no support in any way. I'm not talking about financially, even though financially it is draining. But at least if the government could up their special needs part of their work, it will equally help many parents who are struggling to help their children.
Yeah, because in some countries there are programs for people that need some of those propping up.
Yes. Here you have to pay in dollars to be able to access it.
Wow.
If you really want to help your child, then be prepared to pay in dollars. There was a school I contacted, and every month I have to pay not less than 24,000 Ghana cedis.
Wow.
And you ask yourself, how much do you even earn?
Wow.
In a month? You have other children, you have other expenses. So then
God use that boy to wipe your tears.
Amen.
Because maybe he'll grow up to become an inventor, or some of them are very sharp brain.
Yes. Yeah. They are. So yeah, hoping that one day that aspect of living will be looked at.
God is good.
Oh, yes, he has always been.
Okay, we have 5 minutes.
5 more minutes.
Yeah. Are there people you want to shout out?
Okay, yes. Shout outs. I think it goes to my staff.
Okay.
They have.
That's their camera.
Okay, so to the MBA mode team, yeah, I always let you know how grateful I am. Without you, the business wouldn't have gotten to this stage. Past, present, staff, yeah, I want to show gratitude to you. Our board have been fantastic. They have always been there. The speaker call with them, and something that that you are struggling with, they make it so simple for you. And when it comes to personal, I want to equally thank my children, even though they may not be opportune to see this, but my first 2 children have been my support. They understand what autism is, and they have been there every time to help my son. And yeah, I think these are the people who matter most in my life, and yeah, who have helped me.
Wonderful. Wonderful. And shout out to yourself too.
Myself. I think our clients too, yeah. Without them, you can be producing but no sales. So yes, our clients. And Tom, thanks for this opportunity.
It's my pleasure.
Yes.
It's my pleasure.
And I'm more interested in your skills training. I think I've said that over and over again.
Yeah.
I know what that brings to people and changing communities and the economy. So yeah, keep doing
Thank you.
your best.
Thank you. Thank you for joining the mission, and we'll be rejoicing on Saturday.
Amen.
We've gone 67%, so getting there small.
Yeah. Tomorrow is the last day. No.
Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday.
Yep.
Yeah.
Saturday is
as
the
well.
last day, 10 p.m.
As well.
Yeah, so okay, 58.
2 months.
Yep. Not yet. Let's get to time properly. Are the timekeepers there? They should be online anyway. So how was the experience of writing your book?
It was so over the years I've always jot down, like having a journal. I like writing.
Right. So it was easier.
Yes. But I had to get training
Okay.
to the writing school to know how to now pour everything into
the book.
one book.
Right.
So all the skills, the techniques, and everything that you need to.
How many certificates do you have? It seems like you have a bunch of certificates. Have fashion.
But you know, on that aspect, I don't actually work with certificates.
Okay.
I feel it is what you can do.
Yeah. I'm with you there.
Yeah.
But you've gone to a bunch of schools.
Yes, I have. I have. I have from fashion. I'm currently in school yet to graduate from Akwatenka University as well. You remember I told you I went to a fashion school. This was a 2-year school.
Okay.
But after setting up and everything, I decided I need
a gap year.
A school.
Right.
So I had to apply.
Okay.
I'll be graduating hopefully next year in January.
Right.
But I'm done with the program.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, so we are officially at 6.
All right.
And you can leave now.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Tom, I wish you the best.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And I wish you the best as well.
Thank you. Uncle, thank you.
Work more for has been a great experience, very insightful. I've learned a lot of things I actually didn't know initially that I could. And then I'll recommend this course in this program for anyone out there who seeks to pursue career in the digital marketing field.
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready for Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready for Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.readyforwork.africa.
Searching for a job as an entry-level candidate often feels like a lonely walk in the dark. It's a daunting journey filled with uncertainty, self-doubt, and endless dead ends. You sit alone at your desk, scouring job boards, tailoring resumes, and crafting cover letters, hoping your words will resonate with a faceless recruiter. Each unanswered application feels like a whisper into the void, leaving you questioning your worth and wondering if you'll ever find your place. What if you could turn uncertainty into opportunity in weeks, not years? Meet Ready for Work V4, an AI-powered platform that lights the way to your dream career. Discover your personalized opportunity readiness score, unlock your unique strengths, and get real-time job matches with expert guidance to land roles faster. No more guesswork, just clear steps to success. Join ambitious job seekers securing their future with Ready for Work. Get ready for work today. Ready for Work. Unlock your potential.
This generation has unprecedented access to global opportunities through technology. Yet only 10% of Ghana's graduates secure jobs immediately after national service. The issue isn't a lack of talent. Rather, their education doesn't match what employers need. While Fortune 500 companies seek African talent, many graduates remain jobless. Stars from All Nations, SFAN, bridges this gap with Ready for Work, Africa's first AI-powered career readiness platform. Ready for Work reverse engineers exactly what employers need, then builds personalized pathways to get there. Meet Huda Ibrahim, a Ready for Work graduate who transformed her career, securing a top role at EPA Ghana and a Mandela Washington Fellowship.
Hello, my name is Huda Ibrahim. I work with the Environmental Protection Authority of Ghana. I participated in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program in 2019. At the time, I was a young lady who was getting towards the end of her national service, and I was so worried about whether I was going to get a job or not. I wanted guidance, advice, anything that would show me the way. SFAN came up with the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, and I enrolled. They took us through soft skills, digital skills, creative writing, problem solving, interview skills. We had a mock interview session. All of that came together to ensure that all participants were fully ready to, if you can call it, attack the job market. Interestingly, the following year, COVID hit, and the company that I was working with needed to go fully remote. So we had to use a lot of productivity tools like Trello and Slack to ensure that we remained efficient. And these were tools that I became exposed to or aware of during the Ready for Work Career Coaching program. So for me, that immediate impact, which is helping me become successful at my workplace, then during the COVID period, is one thing that went a long way to benefit me. One thing that stood out for me in the program was the one-on-one coaching session I had with Miss Tracy, who is one of the big people at Samsung Ghana. And for me to be sitting next to her, sharing my problems, my challenges, listening to her share her experiences as a young lady navigating her career and getting all the way to the top was really quite inspiring. And it breathed certain sense of direction and belief in me, which is still very helpful up until this day. So thank you, Tracy, wherever you are. Another thing was, interestingly, there was an essay writing competition which I won. So I got a brand new Samsung phone and some cash. My phone was spoiled at the time, so it was a welcome present, and an instant reward for participating in the program, if you would put it that way. In 2024, I was selected to participate in the Mandela Washington Fellowship, which is a leadership program for young Africans. Every year, about 700 young people from Africa are selected to go to the United States of America. The fellowship is in two components. So there is a Leadership Institute and the Professional Development Experience. The Leadership Institute for all 700 people, and then only about 100 are selected to participate in the PDE, which is more like an internship. I was lucky enough to get the two. So I had my Leadership Institute at the University of California in Davis. So yeah, I got to experience Cali, which is quite fun. And then I had my PDE at Clean Air NC in Charlotte, North Carolina. As part of the fellowship too, we went to Washington, D.C. to participate in what we call the Leadership Summit. The biggest thing from the fellowship, honestly, for me, is the exposure. I called my mom and I told her that I think everyone needs to come to America, even if it's just once again. I just get into the country, just look around and go back to your home, because it does wonders to your spirit, to your confidence. Watching young people, especially in California, which is like the tech hub of the world, doing amazing things in their careers, in their life, just built a new sense of belief for me. It made me think that, Huda, if they can do this, then so can you. And being around the UC Davis environment, which is a world-class university, interacting with their students and interacting with the other fellows from African countries. In my institute, there were about people from 20 different African countries, all speaking different languages, with different cultures, different level of understanding, even different leadership styles. And we had to come together, integrate, network with each other, learn from each other, and bring all of that back home. During my participation in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, as I mentioned earlier, I won an essay writing competition. And to apply for the fellowship, you have to have good essay writing skills. So that's really where it began for me. Learning how to do it as SFAN, honing my skills over the years, and then applying for the fellowship. Honestly, now I'm so confident about whether it's graduate school, scholarships, any kind of essays that come my way. And I really want to say thank you to SFAN for, playing a key role in all of that. My advice to young people out there, unfortunately, our education doesn't fully prepare us for the demands of the job market. Organizations like SFAN are there to make sure that you are career ready, you are job ready, and you have the skills necessary and required to be successful in the job markets. Like I said, they take you through digital skills, soft skills. They help you with interview skills, how to write cover letters. Even if your goal is to maybe apply to graduate school, they're there to help you through the process. So take that first step, be proactive about your future career success, and participate in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program.
This is what happens when potential meets precision. While traditional platforms teach generic skills, hoping someone will hire graduates, Ready for Work teaches what employers in Lagos, Nairobi, and Accra are hiring for today and what global markets are paying for tomorrow. It also gives employers X-ray vision into candidate potential that no CV or interview can reveal, essentially offering early access to tomorrow's top performers while they're still affordable. Unlock your potential at readyforwork.africa.
Hi, my name is Kezia Omoye Owusankuma, a gallery associate, an art practitioner, a social media marketer, and a PhD candidate at the Department of Painting and Sculpture, KNUST. I've been in the art and media industry for 12 years, and I developed interest in digital marketing. The Ready for Work platform provided an opportunity for me to develop new and advanced skill sets. I learned to believe in myself, and I learned how to use design thinking to drive innovation. I developed essential social media marketing skills to drive sales, enhance audience engagement, and build a community around a brand. Ready for Work has helped me develop confidence in my job search and has given me a lot of job opportunities. If you are looking for a job, you want to develop a new set of skills, you want to complement your degree, I recommend Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator.
Nigeria, with over 223 million people and a median age of 18.5, faces workforce readiness challenges. Reports show a 53.4% youth unemployment due to a skills mismatch, despite educational gains. A survey found 69% of 18 to 35-year-olds would relocate for better opportunities. Ready for Work, a digital career accelerator by SFAN, addresses these issues with entrepreneurship and digital skills training.
Hi, my name is Idris Abdulkarim. I'm a software engineer. I applied for the Ready for Work program in November 2022. Before I applied to the program, I was in an analytical role and I was looking for something more technical. So I did my research and saw a program that promised to make me job ready in 6 weeks. I applied to the program. It was a competitive process as I had to take a technical assessment to prove that I could thrive in the program, apply that technique to everything I do. Aside from data science class, There was also a class on email writing and communication, which is quite useful in the workforce. So my recommendation for any entry-level graduates or mid-level professional looking to pivots is that you can give the Ready for Work program a go. Thank you.
I would describe my Ready for Work experience as impactful. As a recent graduate who's still trying to navigate the job space, I've received the confidence boost I need from the Ready for Work Career Accelerator. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator to individuals who are still trying to find their feet in the job space.
Invigorating. That's how I would sum up my Ready for Work Career Accelerator program. Through the coaching sessions, curriculum, and deliverables, I gained confidence in my ability to provide strategic direction for companies' products and services from a user experience point of view. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator program to young professionals looking for results-oriented career guidance. Thank you.
Ready for Work World 4 has been a great experience, very insightful. I've learned a lot of things I actually didn't know initially that I could learn. And then I recommend this course in this program for anyone out there who seeks to pursue a career in the digital marketing field.
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready for Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready for Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.readyforwork.africa.
Searching for a job as an entry-level candidate often feels like a lonely walk in the dark. It's a daunting journey filled with uncertainty, self-doubt, and endless dead ends. You sit alone at your desk, scouring job boards, tailoring resumes, and crafting cover letters, hoping your words will resonate with a faceless recruiter. Each unanswered application feels like a whisper into the void, leaving you questioning your worth and wondering if you'll ever find your place. What if you could turn uncertainty into opportunity in weeks, not years? Meet Ready for Work V4, an AI-powered platform that lights the way to your dream career. Discover your personalized opportunity readiness score, unlock your unique strengths, and get real-time job matches with expert guidance to land roles faster. No more guesswork, just clear steps to success. Join ambitious job seekers securing their future with Ready for Work. Get ready for work today. Ready for Work. Unlock your potential.
This generation has unprecedented access to global opportunities through technology. Yet only 10% of Ghana's graduates secure jobs immediately after national service. The issue isn't a lack of talent. Rather, their education doesn't match what employers need. While Fortune 500 companies seek African talent, many graduates remain jobless. Stars from all nations, SFAN, bridges this gap with Ready for Work, Africa's first AI-powered career readiness platform. Ready for Work reverse engineers exactly what employers need, then builds personalized pathways to get there. Meet Huda Ibrahim, a Ready for Work graduate who transformed her career, securing a top role at EPA Ghana and a Mandela Washington Fellowship.
Hello, my name is Huda Ibrahim. I work with the Environmental Protection Authority of Ghana. I participated in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program in 2019. At the time, I was a young lady who was getting towards the end of her national service, and I was so worried about whether I was going to get a job or not. I wanted guidance, advice, anything that would show me the way. SFAN came up with the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, and I enrolled. They took us through soft skills, digital skills, creative writing, problem solving, interview skills. We had a mock interview session. All of that came together to ensure that all participants were fully ready to, if you can call it, attack the job market. Interestingly, the following year, COVID hit, and the company that I was working with needed to go fully remote. So we had to use a lot of productivity tools like Trello and Slack to ensure that we remained efficient. And these were tools that I became exposed to or aware of during the Ready for Work Career Coaching program. So for me, that immediate impact, which is helping me become successful at my workplace, then during the COVID period, is one thing that went a long way to benefit me. One thing that stood out for me in the program was the one-on-one coaching session I had with Miss Tracy, who is one of the big people at Samsung Ghana. And for me to be sitting next to her, sharing my problems, my challenges, listening to her share her experiences as a young lady navigating her career and getting all the way to the top was really quite inspiring. And it breathed certain sense of direction and belief in me, which is still very helpful up until this day. So thank you, Tracy, wherever you are. Another thing was, interestingly, there was an essay writing competition which I won. So I got a brand new Samsung phone and some cash. My phone was spoiled at the time, so it was a welcome present, and an instant reward for participating in the program, if you would put it that way. In 2024, I was selected to participate in the Mandela Washington Fellowship, which is a leadership program for young Africans. Every year, about 700 young people from Africa are selected to go to the United States of America. The fellowship is in two components. So there is a Leadership Institute and the Professional Development Experience. The Leadership Institute for all 700 people, and then only about 100 are selected to participate in the PDE, which is more like an internship. I was lucky enough to get the two. So I had my Leadership Institute at the University of California in Davis. So yeah, I got to experience Cali, which is quite fun. And then I had my PDE at Clean Air NC in Charlotte, North Carolina. As part of the fellowship too, we went to Washington, D.C. to participate in what we call the Leadership Summit. The biggest thing from the fellowship, honestly, for me, is the exposure. I called my mom and I told her that I think everyone needs to come to America, even if it's just once together. Like, just get into the country, just look around and go back to your home, because it does wonders to your spirit, to your confidence. Watching young people, especially in California, which is like the tech hub of the world, doing amazing things in their careers, in their life, just built a new sense of belief for me. It made me think that, Huda, if they can do this, then so can you. And being around the UC Davis environment, which is a world-class university, interacting with their students and interacting with the other fellows from African countries. In my institute, there were about people from 20 different African countries, all speaking different languages, with different cultures, different level of understanding, even different leadership styles. And we had to come together, integrate, network with each other, learn from each other, and bring all of that back home. During my participation in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, as I mentioned earlier, I won an essay writing competition. And to apply for the fellowship, you have to have good essay writing skills. So that's really where it began for me. Learning how to do it as SFAN, honing my skills over the years, and then applying for the fellowship. Honestly, now I'm so confident about whether it's graduate school, scholarships, any kind of essays that come my way. And I really want to say thank you to SFAN for, playing a key role in all of that. My advice to young people out there: unfortunately, our education doesn't fully prepare us for the demands of the job market. Organizations like SFAN are there to make sure that you are career ready, you are job ready, and you have the skills necessary and required to be successful in the job market. Like I said, they take you through digital skills, soft skills. They help you with interview skills, how to write cover letters. Even if your goal is to maybe apply to graduate school, they're there to help you through the process. So take that first step, be proactive about your future career set.
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready4Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready4Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.ready4work.africa. Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready4Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready4Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.ready4work.africa.
Searching for a job as an entry-level candidate often feels like a lonely walk in the dark. It's a daunting journey filled with uncertainty, self-doubt, and endless dead ends. You sit alone at your desk, scouring job boards, tailoring resumes, and crafting cover letters, hoping your words will resonate with a faceless recruiter. Each unanswered application feels like a whisper into the void, leaving you questioning your worth and wondering if you'll ever find your place. What if you could turn uncertainty into opportunity in weeks, not years? Meet Ready4Work V4, an AI-powered platform that lights the way to your dream career. Discover your personalized opportunity readiness score, unlock your unique strengths, and get real-time job matches with expert guidance to land roles faster. No more guesswork, just clear steps to success. Join ambitious job seekers securing their future with Ready4Work. Get ready for work today. Ready4Work. Unlock your potential.
This generation has unprecedented access to global opportunities through technology. Yet only 10% of Ghana's graduates secure jobs immediately after national service. The issue isn't a lack of talent. Rather, their education doesn't match what employers need. While Fortune 500 companies seek African talent, many graduates remain jobless. Stars from all nations, SFAN, bridges this gap with Ready4Work, Africa's first AI-powered career readiness platform. Ready4Work reverse engineers exactly what employers need, then builds personalized pathways to get there. Meet Huda Ibrahim, a Ready4Work graduate who transformed her career, securing a top role at EPA Ghana and a Mandela Washington Fellowship.
Hello, my name is Huda Ibrahim. I work with the Environmental Protection Authority of Ghana. I participated in the Ready4Work Career Accelerator program in 2019. At the time, I was a young lady who was getting towards the end of her national service, and I was so worried about whether I was going to get a job or not. I wanted guidance, advice, anything that would show me the way. SFAN came up with the Ready4Work Career Accelerator program, and I enrolled. They took us through soft skills, digital skills, creative writing, problem solving, interview skills. We had a mock interview session. All of that came together to ensure that all participants were fully ready to, if you can call it, attack the job market. Interestingly, the following year, COVID hit, and the company that I was working with needed to go fully remote. So we had to use a lot of productivity tools like Trello and Slack to ensure that we remained efficient. And these were tools that I became exposed to or aware of during the Ready for Work career coaching program. So for me, that immediate impact, which is helping me become successful at my workplace then during the COVID period, is one thing that went a long way to benefit me. One thing that stood out for me in the program was the one-on-one coaching session I had with Miss Tracy, who is one of the big people at Samsung Ghana. And for me to be sitting next to her, sharing my problems, my challenges, listening to her share her experiences as a young lady navigating her career and getting all the way to the top was really quite inspiring. And it breathed certain sense of direction and belief in me, which is still very helpful up until this day. So thank you, Tracy, wherever you are. Another thing was, interestingly, there was an essay writing competition which I won. So I got a brand new Samsung phone and some cash. My phone was spoiled at the time, so it was a welcome present, and an instant reward for participating in the program, if you would put it that way. In 2024, I was selected to participate in the Mandela Washington Fellowship, which is a leadership program for young Africans. Every year, about 700 young people from Africa are selected to go to the United States of America. The fellowship is in two components. So there is a Leadership Institute and the Professional Development Experience. The Leadership Institute for all 700 people, and then only about 100 are selected to participate in the PDE, which is more like an internship. I was lucky enough to get the two. So I had my Leadership Institute at the University of California in Davis. So yeah, I got to experience Cali, which was quite fun. And then I had my PDE at Clean Air NC in Charlotte, North Carolina. As part of the fellowship too, we went to Washington, D.C. to participate in what we call the Leadership Summit. The biggest thing from the fellowship, honestly, for me, is the exposure. I called my mom over and I told her that I think everyone needs to come to America, even if it's just once together. Like, just get into the country, just look around and go back to your home, because it does wonders to your spirit, to your confidence. Watching young people, especially in California, which is like the tech hub of the world, doing amazing things in their careers, in their life, just built a new sense of belief for me. It made me think that, Huda, if they can do this, then so can you. And being around the UC Davis environment, which is a world-class university, interacting with their students and interacting with the other fellows from African countries. In my institute, there were about people from 20 different African countries, all speaking different languages, with different cultures, different level of understanding, even different leadership styles. And we had to come together, integrate, network with each other, learn from each other, and bring all of that back home. During my participation in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, as I mentioned earlier, I won an essay writing competition. And to apply for the fellowship, you have to have good essay writing skills. So that's really where it began for me. Learning how to do it as SFAN, honing my skills over the years, and then applying for the fellowship. Honestly, now I'm so confident about whether it's graduate school, scholarships, any kind of efforts that come my way. And I really want to say thank you to SFAN for, playing a key role in all of that. My advice to young people out there: unfortunately, our education doesn't fully prepare us for the demands of the job market. Organizations like SFAN are there to make sure that you are career ready, you are job ready, and you have the skills necessary and required to be successful in the job market. Like I said, they take you through digital skills, soft skills. They help you with interview skills, how to write cover letters. Even if your goal is to maybe apply to graduate school, they're there to help you through the process. So take that first step, be proactive about your future career success, and participate in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program.
This is what happens when potential meets precision. While traditional platforms teach generic skills, hoping someone will hire graduates, Ready for Work teaches what employers in Lagos, Nairobi, and Accra are hiring for today and what global markets are paying for tomorrow. It also gives employers X-ray vision into candidate potential that no CV or interview can reveal. essentially offering early access to tomorrow's top performers while they're still affordable. Unlock your potential at readyforwork.africa.
Hi, my name is GSEW25, a gallery associate, an art practitioner, a social media marketer, and a PhD candidate at the Department of Painting and Sculpture, KNUST. I've been in the art and media industry for 12 years, and I developed interest in digital marketing. The Ready for Work platform provided an opportunity for me to develop new and advanced skill sets. I learned to believe in myself, and I learned how to use design thinking to drive innovation. I developed essential social media marketing skills to drive sales, enhance audience engagement, and build a community around a brand. Ready for Work has helped me develop confidence in my job search and has given me a lot of job opportunities. If you are looking for a job, you want to develop a new set of skills, you want to complement your degree, I recommend Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator.
Nigeria, with over 223 million people and a median age of 18.5, faces workforce readiness challenges. Reports show a 53.4% youth unemployment due to a skills mismatch, despite educational gains. A survey found 69% of 18 to 35-year-olds would relocate for better opportunities. Ready for Work, a digital career accelerator by SFAN, addresses these issues with entrepreneurship and digital skills training.
Hi, my name is Idris Abdulkarim. I'm a software engineer. I applied for the Ready for Work program in November 2022. Before I applied to the program, I was an analytical role and I was looking for something more technical. So I did my research and saw a program that promised to make me job ready in 6 weeks. I applied to the program. It was a competitive process as I had to take a technical assessment to prove that I could thrive in the program. I took the assessment and I got into the program, and in the program I had access to a world-class tutor that gave me resources and materials to help me master data science. His teaching was quite unique and it constantly made me ruminate on why I was doing something as against just getting an answer. Until date, I still apply that technique to everything I do. Aside from data science class, there was also a class on email writing and communication, which is quite useful in the workforce. So my recommendation for any entry-level graduate or mid-level professional looking to pivot is that you can give the Ready for Work program a go. Thank you.
I would describe my Ready for Work experience as impactful. As a recent graduate who's still trying to navigate the job space, I have received the confidence boost I need from the Ready for Work Career Accelerator. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator to individuals who are still trying to find their feet in the job space.
Invigorating. That's how I would sum up my Ready for Work Career Accelerator program. Through the coaching sessions, curriculum, and deliverables, I gained confidence in my ability to provide strategic direction for companies' products and services from a user experience point of view. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator program to young professionals looking for results-oriented career guidance. Thank you.
Ready for Work World 4 has been a great experience, very insightful. I've learned a lot of things I actually didn't know initially that I could learn. And then I will recommend this course in this program for anyone out there who seeks to pursue a career in the digital marketing field.
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready for Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready for Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.readyforwork.africa. Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready for Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready for Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.readyforwork.africa.
Searching for a job as an entry-level candidate often feels like a lonely walk in the dark. It's a daunting journey filled with uncertainty, self-doubt, and endless dead ends. You sit alone at your desk, scouring job boards, tailoring resumes, and crafting cover letters, hoping your words will resonate with a faceless recruiter. Each unanswered application feels like a whisper into the void, leaving you questioning your worth and wondering if you'll ever find your place. What if you could turn uncertainty into opportunity in weeks, not years? Meet Ready for Work V4, an AI-powered platform that lights the way to your dream career. Discover your personalized opportunity readiness score, unlock your unique strengths, and get real-time job matches with expert guidance to land roles faster. No more guesswork, just clear steps to success. Join ambitious job seekers securing their future with Ready for Work. Get ready for work today. Ready for Work. Unlock your potential.
This generation has unprecedented access to global opportunities through technology. Yet only 10% of Ghana's graduates secure jobs immediately after national service. The issue isn't a lack of talent. Rather, their education doesn't match what employers need. While Fortune 500 companies seek African talent, many graduates remain jobless. Stars from all nations, SFAN, bridges this gap with Ready for Work, Africa's first AI-powered career readiness platform. Ready for Work reverse engineers exactly what employers need, then builds personalized pathways to get there. Meet Huda Ibrahim, a Ready for Work graduate who transformed her career, securing a top role at EPA Ghana and a Mandela Washington Fellowship.
Hello, my name is Huda Ibrahim. I work with the Environmental Protection Authority of Ghana. I participated in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program in 2019. At the time, I was a young lady who was getting towards the end of her national service, and I was so worried about whether I was going to get a job or not. I wanted guidance, advice, anything that would show me the way. SFAN came up with the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, and I enrolled. They took us through soft skills, digital skills, creative writing, problem solving, interview skills. We had a mock interview session. All of that came together to ensure that all participants were fully ready to, if you can call it, attack the job market. Interestingly, the following year, COVID hit, and the company that I was working with needed to go fully remote. So we had to use a lot of productivity tools like Trello and Slack to ensure that we remained efficient. And these were tools that I became exposed to or aware of during the Ready for Work career coaching program. So for me, that immediate impact, which is helping me become successful at my workplace, then during the COVID period, is one thing that went a long way to benefit me. One thing that stood out for me in the program was the one-on-one coaching session I had with Miss Tracy, who is one of the big people at Samsung Ghana. And for me to be sitting next to her, sharing my problems, my challenges, listening to her share her experiences as a young lady navigating her career and getting all the way to the top was really quite inspiring. And it breathed certain signs of direction and belief in me, which is still very helpful up until this day. So thank you, Tracy, wherever you are. Another thing was, interestingly, there was an essay writing competition which I won. So I got a brand new Samsung phone and some cash. My phone was spoiled at the time, so it was a welcome present, and an instant reward for participating in the program, if you would put it that way. In 2024, I was selected to participate in the Mandela Washington Fellowship, which is a leadership program for young Africans. Every year, about 700 young people from Africa are selected to go to the United States of America. The fellowship is in two components. So there is a Leadership Institute and the Professional Development Experience. The Leadership Institute for all 700 people, and then only about 100 are selected to participate in the PDE, which is more like an internship. I was lucky enough to get the two. So I had my Leadership Institute at the University of California in Davis. So yeah, I got to experience Cali, which is quite fun. And then I had my PDE at Clean Air NC in Charlotte, North Carolina. As part of the fellowship too, we went to Washington, DC to participate in what we call the Leadership Summit. The biggest thing from the fellowship, honestly, for me, is the exposure. I called my mom and I told her that I think everyone needs to come to America, even if it's just once together. Like, just get into the country, just look around and go back to your home, because it does wonders to your spirit, to your confidence. Watching young people, especially in California, which is like the tech hub of the world, doing amazing things in their careers, in their life, just built a new sense of belief for me. It made me think that, Huda, if they can do this, then so can you. And being around the UC Davis environment, which is a world-class university, interacting with their students and interacting with the other fellows from African countries. In my institute, there were about people from 20 different African countries, all speaking different languages, with different cultures, different level of understanding, even different leadership styles. And we had to come together, integrate, network with each other, learn from each other, and bring all of that back home. During my participation in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, as I mentioned earlier, I won an essay writing competition. And to apply for the fellowship, you have to have good essay writing skills. So that's really where it began for me. Learning how to do it as SFAN, honing my skills over the years, and then applying for the fellowship. Honestly, now I'm so confident about whether it's graduate school, scholarships, any kind of essays that come my way. And I really want to say thank you to SFAN for, playing a key role in all of that. My advice to young people out there: unfortunately, our education doesn't fully prepare us for the demands of the job market. Organizations like SFAN are there to make sure that you are career ready, you are job ready, and you have the skills necessary and required to be successful in the job markets. Like I said, they take you through digital skills, soft skills. They help you with interview skills, how to write cover letters. Even if your goal is to maybe apply to graduate school, they're there to help you through the process. So take that first step, be proactive about your future career success, and participate in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program.
This is what happens when potential meets precision. While traditional platforms teach generic skills, hoping someone will hire graduates, Ready for Work teaches what employers in Lagos, Nairobi, and Accra are hiring for today and what global markets are paying for tomorrow. It also gives employers X-ray vision into candidate potential that no CV or interview can reveal, essentially offering early access to tomorrow's top performers while they're still affordable. Unlock your potential at readyforwork.africa.
Hi, my name is GSEW25, a gallery associate, an art practitioner, a social media marketer, and a PhD candidate at the Department of Painting and Sculpture, KNUST. I've been in the art and media industry for 12 years, and I developed interest in digital marketing. The Ready for Work platform provided an opportunity for me to develop new and advanced skill sets. I learned to believe in myself, and I learned how to use design thinking to drive innovation. I developed essential social media marketing skills to drive sales, enhance audience engagement, and build a community around a brand. Ready for Work has helped me develop confidence in my job search and has given me a lot of job opportunities. If you are looking for a job, you want to develop a new set of skills, you want to complement your degree, I recommend Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator.
Nigeria, with over 223 million people and a median age of 18.5, faces workforce readiness challenges. Reports show a 53.4% youth unemployment due to a skills mismatch, despite educational gains. A survey found 69% of 18 to 35-year-olds would relocate for better opportunities. Ready for Work, a digital career accelerator by SFAN, addresses these issues with entrepreneurship and digital skills training.
Hi, my name is Idris Abdulkarim. I'm a software engineer. I applied for the Ready for Work program in November 2022. Before I applied to the program, I was in an analytical role and I was looking for something more technical. So I did my research and saw a program that promised to make me job ready in 6 weeks. I applied to the program. It was a competitive process as I had to take a technical assessment to prove that I could thrive in the program. I took the assessment and I got into the program, and in the program I had access to a world-class tutor that gave me resources and materials to help me master data science. His teaching was quite unique. It constantly made me ruminate on why I was doing something as against just getting an answer. Until date, I still apply that technique to everything I do. Aside from data science class, there was also a class on email writing and communication, which is quite useful in the workforce. So my recommendation for any entry-level graduates or mid-level professional looking to pivot is that you can give the Ready for Work program a go. Thank you.
I would describe my Ready for Work experience as impactful. As a recent graduate who's still trying to navigate the job space, I've received the confidence boost I need from the Ready for Work Career Accelerator. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator to individuals who are still trying to find their feet in the job space.
Invigorating. That's how I would sum up my Ready for Work Career Accelerator program. Through the coaching sessions, curriculum, and deliverables, I gained confidence in my ability to provide strategic direction for companies' products and services from a user experience point of view. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator program to young professionals looking for results-oriented career guidance. Thank you.
Ready for Work World 4 has been a great experience, very insightful. I've learned a lot of things I actually didn't know initially that I could learn. And then I will recommend this course in this program for anyone out there who seeks to pursue a career in the digital marketing field.
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent. it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready for Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready for Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.readyforwork.africa. Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready for Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and
Hello, Tom-Chris.
Hi, Amadou.
How are you, my brother?
I'm alive. I'm well.
Congratulations. That's the first thing that I want to say.
Thank you.
For this marvelous event. God bless.
Hello?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Thank you so much.
Yes. Your mic is going on and off, Tom-Chris.
Is it better now?
Yes, it's perfect now.
Okay, wonderful. How's it going?
Going well. Thank you so much. I'm actually currently in Senegal. I came to check out the family and, it's all good. Just, busy with life, busy with everything. And, happy to be here to be talking about this great topic of climate change and climate governance.
Wonderful.
Excited to be here.
Wonderful. I'm excited for you to be here as well. Would you mind introducing yourself to our audience, just for those who haven't, explored your links and checked out your profile?
Yes, thank you so much, Chris. So, my name is Amadou Cissé. I'm actually originally from Mali, and I've had the privilege to live in several places in the world and actually travel all across the continent. I am an engineer by trade, so civil engineering was my degree. I also did water resources management, and then I started my career as a humble engineer and progressed all the way up to project management, portfolio management, and now I do a lot of that work, across the world, in particular in the Middle East, supporting the UN, and I'm also a PhD candidate, so I'm doing my dissertation on climate governance in West Africa. So that's why I wanted to come and discuss that a little bit. Really excited to be here and to meet you again, because we met once.
Yeah. Wonderful. Okay. So for individuals who are listening to us this morning, I guess the first question will be, what's missing in the conversation that your voice supports the insights that makes it complete?
Yeah. So what's missing in the conversation is, I think that the narrative has never been coming from us, right? So when I say from us, I'm talking about these nations that are struggling from a climate change perspective. West Africa in particular has 11 of the most impacted countries in the world from the effect of climate change. Yet we're not at the forefront of the discourse defining what the problems are and what the potential solutions are. So I think that that's the first piece. We are not in the conversation. We're not leading the conversation. We get invited to listen to lectures, right? So we're more guests than speakers, right? So that's the issue, as opposed to the one driving the conversation based on our needs and priorities, right? So you know it too well. You're from Nigeria. I'm from Mali. We have pretty much the same economies, all based on agriculture. 95% of our population, to some extent, has some rural farming background. You look at the lack of of again, ability to take that conversation and say, wait a minute, if we talk about climate change, how is that really impacting our populations, which are not only in cities, but mostly in rural communities? And what are we doing to make sure that we hear their concerns and we help them to participate and also provide solutions? Because we've been here before. It's not as if Africa was discovered 50 years ago and there was nobody, and we imported people and they started working and they've been poor and they've been struggling. No, we've always had issues like in many other parts of the world, but we've been resilient because we're able to do that. So we have to be part of the conversation. That's the first part. We have to be heard, we have to be understood, and we have to be able to express our needs, our concerns, and our solutions in our way. And it has to make sense, right? So if I don't resonate to you as an African, then I'm not going to resonate to somebody from Europe or from Asia or any other part of the world. We have to understand each other. We have to have a common language, right?
Wonderful. Okay, so I'm curious to also know when the epiphany occurred that that drew you into this conversation.
So so before I really answer this question, I just want to throw it out there for your audience. So I met Tom-Chris in Accra back in 2017. I used to live in Accra myself, and Tom-Chris was walking around looking for an event. I happened to be walking myself in the neighborhood, and we met right in front of the New Horizon School by the Togo Embassy Circle. And he was asking for directions, and I was asking, where are you going? He's going to an event, which I could not attend. And I was like, oh, I'm curious, what do you do? And he told me about, Stars from All Nations. And I was like, this is really interesting. You're working for the youth. I'm also interested in that domain because my sustainable development is my area of interest. So we already had something in common, trying to steer the African youth. He was trying to create jobs for them, and I was trying to find solution for them also from one perspective through education. So we had this in common. So I just wanted to put it out there. That was one of the many moments. But I was very fortunate because I had the privilege, like many of your guests have said, privilege is actually what we have to really appreciate to work and live in the US, right? So I would say that traveling a lot in my life and my career has always brought curiosity to my mind. Right. And the epiphany comes from realizing that this is a fantastic planet and fantastic world we live. And in particular, our continent is beautiful. Had the privilege to travel through 27 countries on the continent. So you see a little bit of everything. From the northern part of the continent, you're looking at, Algeria all the way down to South Africa. You've seen West, Central, different places. And across all of this, when I was doing my studies in water resources management, I realized that water was going to be one of the main issues in the future. And I just want to understand what was its impact on our economies, on our lives on a daily basis. And growing up in West Africa, looking at the Niger River in particular, seeing it dwindling down year by year, seeing more turbulence in the water. So it's not as clear as it was before. You can see more particulates in there. I was always curious, what are we doing right and what are we doing wrong? Right? It seems that we're using the water the right way for agriculture and different needs, but at the same time, it seems that we're polluting it, we're not protecting it, we're not ensuring that it's there for the next generations. So I think that also was a catalyst for me to really think about what can I do to better myself and to better understand the world in which I'm living. So when I was lucky enough to return back to the continent, I started first in Ghana, then moved to Senegal. I was wondering, I teach at the universities, classes here and there. But for me, it was, I need to go deeper. So I was approached by a faculty and said, why don't you do it? Why not? And now the subject, what would be the subject? So I was initially thinking sustainable development because that's what I've been doing for the longest. But, PhD, like my big brother, Fred Mabangolori, the provost and president at Academic City University in Accra says, PhD stands for put him down. And that's what happens. So they pull you down into the weeds. You start to understand the subjects, the topics of interest, and then you start to find a way, right? So it went from environmental policy to environmental governance, and from environmental governance to climate governance, because now climate is a bigger issue than the environment itself, because its impact is going to be there for centuries. So we really need to address that today, understand how it's affected us positively, negatively, and what are some of the ways to really go there. So that's what really, all of this experience, all those experiences and all of these events kind of brought this to fruition and raised the interest into exploring the topic and finding out more about it to be able to more articulate solutions that I think we already have at hand through my research, and that's where we are. You know, that was the epiphany from that standpoint.
Wow, interesting. Okay, so now, having been in the space for a while, what have you seen?
What I've seen is that you know, when we talk about climate governance, we can limit it to maybe 4 major policies as we define these climate policies on the continent. So initially, a lot of the countries have done their national policies. For instance, Ghana has one of the best national policies when it comes to climate change policies, you know, addressing climate change. There's just put a lot of effort. As you know, there's a lot of good academics in Ghana, a solid diaspora, you know, some good work being done in the country. So they were able to just bring all their heads together and write very, very stellar policies, you know, really looking at what adaptation would be for Ghana moving forward and how the country can reach prosperity. So that's one thing that I want to say. So big shout out to my Ghanaian people. And then you also had an evolution from these climate change policies. There was a need now to talk about climate adaptation. So climate adaptation policies became what we call NAP, the National Adaptation Policies, became the gold standard. So people moved away from a national policy more to an adaptation plan. To kind of say, okay, this is how we will adapt to climate change based on our realities, our economies, our needs, our priorities. This is the national strategy that we want to really push forward to talk about adaptation. And by the way, when we talk about climate change, you know, it's at 3 levels, and I'll go deeper into that later on. But these are basically the documents. Then they did communications to kind of keep pushing these adaptation policies and plans to talk about this is what we're doing, this is what we're updating. And more recently, since the Paris Agreement, we've been talking about national determined contributions. And these NDC documents are basically focused on climate mitigation, which is what do we do to reduce our impact in terms of climate change? How do we cut down our footprint? Meaning, like, how do we stop, if you want, producing all this CO2 and other greenhouse gases that have a serious impact in the long term on climate and climate cycles? That's what we call it, climate change. You know, so these are the 4 documents that I reviewed. I took a look at 119 documents in West Africa, including the ECOWAS strategy on climate change, and really try to see, was there a major difference between these documents, right? And where some documents resonating more than others, was it based on countries? Was it based on subjects of interest? Was it based on some of the solutions, right? And then also looking at my actual experience in my work, going out to different places and see, was that making sense? So, you know, this is how it was kind of structured. And so I went through keywords, understanding what is there, what is missing, and you know, and really structured from that perspective. But what was really interesting is that you cannot say that one particular document or type of policy is the best, just, you know, because you have to look at when was it produced, how was it produced, who produced it, and in which context, right? And I think that, again, as I mentioned before, the voice, right? So a lot of the time we produce documentation at the ministry level. We may have some conversations with people at different levels in the country. whether it's the youth, it's the farmers, it's the industrials, but you rarely see that reflected as a consensus document, right? It's more experts discussing what they think is important, and the voice of everyone is kind of missing. So I think that it's good to have a plan, right? Because that's a structure to do work, but then we need to have more conversations. And I think that should be the next evolution of how we will tackle climate governance, actually put it in place and make it work is through consensus, through conversation, through discussions, and better narrative, right? So that's what I think we need to really pull up forward to make it a reality.
Interesting. Okay. Well, so speak to some of the successes you've recorded. What do people need to know?
Sure. So thank you, Chris. So first of all, again, I think that when we talk about climate change, right, it's at three levels, right? We have what we call adaptation, which is basically where we are today, just trying to make it happen, surviving on a day-to-day basis. We have mitigation, which is preventing more pollution, more negative effect of climate change. But then you have resilience, which is a combination of both, because we're very vulnerable. And to be successful for anyone that wants to get into the field, first of all, you have to take your time to understand what is of interest to you, right? So in my study, there were many sectors that we could look at. So you had food, you had food which contains agriculture, fishing. We're interested about how to improve infrastructure. Now talking about a big corridor between Abidjan and Lagos, right? Connecting these major African cities along the coast. If we have such an infrastructure, it's a better flow for the economies, for the people, improves tourism, improves mobility as a whole. So they consider infrastructure as one of the key words. We also have water, because we want to make sure that water resources are key. Our agriculture is based on rain-fed agriculture, so we have to make sure that again there's enough water available for whatever reasons. And of course, we had poverty, and I think that poverty is one of these many areas where it's kind of difficult to grasp how to solve poverty, as you know it, because again, it's all relative. Is it $1 per day? Is it $2 per day? So I think that when we look at climate governance as a whole, trying to address all these different issues, this is where you really have to be able to go deeper into defining, again, as I said, what is your interest? So if, for instance, for myself, because my background was into water resources management, I started looking at, my subject from three perspectives. If it's water resources management and water in general, it has two major impacts, either to the ecosystem, because the water is in the ecosystem, and it has an impact on food, because for me, food security is one of the main issues. If we had food security across a beautiful continent, I think that a lot of the issues that we have in terms of war and conflict will disappear. The need for migration, from the continent to elsewhere will also disappear, because once you're fed, you're more productive, you're able to go to school, there's a lot of things that you can do, the society thrives itself. So for me, that was a connection. So I started looking at what is the impact of water and how can we better manage our water resources on the continent. So I was very pleased as I was doing this review of these policies. I said I looked at 119 documents to see that water resources management was there. So we had everything from integrated water resources management, which means that you look at water not just from one perspective, so not just in one sector, but in multiple sectors. You look at water supply, water quantity, but you also look at water quality. Is it the right type of water that you could drink from the tap, or do you need to do more work to clean up and bring it up to higher standards? So again, based on those subjects, I was able to go into deeper connections and try to find the implications and also the synergies between, water, the linkage between water and the other nexuses, like we said, we talk about water, food, energy nexus, meaning that now that you have the right quantity of water under the soil, how are you exploiting it? Are you using a pump to pump that water up? So if you have a pump, what's your source of energy? Are you talking about solar energy? Are you talking about a generator? What are the best options for us to bring that water out, in the context of farming, to be able to support some of our, agricultural adventures out there. So again, that was really the gist of it, and jumping into that. So I took, again, that specific aspect in my research, and I really try to go deep to make sure that I understood the issues of water in terms of quantity, quality, as I mentioned. What's the impact of climate change on water supply for cities, for farmers, for shepherds also, because, in the region we have, in particular, when you look at countries like Mali, Niger, and even Nigeria, large communities that depend on husbandry, so they have a lot of cattle. How do we make sure that all the sectors are engaged? And we know there's also a big change in most of our countries because urbanization is rampant. So now the city infrastructures require very specific dynamics when it comes to water supply than you have in the rural communities. So it was by connecting these different pieces that I was able to see a bigger picture, step back a little bit and say, okay, this is interesting, and this is definitely the way I want to go. So for anyone out there adventuring, again, it's a lot of fiddling, a lot of tinkering, but you will not have the answer right away. It's really about taking the time to engage in conversations with many other experts. So I had the privilege to work with a lot of colleagues in different fields and arenas, and it's that multidisciplinary approach perspective that helps you understand really what is important about your topic and realize the connection points that allow you to better grasp your subject.
Amazing. Okay, so now I'm guessing right now is about spreading this project that you care about across the continent. Well, you say West Africa.
Yeah, no, it starts. You have to start somewhere. So I say you start in West Africa because it's home. It's closer to what you know, where you've been. I've had the opportunity really to go all around West Africa. So from Mauritania all the way to some edges of Cameroon near Niger and Chad. So Nigeria and Chad, sorry. So really have that perspective, but then push that agenda across the continent. As you know, we have 54 countries. One thing that we realized is through the study is that, again, there's that strong sense of regional inclusion and regional development. So you could see that every single policy talked about impact of climate change, not only to their own country, but also to neighborhood countries. So there's that realization that we are not alone in this fight, like you, Chris, right? You're here, you've been here for more than 68 hours now. Your fight is on for this Guinness record. We are there with you. We participate to the end of you. It's the same thing, right? Yeah. So, you feed off of our energy and the positivity that we try to bring to the table. It's the same thing for us. So it's that passion. Understanding what's going on in one country in the region allows you to understand better the whole region and allows you to better understand the whole continent, right? Because there's a lot of similarities when you look at the 15 countries of ECOWAS compared to the rest of the continent. So we have the same problems and we also have the same solutions. So you start at the regional level because if you limit yourself to a country, you only have one side of the equation, right? If you want to put it from that. But when you look at multiple countries in one region, because of regional dynamics, you can really understand also climate change because it has dynamics. For instance, you may be in Nigeria and say, oh, I don't really care about Mauritania. Well, it's true because you're not directly connected to Mauritania. It's not one of your neighbors. But every year, we actually have dust from the desert of Mauritania making its way all the way to Switzerland, right? So the advantage of that is great for agriculture because it's bringing fertilizers, But the inconvenience of it is that now the sky is orange. The air pollution is at a high level in Europe. And so they should be concerned about what's going on in terms of desertification in Mauritania. So that's why the narrative is you cannot just be concerned about what's going on in your country, in your region, but you really have to look at the continent and the globe as a whole. So the mission is, where do we start, again, in the region? Well, ECOWAS is there, is very strong. We have a lot of economic ties. We understand that our progress is done together, right? So, as I mentioned, when we have an African team making it to the World Cup, we are all from Morocco, all from Cabo Verde, all Nigerian, right? We all cheered for Cameroon and many of the African countries that made it to the World Cup every time, because again, we have a sense of belonging. It's the same for the subject that I'm talking about. You cannot take climate change and then think it only impacts you as a country or you as a region. It's really a big issue. So you take it from the regional perspective, engaging the right parties, whether it's at the government level, it's at the different organizations, NGOs working on the subject, as well as, again, civil society. I think that that's what I was telling you at the beginning of the interview, that we need to hear the voice of everyone, right? And then if these communities are not heard and they're not participating at the table, then it's just a discourse of the big players, the OGA, which are not necessarily, making a difference on a day-to-day, when, the little people, again, can bring solutions that have not been considered, right? So we take it from one country to one region to one continent to the whole world. That's the idea. But it has to be in collaboration. It has to be done with an organization like yours, right? We identify the right talent coming from the right universities, and this right talent now is being given the opportunity to work in the sectors where there's a need, right? So you come with a business background or you come with an engineering background, nothing says that you cannot work in IT or you cannot work in agriculture, right? So you bring in a different perspective, you bring in a different angle. So it's all my experiences that allow me to have a better understanding of my subject. So you need to travel, right? You need to travel to see what's out there, to understand how things are connected, and that's how you can bring the conversation and raise awareness with the different stakeholders that you're having.
Okay, so let's take some case in point examples. Let's take some case.
Sure.
Yeah.
So case in point example. Go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say, let's take some case in point examples that you saw in the process of this work.
Sure, thank you very much. So I'll say I was fortunate, I got to work in the region in particular. One thing that's really struck me is when we had the opportunity to work with rural communities in Sorono State. We're out there. Change where the streams, you have these currents that are happening after floods, so massive, and now you have a hard pan structure, which is soil that is very hard. Half moons, the Zai technique from Burkina Faso, you can rejuvenate the soil, but it takes community effort, right? So it shouldn't be a project that is funded for 2 years with small. Pretty much the same, like I was saying, in Nigeria, you can see how these communities were able to the level, right? They improve the standard of living. They were able to improve the quantity of water that was retained in the soil. They were able to improve the harvest, right? And now you mix it with other, techniques like post-harvest loss reduction, where you are now giving them the right shedding, the right storages for the grains, the right technique to dry these grains and then to be able to transport it to the markets. So it's the whole linkage between how you produce, how you preserve after the production, and how you choose market, able to necessarily reap the benefits of this economic growth, because they're not, you don't have wastage. So that's one issue that you'll see in agriculture. To kind of step out a little bit of the region, you can see now Ethiopia, with the new dam that they've put in place, is trying to achieve what we call energy security. And you will not be able to get there until you again, to develop your country, you need to have access to almost free energy. And that's why you see most modern countries are able to produce so much, like for instance, China, because electricity has basically no cost. So these are some of the small examples that I can give there that are key. And I think that, again, when I say it's really about where can you invest in terms of economy, and where do you think would bring the most opportunities for your population and the different sectors of interest. That's where you'll be able to come about with this. So these are two of the examples that I quickly want to give on that topic.
Amazing. Okay, so let me. Hello?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry.
No worries. Let me throw in one.
Hello, Chris. Tom-Chris.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear now. Sorry.
No worries at all. Let me throw in one of the ones that one of the questions that might make for additional thinking. So when you engage with the communities, and some individuals don't understand or agree with your point of view in terms of climate change, how do you for example, those that need further.
Yes, thank you, Tom-Chris. That's actually a fantastic question, and I have the perfect story for it. So I was working with colleagues in Mali, and we were talking about climate change, and some of them were very skeptical. Like they were like, "What are you talking about?" And I told them about a story that I heard in a village. There was a small community in Mali where, for the longest, they noticed over the years that the biodiversity was changing. So the antelopes that they used to see were gone. The hippos were gone. Some of the crocodiles were gone. So more and more, as that small stream was drying up, right, the whole life around it disappeared, because you know that everywhere you have. So what happened is one of the projects got funded nearby for irrigation scheme to really push for agriculture of rice. And because of the small dams that were created, you had checkpoints. And checkpoints, of course, create water. So you had water aggregating, and some of that water found its way to that former stream that used to be very rich. And now the farmers noticed that they saw small alligators, right? They were like surprised. We haven't seen alligators here in 15 years, right? So through the conversation, we said, you see, when everything was correct, these animals were there. When everything changed, they disappeared. So this is the evidence, right? You may take it for granted because, again, we're using scientific terms and we're going beyond the conversation. But if you look at it from a very, very basic narrative, you notice that as your neighborhoods are being built in your city, the lands that were green and lush, the parks and the forests, have been cut down. And they are now replaced by homes. These small streams that used to be here have dried up, and all the animals have the effects. So when you engage in the discussions, you really have to bring it to a subject and an understanding that they get. One of the many things that we do when we work with these communities is that we ask them, over the last 15 years, what have been some of the major events in your communities? Was it a flood? Was it a drought? Was it COVID-19? Was it any extreme event? It could be political, it could be economic, whatever it is that has marked you. And you'll notice that over 15 years, the discussion always rotates around 6 or 7 climate events, right? It will be a major flood, it will be a major drought, it might be invasion by some kind of pest, something that marks these communities. And when you look at these cycles and they discuss it, then they see that these are cyclical. They happen very often. A flood is every 3 to 5 years. A drought is every 3 to 5 years. So it's not a one-off event. It's a repetition of the same event. And that's how you engage them in this conversation. They say, look, it's not random. It has happened. It will happen again. So the question now is, what are we going to do about it when it happens the next time? Are we ready? Have we alerted the communities that you are living in a floodplain? Therefore, this rainfall that happens, supposed to happen every 100 years, now is happening every 5 years. You will be flooded in 4 years. Are you ready for that flood? Do you want to still live there, knowing that your house will be flooded, your crops will be damaged, and then you might even get malaria because we'll have these ponds staying there for weeks in front of your house? Again, that's how you kind of talk to them in terms that they understand, so that the conversation makes sense. Otherwise, people are lost because you get into scientific terms and you're talking about water cycle and all that, and they will not get it. So it's really about bringing the conversation to the audience level and making sure that you're using terms and narratives that make sense to them, and really asking questions. I think that with the right probing, they realize themselves what's going on, and they'll say, oh yes, I remember when I was a kid, this was going on, and this is not happening anymore. And then they can put 2 and 2 together. You really have to make it inquisitive for them to get to that point. So
interesting. So have you been able to convince a lot more people in that direction that your point of view?
Yes. I think we started with at the university level. So I work in academia. You have access to the young minds, right? So they're eager to learn. They're thirsty for knowledge. Some of them think that they have all the answers, which is really good because you can engage in conversations. But you break down problems. I think that through my teachings, that's the first thing that I introduce it to the next 2 in a specific case where we highlight problems and then we leave it open in terms of solutions. And you'll be surprised how the students evolve in this conversation throughout the classes. The more they understand the subject, the more they understand the different synergies, the better they're able to articulate. Hello?
I'm here.
Can you hear me, Tom-Chris?
Yes, I can now. It was cutting off a moment ago.
Okay, no problem. So like I was saying, it's really about understanding your audience, and then based on the understanding of the audience, you can really engage them in conversation. So, as I said, students are probably some of the best people you can influence positively with conversations. Other people that you're talking to, depending on their bias, depending on their understanding or their belief, because sometimes we cling to what we believe as being true, will not necessarily be open to the initial conversation. But it's dialogue. That's what I was telling you in the beginning of the interview is, you have to be at the table. You have to have a voice and you have to be heard. And everyone has that right and that opportunity. So we, in the work that we do, we typically separate groups. So we have the elders, because the older member of the community typically see the world from their perspective based on their experiences and their bias. And then they want to push the agenda one way. You have the young people, of course, always excited, eager to change the world for the better because they think they know everything, right? So cheers to the youth. And then we're looking at women in our communities and then what they have to say. I know you hear of small examples like, somebody wanted to put a well in the middle of the village because it will be more convenient, closer to the schools, closer to the market, closer to the homes, right? Because it makes sense. That's what we think. It makes sense. But when you engage the women in the community, they will tell you, no, we rather have the well far away, right? A mile away from the village. And you're like, why would you want to have the well so far away? I mean, it's not convenient. We want you to stop walking so much to fetch water. And they say, no, we want that because that's part of our social interactions. When we go fetch water, we can gossip, right? So we can talk about our neighbors, we can talk about our husbands, we can talk about our kids, we can talk about the different subjects in the community without having ears paying attention to what we say. So again, you engage them based on what, again, their understanding is, and then it's when you understand how they think, what their challenges are, you can now engage them better to bring about the right solutions for them. And that's one thing that's important. No matter what we try to do, it has to be a local solution for a local problem, right? It has to be adapted to their realities. A lot of the time, interventions come in with the best of intentions, but they're not done the right way because the answer is, but you didn't really ask the question for what the real problem was, right? And you see that some of the best development projects always have a social component because in addition to the good that you want to do from one perspective, understand what else the population or the beneficiaries you're trying to support also want to see, bring this whole project together and make sure that the buy-in is there. For the longest, you can look at a community and ask, what is a major issue for you? And they say security. And we just don't feel secure in our communities. So you try to put some lights. Okay, if you're putting lights, who's going to protect the lights, right? Who's going to make sure they're not being vandalized? Are they being placed in the right part of the community where, again, there's a strong support because that was the number one need that was identified, right? So, again, these are all the different subjects that you can, consider when you engage in them, but you really have to pay attention to their needs and really show empathy in trying to help them, right? Because if you don't have that level of engagement where they feel like you're really coming for them, then, you're just someone coming through with some crazy ideas and they will not pay attention. So you have to share your compassion. You have to be able to show them that you understand what they're going through because you're from there. That's what I said. And I started this journey in West Africa because I'm a West African. I understand our communities. I've been there. I've lived there. I worked there. I ate there, right? So we struggle together. We work together. I grew up in those communities, right? So it's much easier to understand at that level. And then you can now push the agenda across the continent because it's very similar. But that's how you get the narrative going with these communities, right?
Awesome. Okay. Thanks for your explanation, and I'm thinking to myself, if I was one of those people who still face or feel.
I'm sorry, Chris.
Hello?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I lost you for a minute. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Repeat the question. I've lost you.
I'm just about to ask for those individuals that, feel like their understanding of climate change is from the prism of the marketing messages, the it was like global warming, then global cooling, and then climate change. So one of the difficulties people have faced, and myself inclusive, is, yes, we know that our climate is going through evolution and changes, and is getting more evident every day. But the prescriptions of how to address such changes seems to be one-dimensional. So, for example, the policies about clean energy and emission programs and things like that. So, and soon enough, actually yesterday, I remember yesterday, one of my speakers, she was making emphasis to the fact that some African countries enter into some of these agreements, like the emission programs. But do you think that some of those extreme measures and programs live up to the purpose of what you see happening on the ground? And they are actually going to help countries that you've worked in to address the challenges that we know are happening, and can sustainably, give us the outlook of what we want our children to see in the future. What do you say to people who think some of these programs will not objectively solve the problem that we are looking at? Because if you take, for example, I remember if you go back to, say, the drive for clean energy transition and things like that, to be able to power some of those cars that don't use fossil fuel, you still need to engage with our natural ecosystem to get the cobalt, which, as you know, in some instances require child labor, and the ground is tilled, and so what have you I guess my question is, what have you seen in the sequence of your work that makes this argument invalid? Or what have you seen that people don't understand, that will make them appreciate the fact that these prescriptions of, those prescriptions are in the right order? I know I'm taking a lot of time to, frame my question, but
no, that. No, it's good. It's a very good question, and I think it's a good way to segue into that. No, actually, you're absolutely right. So I think the prescription is just what it is. It's a prescription, right? So you base it on symptoms. So you think that the problem is X, right? You may have done some testing, or your gut feeling tells you that's the problem. Therefore, you prescribe a solution. So if you look at it from a scientific evidence, yes, it makes sense that to address climate change in the long run, you have to stop the problem. But just to answer that, I would not be calling myself a naysayer, but I'll say it, right? The issue is, even if today, right, we wanted to stop climate change, it will require for everything to stop, meaning no cars are driving, no planes are flying, no factory electricity being generated, quote unquote, just either from a dam or from solar batteries or solar panels or wind panels, whatever it is, renewable energies, which is very small in terms of production. You can see that civilization or whatever the world in which we are today will cease. I mean, it's not going to happen. If you can't fly a plane, half of the business will stop. You cannot put everything on a boat or on a train, right? A boat, electric boat or electric train, whatever. So that narrative of saying that is false. It shouldn't be called as the best prescription. It could be one of the many prescriptions, but like when you go see the doctor after you had, malaria or the flu, you get antibiotics, you'll get vitamins, you might get something for your tummy because it's upset. It's several prescriptions. So again, that's what I was saying. Who is at the table discussing? And there is engagement between multiple parties, but I think that what we've seen and where we need to go with energy. Solar, I'm a big fan of solar. I love solar energy. I actually work in it. I've been working in it for a long time. It makes sense. But solar panels, as you know, it's made out of silicon and other materials that require mining. And we know that the mining sector has its own issues, not only with child labor, but also with pollution, contaminations, and everything that comes in there with the middleman coming in and gouging prices. So we know there are problems there. The end cycle of the panels also is a problem. Yeah. How do we make sure that these panels are not thrown in the environment? They're going to contaminate the soil and the water with these heavy metals and other parts that they have. So again, we live in a world where a long time ago, we were producing something for 20 to 30 years, right? When Toyota and Ford used to make their first cars, they wanted you to drive that car, and they wanted your child to drive that car, and if possible, your grandchild to drive that car. We live now in a society of consumption. Whatever we produce is for short term. Even your own phone, your cell phone that you have at the table right now, your laptop, if you're lucky, they last 3 years, at best 5 years. So we moved into a cycle of consumption, which is really impacting what we need to do and the right way. So to answer your question, yes, it's not the best of prescription by itself, but it should be a combination of prescription. What we need to do is to really identify what is important for us. So if you look at, because we're talking about Ghana, because you happen to be in Ghana, what is in the best interest of Ghana today? Is it to solarize completely the energy production? Maybe. Is it to put more dams on rivers that we have? Maybe. Is it to invest more into what we call smart agriculture, which is also expensive to some extent? Maybe. Is it to really better take care of our water resources because, they are key for survival? Maybe. Yes, it's all of these things, right? So you cannot be limited to one prescription. And like I said, the discourse changes because it's a plan. Whatever you do is a plan, right? So you plan to do this Guinness World Record with 100 guests minimum, right? But you know that you need to plan for 115 because some of them may drop off. The hours may change. We may have interruptions or disruptions, or you may not feel well and you need a break, right? So all of these things have to be accounted for in the plan. But you need to have a consensus. You need to have people behind you willing to understand what you're saying and subscribing to your dream. That's how we make a difference, right? So it's that whole engagement, and we're lucky enough on the continent that we have the support from so many people, whether it's in civil society, NGOs, international organizations, our own governments willing to push that agenda forward. But again, it has to be an effort. There has to be a team effort, and that's the first thing. You need to identify is who's the team, who has your back, who's willing to put in the support, to sacrifice themselves also along the way with you, so that you can achieve the results. Because by ourselves, there's nothing we can do. I mean, your voice only resonates as an echo if you're talking to yourself, right? So we're having a conversation, and we want more people to have that conversation about what do we do to really bring about, climate governance, because we know when we talk about governance, we want the people to be involved. We need the government to be stronger, more capable, with the right resources, the right plans, the right infrastructures in place, the right institutions, right? We keep talking about we don't need, strong people, we need strong institutions. It's true, right? Because an institution is made out of many, many more people than just a group of individuals. So to keep the hope alive and the dream alive, that's what we need, right? And then, like I said, there's not just one answer and one prescription for that. It's a combination of everything. And as we engage more in these dialogues, we have to make sure that the right people are there at the table. I like it when we look at the COPs, for instance, and you see a lot of young people being engaged, very passionate about that. I think that, we need to see more of that here, because these young people see the world very differently than we do. I have kids, so I have a young teenager at the house. She's 16, and she's talking in this language like 6, 7 and clock it, and, it's the whole new vocabulary, right? But if you cannot relate to them and they cannot relate to you, then we don't have a common solution, right? So it's my way of thinking, because I'm an adult, I'm the parent. I think I know what's best when the child also has their perspective. So as we're working with our governments, we're working with our communities to solve this crisis in which we are, it cannot be a narrative from one voice only. We have to consider everyone's voice, but when we have to decide what's our priority, right? If you look at any of our country and you say that water resources management will be a priority, nobody would disagree. If you say tackling poverty, nobody would disagree. But is it the best place for us to put our resources, and will we get the best value out of those investments if it's not properly thought out, discussed again, and understood? And then priority shift. So we have to also give ourselves some flexibility into this. But I think that we are seeing now, with the advancement of solar panels and batteries and even electric mobility, that this is the future and what it's going to look like. And I think that we have an opportunity on the continent to leapfrog a lot of what has happened in other parts of the world in terms of industries and and advancement, and embrace that. Embrace the technology, embrace AI, embrace these solar panels, embrace the batteries, and take that to really help us move forward and not make the mistakes that other countries have made, which has aggravated the problem. So yes, let's talk about climate mitigation. Let's embrace, energy transition, but it has to be under our own terms, given our means, and knowing that once we pick a solution, we have thought out all the implications down the road, right? What are the issues with labor? What are the issues with pollution? What are the issues with, availability, access, right? Is it going to be a fair system for everyone, or are we still going to have disparities, which we see everywhere in the world? So, but that's, I think, part of the narrative as well, and that's the way we should move forward.
Well said. Well said. One of the things I like about the way you frame your response is that it helps every voice to be accounted for. What people don't feel comfortable about is when their reservation is interpreted as skepticism or denialism. It seems to, correlate that not agreeing to a chosen narrative becomes problematic, which, as you know, is when we, when we have that opportunity to hear every voice and hear every side of the room, the argument becomes more refined. So yeah, it's been an amazing time, listening to you and hearing about your work across the continent.
Thank you, Tom-Chris.
It's a pleasure to receive your support again. Thank you so
Pleasure,
very
my
much.
brother. God bless. And if you need anything, just ping me. You know I'm there for you. Pleasure. And continue. We're here. Keep going for that record.
Yeah.
Keep up.
Early morning. Yeah, early mornings are always a struggle, but yeah, I'm in it for the long haul. So
yes, keep smiling.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the recipe. Keep smiling, my brother. It gives you more energy than you think. Smile throughout.
Yeah.
It's hard. I see you holding your head. I see you leaning.
Yeah.
Keep smiling, my brother. You got this.
Thank you.
You got this, Tom-Chris. You got this.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. My pleasure.
All right. So we transition to Neka. She's in the US and she is right here.
Hello.
Hi, Queen Neka.
Good morning. Can you see me?
Yes, I can see you.
All right, I'm joining from my phone, so I am sorry that I was trying to add the background. It wasn't working. But good morning, Tom-Chris. How you doing today?
I'm alive and I'm awake.
No, I need you to have a little bit more energy when I'm on the line. You know how I am, Tom-Chris. You already know how I bring it. I'm alive. I'm making it. I'm gonna need you to have that energy. Like, you know what? This is day one. This is the first hour I'm doing this. I need you to get pumped up. You know, you are almost to the finish line. And like I always tell you, Tom-Chris, you are what you make yourself to be. So if you sit here like I'm alive. I'll get through the day. Bring that fire, baby.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
I'm alive. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for bringing the energy in the room. You bring it all the time. So I'm excited to. I see. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Good morning once again. Turning ideas into action, entrepreneurship strategies for African youth. All right.
Yes.
Okay, so for individuals who might not have seen you the last time or explored your work, read your profile, what do they need to understand about you to make this conversation as exciting as you have thought in your mind?
I feel like what people need to know about me is I am making global impact. I am a powerhouse. I am very bold, and I am here to create a pathway for not just myself, but for others. And so anybody know Nika, they know that she's resilient. They know that she is a go-getter, and she does not stop at anything. I have overcome so much, and I have a lot to sow back into the youth. And so that is my focus right now in life is focusing on the youth, particularly the youth in Africa.
Awesome. Okay, so you have supported young people in turning their ideas into action. So how does it work? What's the principle for this objective?
Well, the principle for this objective, and that's a great question, Tom-Chris. I first want to just take a quick moment and just say thank you again for this opportunity to join your listeners in your audience. What I feel like the objective is helping them to understand that the ideas need to have an action plan aligned with it. We all can have ideas, right? But it's how we execute it. And this is my personal favorite. I think that everybody can agree the world is using ChatGPT. ChatGPT can help you to design an idea, but ChatGPT doesn't help you execute that idea. Mm-hmm. And so that's where I come in place to really help these young people to find strategies. What are the first steps that you need to take in order for you to achieve your goals? And it's also helping them to understand that it's okay to set short-term goals as you're working very hard to the longer goals. And so, yeah, that's the overall objective.
Wonderful. Okay, so I like checklists. Let's do a checklist of the step-by-step process of getting this done. First, I'm hearing you need a guide like yourself who can handhold you in the process of making it happen. So what next?
Okay, what I would say is not to be considered as a guide, but more like a mentor.
Right.
So having a mentor, a business mentor, someone that actually helps you form your business plan, develop a business strategy, and then moving into the execution aspect. So the first thing you need to do is identify the need. Tom-Chris, often people are creating businesses just based on what they think, or maybe their neighbor did it, or they seen something cool on TikTok, so they thought, hey, I can do this too. But it's not always sustainable. That might have worked for that person, but it doesn't mean that it's going to work for you. So we're talking about sustainability is forming an idea based on what a current need is in our world, especially when you think about, what are the needs in Africa and how can you solve them? And so those are the first steps, identifying what the need is, and then looking at what strategies to put in place. How do you solve that need? And then our biggest hurdle is funding. And I feel like we have been so complacent with just indicating that there's no funding in Africa, there's nobody to actually help them get their ideas actually into an incubator and moved into action. But there's several different organizations that assist with startup companies and funding. The key thing is positioning your business so that it can be in alignment for that funding. So you have to know, what does that look like? And a lot of times you won't know that until you start engaging with some of these financial institutions that can help you know these are the things that you need to have with your business in order for you to receive funding from us.
Wonderful. Okay, so let's go through the touch points of what they need to have.
So the first thing, as I stated, you need to have an idea. You need to identify what the need is. Mm-hmm. And then from there, you need to draw out that plan. So let's just say that in Ghana particularly, we know that a lot of young ladies in the SHS and even JHS, SHS level, there's a lack of clean washroom environments in their schools. So you can be able to look at how can you design something that supplies that need. So then you start there. Once you have identified the problem, you then need to build out a business plan. Once you build out a business plan, you need to look at how do you execute that plan. And to be honest, Tom-Chris, it's not a one-all for everybody. It's different. It varies. Some people, they may come from a financial family background that has the capabilities of being able to give them the funding that they need. Once you have done the appropriate steps, then you register the business. And in most of the countries, you can go through your ministries, you can look on your government website to know how to appropriately register your business in your country. Again, these things vary, so I don't want to give them the idea that everything is done through ministry that is applicable in Ghana. But I know for a fact in Rwanda, when you're ready to start a business, you can register that business online and have that business going within 6 hours. So just wanted to indicate that it can vary from country to country. Once you've got your business registered, you then can start looking at, is there available funding for a startup business in what area you're trying to bring a business into? And right now, the leading areas of things is medical and technology. And, you'll have someone thinking, I'm going to be a content creator. And everybody is rushing to be a content creator, but that may not be sustainability for everyone. And so that's why I'm saying that it's really important that these young minds think about something greater than just a right now financial means of getting ahead, but look at their future and how they want to grow and move on from there. Checklist check.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, so I guess the other side of the topic is entrepreneurship strategies for African youth. And I always like to remind young people that entrepreneurship is a thing you do, and not, I mean, a way you think, and not necessarily a thing you become in terms of position or something like that. It's a mindset more than anything else. So strategies for African youth, if I'm thinking in the direction of what you wrote, or if we are aligned in that thinking, it means you can execute your entrepreneurial impulses in different ways, whether it means supplying a need or becoming the owner of your destiny in the context of being a reliable team player, or team operator in an existing organization, or re-engineering the process of your participation in the community, in whatever way that becomes. You're a civil servant, and you're a civil servant with a difference, because you understand that there's a need to be filled in the society, and so you use these principles and precepts to ensure that the confidence of your voters are met with results. Are we aligning in what you're thinking when?
Yeah, I agree with you on that, because as you mentioned, first I am getting more into teaching intentional entrepreneurship, because it's the way that is happening globally. You have a lot of students coming out of SHS. They go into the uni, and then they graduate, and they have these degrees with no job placement. Even in the US, we suffer with that a lot, that people get these degrees, and when they first start into the work field, it's not typically in the field where they actually have the degree in. And so one thing that sometimes we're doing is, because we're not sure of what we're doing, we end up creating debt for ourselves before we even start getting wealth. And so with entrepreneurship, excuse me, it's not just sitting at home and doing nothing. It's not just having this creative schedule to just do things how you want. I mean, in a sense, you do have a little bit of leeway with that, but as I know, Tom-Chris, as an entrepreneur, I mean, even right now, as we speak, I'm here in the U.S. talking to you all in Ghana. It's 3 a.m. for me. And so it's like, this is a part of entrepreneurship. It's sometimes being able to get up in the wee hours of the morning to get things done. Maybe you have something you need to complete on your website or something like that. So we're definitely in the alignment space, to your point, Tom-Chris, because they need to understand that there is levels to entrepreneurship. It's not just quick wealth. It doesn't always go like that. And then sometimes that has a slow growing process. Sometimes somebody with a property that or renting businesses or other, and it takes time for there's different mentorship goes here.
Is that a Wi-Fi on? That's fun. No, the one that is connected tonight is the MTN 2G. What about the media guest? I see. Hello? Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Wonderful. All right, let's piggyback from the topic to your personal mission in Ghana and in Africa. I mean, for some people that might want to understand what your work has been about, what do you want to share with them about the missions and the projects that you've been embarking on? And is there anything you're working on right now that people can tap into?
Yeah, there's a couple of things that I'm working on right now. So before I get into what I'm working on right now, a little bit about me. I came and moved on the continent in October of 2020. I have a traveling fashion production called Fire on the Runway International. I am the only Black woman that is successfully doing fashion shows in both the U.S. and in Africa. So, hey, clap for me.
Let them know. Let them know.
Let them know. You know what I'm saying? Did you know this about me? And I recently just concluded a fashion show in New York Fashion Week, Motherland in the City. So I have always provided opportunities through that channel, through my fashion production, in employment opportunities there on the continent, and even employing people virtually to work with us that we may not all be in the same place, but thanks to technology, we're able to connect all over the world. Some of the other things in Ghana that I am presently on and in doing is I am the Global Director of Developments and Initiatives for Let's Lead Africa. And our whole mission is to raise the morale of women and youth in Ghana and beyond, and just helping them see leadership and see themselves in positions beyond the blue collar positions, in governmental positions. Because if we have everybody running the same race, sometimes it's only one or two people that gets ahead. So creating those pathways that allow more than just one person to become successful at a time. I also am the chairwoman for Greater Accra Models Union of Ghana, where I have another opportunity to work with youth. Tom-Chris, I mentor in Eve International. I have mentored in Ghana with the GSEW program. I have also mentored and currently with Mentor Woman Ghana. Sorry, Tom-Chris, about this little cat. I can't do anything about it if you hear this little cat yowling in the background. So I'm sorry, okay?
No worries at all. No worries.
Okay. I have also started an initiative under the Let's Lead Africa called the Young Ladies Lead, where we focus on young women between the ages of 18 and 30, and we provide them with mentorship, capacity building, leadership development. And one of the biggest things that I'm a champion for is volunteering, because sometimes you volunteer yourself into a paid opportunity. And also, I'm a champion for collaborations, partnerships. I think that, we have this mindset that our whole thing is to just be an individual. I need to be the main one climbing to the top. And that's good for us to do, don't get me wrong. But it's also great for us to be powered in numbers. I mean, if we want to get spiritual or religious a little bit, we look into the Bible and it says to us, there's a power in numbers. And so I believe in that. I stand on that. I want to give that message to your viewers. There's power in numbers. So even in entrepreneurship, when you're starting out, maybe you don't have the resources to pay for graphic designs, but you have a friend that does graphic designs, and you guys can just exchange skills with each other in order to get things done. Some of the other things that I've done is I've worked as head of operations for a wellness company there in Ghana. I'm listing these things out just to show that over the past 6 years plus, I have been doing a lot on the continent in the essence of capacity building. And really, 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 my biggest thing is trying to help people shift their mindset.
Awesome. And that makes absolute sense, because we have to be in charge of the software running in our brains, and which is interesting because a lot of people haven't, or some people haven't stopped to think about who wrote the software, running in their most precious operating system.
Sorry about that. Just trying to get our brains to cooperate with where we're at. And so that's why I like that you make your interviews conversational, because without doing that, Tom-Chris, you're going to crash. You have to be able to find a way to keep your mind stimulated, even when overall, you want to sleep. So I always want to make sure I throw in something a little funny, something a little radical, something a little different, just to, keep you pumped up. And my prayers is with you that you continue to finish this thing real strong. I had the privilege of being in the actual studio with you last year, which was an honor, which was a privilege. And so, I'm glad to be back again, and that we can have these conversations that is evoking the mindset and just helping us to realize that entrepreneurship is possible. Real quick, for me, I started entrepreneurship. I told this last time, I'll tell it again. I was homeless with my children, and homeless in the sense of I didn't have my own place. We were staying with a friend. It was like 7 of us in a what would I call it? A chambers and hall. It was 7 of us in a chambers and hall, and to be honest, my boys are not small boys. They play football, so they're big. So it's not a big space, but there we were, and God bless my friend who gave me an opportunity. And while I stayed with her, I was having a hard time. Yes, US, these things really happen. I was having a hard time finding a job. As brilliant as I'm, as skilled as I am, those things is what happens also in America. And being a single mother, didn't have other resources. I could not afford to pay for an apartment for my children and I, and we stayed with my friend, and I started my entrepreneurship journey while I was there. So you don't have to wait till you reach a certain level of success for you to get that idea out there. You just got to get out there and see how it works for you.
Awesome. When you coach the young people that you coach and mentor in changing their mindset, what do you notice is some of the mental blocks, to this life of excellence and productivity and progress that you aim to aspire them towards?
Yeah, great question. Basically, the truth of it is most of them are always looking at people's end results. They're looking at the wins. They don't know about the process, because often we don't like to talk about the process of entrepreneurship, when you don't have any money in your bank account, nothing. and you may have salaries that need to get paid, and you have different things that needs to go on in your business, and you have to really strategize and look at how do you make these things happen for yourself. So I take those mental blockages off of feeling defeated before even trying, and getting them to understand that it's a process. It's levels to this. If you're not, you're not cheating your way through, it's a process, and the brightest thing is the most hopeful thing. Maybe you create an ideal of something that's really gonna pop and get the attention of millions of people, and you can become a millionaire overnight. It's possible. So I make them to think things like that. I help them to really feel like it is possible for you to do anything you want to do. You just have to put your mind to it. And that's what I noticed, is that there's not been a lot of encouragement from the grassroots to where they are now. It's not a lot of being told that you can do it. And one thing I have noticed, in particular with being in Ghana, is that it's very structured as far as what parents feel like their children should be doing. So now that we have all these creatives and all these different innovative things that people can do in entrepreneurship, it was just only like, you're a doctor, you're a politician, you're a lawyer. And so helping them to even see that it's okay that they desire to be something more than just the norm, if that makes sense.
Right. Absolutely. Now, of course, on the other, the convex of that is the organizations that you work with. Why do they come to you all the time? So what do you think is the value that they, obtain from you that make them keep coming back?
One of the unique values that I have as being a Black American is I came to Ghana and understood the culture and started to take my time and understand how to communicate to others. When we think about communication, we only think it as is the way we speak, but communication goes a long way. It's also understanding. And I feel like as a Black American, initially coming over into Africa, into Ghana, I had this mindset of moving fast, things go like this. And that's not always the case. And so I can eat with the locals. For me, I can jump on a cho-cho. I am never appearing that I am above anyone else. And I think that that's what positions me to be a valuable asset to anybody that calls up on me. And I have a plethora of expertise and a huge following from all of my platforms. So I'm a big deal. Yeah, that's why I call it above me.
Yeah.
Yes, I am a global icon, honestly. And then when I think about it, I have received the Joe Biden Lifetime Achievement Award in 2023. And I also have received the Global Community Award from Canada. And these are places I've never been in Canada before. Earlier this year, I was able to teach virtually to 30 young women in Afghanistan. And so this all comes from positioning myself and sharing my work on my platforms. See, sometimes people are afraid to share their work, and people might be like, Nathan's a bragger. No, I'm not a bragger. What I'm really doing is aligning myself. How can people know me and know what I do if I'm just quiet and I'm afraid to post my video, whether it's mistakes or not? And that's the other thing that I really want to exercise and say, you have to be willing to make mistakes and learn from them. One of the biggest things that I learned in the culture there is the word accountability and the action behind accountability is such a scary thing in Ghana there. Like, people are like, when you say you have to be accountable, it's as if you're blaming. And accountability isn't about blaming. It's just having ownership and looking at how to correct it and move forward. So I feel like that gets taken away sometimes there, that if you make a mistake, it is such it's a terrible thing. Mistakes are meant to happen. In fact, if you don't make a mistake, your business probably not going to go well. You have to make a mistake in order for you to know how to scale up, how to pivot, how to think quick on your feet. Can I share something with you real quick, Tom-Chris?
Go for it.
You're not going to believe this. So, like I said, I just did this show in New York, right? And I had acquired my venue. I met this young lady online. I asked about a venue space. She said, yes, she has a venue space. I have been conversing with her for 3 months. I get to New York and I want to actually meet her in person. I want to meet her at the venue. I want to see the venue because I now need to kind of put things in place for how this event is going to go. It's a day before the event. Here we are. Things kind of move a little different during New York Fashion Week versus other productions. And I go to want to meet her. She tells me that it's too late. I have to cancel everything that I'm doing because I didn't meet with her sooner. And I'm like, I wasn't in New York sooner, and we already knew that. So long story short, she basically told me I had to cancel my show. In my mind, I'm like, I have traveled to New York. I have designers that have traveled from other places in the US, and they're now in New York. And I have models, and I have all these people, and I promoted this, and I've been working on this, and how do I just cancel this, right? So I decided, let me think and see if she may have another person that she's working with. And I got online to look at who the owner of the venue might be. Got his name, got his contact, got up the morning of the event, spoke with him, made my arrangements, and was able to have my event.
Wow.
What I'm saying to you all is that this woman did not have any relationship to this venue other than she was also doing an event there. She was scamming me. She was overcharging me by an additional $300 per hour. So I needed 3 hours. So we're looking at $1,800 versus $1,200. Yeah, and quickly I talked to the guy. I did not mention to him anything about this woman, what she had going on. I waited until after the event and I let him know what happened. And he was just like, you are super amazing because you came in here with grace and you did not even act as if none of this was the case. So you have to, as an entrepreneurship, think quickly. You have to think quick on your feet. You can't have a moment to sit there and cry and whine about how it's not working. You got to basically get your ass in order. Sorry.
No worries at all. No worries. No worries. You are one of us. You think abundance. Your energy is abundance. You spread abundance. You bring abundance to the room, and I just love all of it.
Thank you.
We still have a long way to get to the top of the hour, which is good for me because I have more questions for you. So
okay,
yeah. You are obviously coming back to Ghana again, right? Ghana is your home
absolutely.
now. Okay. So what's your hope for the continent or your vision for the continent?
My vision for the continent, if any of you follow me on LinkedIn or on Facebook or anything like that, you will see that I am right now looking to form policies that support those of us who are investing in on the continent. And particularly, there have been a lot of issues in the areas of land issues, people having starting businesses and then those businesses erupting, like just out of nowhere, they have to pay more money. So I feel like now we have reached a level that we have to have some form of protective policy. So that's my hopes, is that I can reach to the top of the chain that I need to reach to be a champion for policies being put in place that protect the investments of Black Americans particularly. When we heard the call in 2019, return home, our brothers and sisters, we did it and we did it very fast. And I feel like on both ends, the Black Americans as well as in Ghana, we was all very excited about this whole process, that we did not put certain things in place to just make sure that those things can continue. I have a desire to bring and build a school there for those in the creative arts spaces, for girls that'll be in JHS to SHS. So if I'm going to bring that, that means that I'm going to need investors. I need to make sure that we're protecting those investments. It can't be a situation where we're raising a capital of like 3.5 million US dollars and bringing that into, creating not only a new school, but that will be creating job opportunities. You feel me? So if we're doing that, we need to protect those things. And so that's something that I'm really, really going to be championing a lot. You'll see me talking about that a lot. It is not to bring any negative light onto Ghana. It is just saying, you know what, Ghana, we're answering the call, but we've had some rough roads that we've had to overcome. Now, this is the way forward. If we put certain things in place, we can now look at this is what has happened and this is what needs to happen and how we can move forward. Now, that's one thing. Another thing that I have been looking at and understanding too is Ghana is looking to really raise the sportsmanship there. And, we have our common sports. We have we have football for male and females. There's the basketball there. I don't know if you guys know that there's an organization, a nonprofit organization that helps the youth play in international golf tournaments. And there has been the NFL that has brought American football there. And so I want to be right in that arena and bring cheerleading competitions there at the SHS level, and just create an environment where we understand what cheerleading is and how we also embody culture and dance and drum into one, and have these competitions that can go from region to region to region. And so in conversation right now with someone who's ready and willing to partner with me, and we are ready to bring this vision alive to really push out a sportsmanship initiative centered around cheerleading and cheerleading competitions that also include drumming and dance and arts. So
awesome. Yeah. Awesome. That's impressive. Very impressive.
Yes, indeed.
Well, so call to action for individuals that might want to collaborate with you. Where do they start from and what do you need?
I feel like the call of action right now is just people who are serious with the initiative that we are trying to create policies. Maybe there are things that have happened to you in your journey as a expat living in Ghana and no one knows about it. If you have a story and it's beyond a love story, please do feel free to contact me on LinkedIn at Tanika Sawadogo, or you can reach me at Instagram, Nika Sawadogo, and that's really how I connect with a lot of people. I wrote a evoking article the other day on LinkedIn, and it's about a current issue that we are facing in America right now. This year alone, Tom-Chris, since January, 300,000 plus Black women have been removed from the workplace. And when we think of that 300,000 plus Black women being removed from the workplace, that's 300,000 Black communities or households, I should say, that are also going to be economically affected by that change.
Yeah.
So what is it that we need to do? We have to drive innovation. We have to drive entrepreneurship. And we have to look at how do we connect and work together. So something I want to mention quickly is I am also building out an e-commerce marketplace platform for women-owned businesses, Black women-owned businesses, African women-owned businesses. That is a place for those who are in the fashion, beauty, and wellness industry. this e-commerce platform, this marketplace will operate just like Shopify. So if you are wanting to collaborate, if you are a woman-owned business, I am looking for 100 women-owned businesses to start out with us. Introductory wise, it'll be at no cost as we roll out that first month, but it will be on a subscription base moving forward so that you can be able to maintain your store. So I am not just saying things, Tom-Chris. I'm doing it and I'm putting a lot of things in action. I'm coming into various of different conversations. Another initiative, I want to mention this real quickly, is working with the Sweden consults there. They want to roll out an initiative where we are taking young and creative fashion designers who are in a right now phase that they can scale their business into being into a retail store. We want to mature them through a mentorship program and then bringing them into Sweden and being able to showcase their garments in front of the Sweden audience in hopes that they can land opportunities in like H&M stores and beyond. And so these are the things that are set in place for 2026 already.
Awesome. Amazing work. Okay, so what about, I know you intimated that you are bringing the African American community to co-create with you, but in more specific terms, how are you, working to give them more opportunities to the continent and individuals that might want to access the continent? Why are you the right person for them to collaborate with and hopefully, get all their needs met obviously working with you gives them advantage than they would have gotten otherwise. So speak to these individuals.
Why most people, for one, I've been moving on and off the continent since 2018. I've been living solid on the ground since 2020. Most of the people who have come there, they stay for like, anywhere from 2 weeks to maybe a month. I have stayed solid for years or a year in Ghana before I have come back to the U.S. To check on my family or just to spend time with my family. And I feel that I'm very well connected. I'm well connected in any industry that you can think of there in Ghana. I know how to direct you to the right ministries, to where you would want to get your business registered, and how to make sure that when you are purchasing land, that it's the person who's selling it to you is really the person that should be selling it to you. I also have acquired a lot of relationships. And one thing about when you build relationships, Tom-Chris, is it's just picking up a phone call and saying, hey, I have somebody that's in need of doing this. And then them just making sure that that happens. It's just that simple sometimes. And I know that in the U.S., we're not quite used to that, where everything is a process. But in Ghana, one thing I do love about Ghana is you all support us a lot as Black Americans. I can't speak for everybody else, right? But I can speak for myself.
Right.
I have done absolutely more than I could ever have imagined in my life over these past years being in Ghana. I also, while I'm in Ghana, I go to events that are not just for the diasporas. I go to any event that is, when it's talking about how to grow businesses in Africa, I go to those events. There's an opportunity to meet different people and you learn various of different things. If we just come and only sit amongst ourselves, it's nothing that you can learn from that. And so one of the other things is just touching on the psychological aspect of the transition from America to Africa, and how do you actually mentally prepare yourself for that? And so I talk about that with them. I do coaching with them and consultancy. At this level, none of this is for free anymore. I used to just freely do this, but now it's going to cost you. It may cost you a little, and it may cost you a lot, but it's going to cost you something.
Yeah.
Because it took me going through all of what I went through and aligning myself with the right people to secure safety in investments, safety in building a business, safety in conversations. So yeah.
Right. Well said. Okay.
Get into the money. Next year, you know what, Tom-Chris, you might have to charge us like $10. Every person coming to interview, pay $10, at least donate $10. Something like.
Yeah, I know, right?
You are giving people a platform to get on here and talk for an entire hour. I don't even know what we're going to talk about for the next 15 minutes, but I definitely can go on and on. You know, I can go for hours.
Absolutely, yeah.
I just think about, you know, this how we can support you more and beyond the Guinness World Record. How can we, I know that a couple of times you and I have tried to set up meetings and it just gets, I don't know what happens, but things happen. But I want to be sure that I connect with you and that I also have you as a person that I can phone when I have someone that may be in a certain need. Yeah. And I know that you can supply that need for them.
Absolutely. Well, let me just share one of the ways that people have access to or can have the opportunity to participate in our vision of unlocking the potential of Africa's young geniuses. So you'll love this, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
We gotta create more ways to get them funding if they have an idea, even if it's starting them out with 5,000 to 10,000 Ghana cedis. You know, if we can be creating that, think about how many of them we can help. And I'm not just talking about somebody coming and saying, "Oh, Tom-Chris, I want to start Uber." I'm not talking about those Uber starters. I'm talking about people who got a real idea.
Right.
There's while you're getting this information, I don't know if you know that they had started a all-female transportation company in Ghana.
Oh yeah, that's amazing.
And it's basically, you know, that there was a lot of, you know, feedback that people were having not the best situations with Uber drivers, women. So they created an all-female transportation. It's not Uber, but it's like an Uber, but they're female drivers who pick up other females. And I'm just like, how come nobody is not making huge noise about that?
That's
like
amazing.
That is super innovative in a way forward. Like,
right.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me show you.
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent. It's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready4Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready4Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.ready4work.africa.
Yep. So this is what we've created. Yeah. We've created these two.
You knew I would love that.
Yeah, I know. Let me see if I can show you one more.
Okay. I love the fact of them building that profile and being able to do that assessment to kind of know where you are and your personality traits as far as in the working environment. And I don't know if a lot of Africa's youth knows this, Tom-Chris, but you can look for jobs on LinkedIn. And these jobs are not just small salary jobs. They're great. When I say great in pay, they're great in pay. And some of them even allow you to be working remotely. And if you have the skills, there is job opportunities out there. Now, I'm not saying that there's job opportunities for everyone, but I just want to emphasize that use LinkedIn, build those LinkedIn profiles. But once Tom-Chris rolls this out, they could be ready for work, right?
Absolutely. That's actually one of the reasons for this this year's event, because we are launching. This is one thing we are getting attention to. We are launching it this week. So let me show you the second one.
Searching for a job as an entry-level candidate often feels like a lonely walk in the dark. It's a daunting journey filled with uncertainty, self-doubt, and endless dead ends. You sit alone at your desk, scouring job boards, tailoring resumes, and crafting cover letters, hoping your words will resonate with a faceless recruiter. Each unanswered application feels like a whisper into the void, leaving you questioning your worth and wondering if you'll ever find your place. What if you could turn uncertainty into opportunity in weeks, not years? Meet Ready for Work V4, an AI-powered platform that lights the way to your dream career. Discover your personalized opportunity readiness score, unlock your unique strengths, and get real-time job matches with expert guidance to land roles faster. No more guesswork, just clear steps to success. Join ambitious job seekers securing their future with Ready for Work. Get ready for work today. Ready for Work. Unlock your potential.
So this is what I've been trying to achieve for the past 12 years. And we have been able to create something that is first of its kind. And we just want to put it in the hands of these young geniuses that graduate from universities and spend 10 years looking for jobs. We want to equip them with the talent they need and give them tools that would connect them to actual jobs. You know, you were talking about LinkedIn. Yeah, LinkedIn is a beautiful networking site, but the problem is finding the jobs. Many times, people just send the application into the void. Why can't we bridge that gap between what people have and what they need? So that's what we've created. We've created a tool that leverages AI and gives people insight into where they stand right now, what they need for the future, and how to monetize that with well-paying jobs. And I just want everyone who has enjoyed Global Student Entrepreneurship Week to understand what we are driving at, which is releasing this platform. And you talked about how to support our work. This is it. Ready for Work is what we are really doing here. You know, we are designing the operating system for human capital development on the continent. So if you want to support, donation to our scholarship program will be the way. You can sponsor 100 people, 50 people, 10 people, even one person is fine. So for that, you just go to the website here. Just 1 second. Let me pull up the detail, because sometimes some people might not see those communication.
Yeah, I know how you feel when it's like you're trying to hope that people receive the communication.
Yeah.
One thing that my fashion production did this year is we developed a web app.
Yeah.
And this web app was developed by Ghanaians. We used a team in Ghana that actually put this together for us. And we wanted to connect let's say you are a model or a designer or an artist that was a part of our show. We wanted to make sure that beyond the show, people can still connect to you. So one of the unique features we did is we added them onto our web app. And then when someone may be interested in furthering that connection, they can just click on their profile and it brings them right to like their Instagram, because that's what we we led them to their Instagram. It seems to be the most efficient way for the industry that we're in the fashion.
Right.
And so it was brilliant. And it was one of those things that we're going to enhance that and continue to keep doing that, continue to keep highlighting those creatives. So we are also always looking for creatives and those women that are in that entrepreneurship space, those that are in the sewing space, those that are making soaps that are really worth being able to sell on a large basis.
Right.
So it's important as you are speaking and, you know, getting this information that we know that these pathways are being developed.
Yeah.
And they're here. We always say, like, you know, the African youth of the future, they're here right now. They're present right now. We have enough youth right now that calls us into demand right now to roll these things out and create these things to be efficient for them right now.
Absolutely,
and you can contest that these platforms cost. Building out these websites and how they interchange with each other and doing all this for us, it doesn't cost the individuals, but it costs for us. So any way that we can help on a financial level, no donation is too small. Let's make sure that we help Ready to Work, because this is a great initiative. And as we are as many of us may become employers, we can be on that platform.
Absolutely.
To say, hey, once you have this skill level, we can employ you. That's kind of how I'm looking at different ways that we can connect with you as well, is by letting you know that we're open for employment. You know, we're hiring people, and the best way to be hiring people is you got to create opportunities.
Right. Yep. So donations can be sent through here straight away. On average, tuition is $4,800. So you can just say, oh, I want to be a platinum partner. You come here, you fill your detail. If you want to send by bank, you can send to us by bank, but you can check it out here. 25 students will give a gold scholarship partnership. Silver is 10 students. You can check out here. 3 students will give a bronze, and this is for whatever the person wants to contribute. So any amount, you put the amount here, put your information, give us some company name so we can attribute it to the right person. So that's one way. Now, you were talking about recruitment. So let me play this one with you as we transition to the top of the hour. We have employers.
It's been a great hour with you, Tom-Chris.
Absolutely. It's a blast always when, you know, we get to have this opportunity to have you in the room. It's amazing. So we had Romeo Fs. My pleasure. We had Romeo Fs, one of the speakers at this year's event. He came through the office some time ago, and we did the demo for him. So let's see.
Okay.
I'm really impressed by it, to be honest with you, because especially as an employer, right? It's a big challenge for us to build out a team, especially in Africa, which is where we want to expand. And what this platform does is that it will give us the opportunity to do many things. One is, even if we have people in-house that we want to train, we can onboard them on the platform and they can do the courses and get trained. But we could also join any of these cohorts for any of the skills that we need and be able to employ people coming out of it, because the platform does a lot of the upfront work that we would need to do manually, which is a good thing about it, right? We're able to put up micro projects for clients for the candidates to do, the students to do, and the system analyzes the results and gives us strengths, weaknesses, all of that, which is stuff that we would have to read through every line and do ourselves, right? So it saves a lot of time where that is concerned. But then on the back of that as well, we're also getting candidates who have gone through a training program. So we're not relying on what they say on their CVs too many times I've employed people here in Africa who says, "Oh, I'm great at this. I've done that," and then when you bring them on the job, they know nothing about it. Exactly, right? They're just lying on the CV. But what this does is that it eliminates that, because they would have to have gone through the digital marketing course or the software development course or the financial analysis course before you actually put them in front of us. It's extremely user friendly as well, right? I think candidates would really enjoy it, but I'm looking at it from the standpoint of an employer. Yes, this is just going to revolutionize how we actually hire people and how we actually get them trained and built up as well. So yeah, good job.
Yep. There you go.
I mean, it's absolutely astonishing. I mean, it's right on point, and he hit the key thing. It eliminates us employers having to be shopping around. You've done a great job. Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. What you did, you seen a need, and you found a way to solve it. It goes all in alignment with our entire conversation today, Tom-Chris.
Yeah.
And my name is Tanika Sadogo. Nika Sadogo, as many of you know, and I endorse and champion for Ready to Work. I will be one of the biggest people communicating on all of my platforms. I'll be waiting for you to send me these videos. I'm going to be like your spokesperson, telling everybody about Ready to Work, because this is what many of us who are bringing our businesses onto the continent is what we need. I have employed people all the way in Zambia. And so it can expand. Zambia, Cote d'Ivoire. You have different opportunities for someone like myself. This is magic. That's what we needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I and what is everything. So thank you for supporting Ready for Work. Thank you for supporting this Guinness World Record attempt, and thank you for being in who you are and doing the work you're doing. Yes, it's been an amazing time. So we have Gideon in the house. As we transition to him, please give me just one moment to bring Gideon on, and we will have a seamless transitioning. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I thought you were bringing me honey.
Yes, I am. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right.
Please, man.
Yeah. Sure. How's it going?
Very well, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nika. Okay. What have you been up to?
Mingling with the bees.
I see you.
How are you holding?
I'm alive. I'm awake, and yeah, we keep putting in the hours and counting up.
Beautiful.
70% to go. 70% down.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
impressive.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Okay. So I saw you recently in the news. Seems like you've been busy.
You're very correct.
Tell me about that.
So I think we came in the news for two different occasions.
Okay.
Number one, which I believe may be the one that you've seen, a couple of people have seen, that is a partnership project that we launched with the GIZ.
Yeah.
And is titled as Women in Apiculture.
Right.
This particular project saw us train about 320 women and youth into beekeeping in the Upper East and the Upper West regions. Now, there are 4 communities. That is, we have Nakong, Kolugo, Walimbele, and Desme. Now, we train these people, and then they are being equipped with a combine of about 1,100 beehives. And these beehives, we have guided them, they've done the setups. So it was the launch of that particular project. Aside from the beekeeping, we added what we call alternative livelihood project, which is supposed to ensure that the beneficiaries get to earn some revenue whilst they are waiting for their beehives to start yielding honey. And by that, they are going to also cultivate a combine of about 750 acres of sesame seeds cultivation. And so basically that's one side of it. The other side is the project that we have with tallow oil also. And that one is also in Upper West region. So combined, these projects have, we've trained about 630 beneficiaries, people, into beekeeping directly, and they are being equipped with all the startup kits to go into beekeeping.
That's impressive.
Thank you.
Seems like you owe me an offering or tithe.
We're cool about that. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's the last time we spoke, there were some numbers you were mentioning, and I was wow. I was amazed, because in my head I'm like, if beekeeping is this lucrative, why is it that a lot of people don't know about it? And it seems like your information is right, because obviously that might have been one of the reasons why you won those opportunities.
Thank you.
Thank you. So today we are talking about the potential of apiculture industry in Ghana. What's new in your literature?
So I think
literature.
So I think I would say generally we've advanced by just a little.
Okay.
Somewhere about last year, the combined usage of like some of these advanced equipment in beekeeping was very minimal. But within a year of what we have done with GIZ, it has actually given, it has opened up a bit that other people are bringing in those kind of
politicians. What we have done with GIZ, it has actually opened up.
Oh no! Like, what's the name?
See how he connected it to himself immediately.
No, the reason I'm saying that is because most people now reach out to us.
Okay,
and saying that, because first of all, what we've done with GIZ is actually the first, like, what's the name? Project in apiculture of that size. It's actually the first of its size. In Ghana. That's why
I don't know any other project like that.
Yeah, I get that. So most people now reach out to us to kind of take counsel or guidance from us that, okay, because we've done this with these people, they believe that we should be the right source for them to go to get guidance. So we had a lot of calls from different organizations who seek to, advance into such an industry, and they kind of come for counseling. That's why I'm saying that from what we've done with GIZ, it has opened up. That's where I'm coming from.
Okay.
Now, number two is about the commercial side of it, because this has, so I call it, send in the signal that, okay, it is a commercial venture. Whereas in the past, or let's say even as of now, though we are gradually kind of bypassing that syndrome, it is looked as a leisure kind of venture. It's like, maybe you just have a backyard, just put one beehive or two beehives in your forest, and then when it produces honey, you harvest for yourself. Or you want to go into honey business, you have your own profession, and then you're now doing it on the side. Until now, when I meet and we are talking, they ask me, what do I do? I say, well, I sell honey. And they're like, okay, what do you actually do? So you get where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
So when I let them understand that, no, it's actually a full-time commitment venture that we are doing, they're like, no, but honey, no, it's not like that. Because to them, it is supposed to be a side something that we do on the side whilst we are now having a main thing. But to us, honey production is the main thing. So that's what I'm referring from the fact that what we've done with the GIZ has made a lot of partners now begin to understand that it is a viable venture, especially considering the success that we've experienced so far.
Right. Understood.
Thank you.
Okay. So speak more words. Tell me, the future of apiculture in Ghana. What do you see?
So right now, statistics, I think I came across a research that was conducted, and then it was estimated that Ghana consumed a total of 100 metric tons of honey per year. And about...
So for someone listening, how do you measure that?
Good. So they're measured by households. Now what's the name? When I think I checked the methodology. Okay. Let me call the methodology. They actually used the percentage of honey imported into the country, the average quantity of honey that is imported in the country, vis-a-vis that of the estimated quantity of honey that is produced locally. And they realized about 80% of the said 100 metric tons is imported.
Wow.
Whereas only in about 20% is produced locally. So that goes to speak of the clear deficits that we have. And so I call it also the opportunity that it presents. Now, I think aside from the quantity of honey that is consumed, we're also talking about the derivatives, the beeswax, the propolis, the royal jelly, the venom. These are, there's a pharmaceutical company, maybe due to confidential issues, I may not want to mention their name, but I know them importing a whole lot of venom every month into the country to use it for the production of their pharmaceutical products. But this is something that we could easily harvest here in Ghana. So the potentials are very much huge. Now, the target that we have is that, for instance, let's assume that the last time I drew an analogy, assuming that Ghana is able to just set up 100,000 beehives, just about 100 beehives, because across the country, we actually have less than 20,000 beehives combined. How am I speaking? I mean, how did I get to know?
Yeah.
Now, we are a member of the Ghana, the Beekeepers Association.
Okay.
We're also a member of the Federation of Beekeepers. So there are two organizations that we have in Ghana.
Okay.
Like that oversees the beekeeping industry.
Right.
So all the major beekeepers, we know them. And even a lot of them, we are those now giving them beehives. So we know the quantity of the number of beehives that they have.
Okay, so what is a beehive?
Okay, so a beehive is typically, let me say, the box that is created using wood for bees to house bees. That's what we call a beehive.
Okay.
Now, there are different types of beehives. Now, it could also be a cave, a tree cave, because that's what actually used to happen even before thinking of coming up constructed wood for beehives, where bees can just go and colonize into maybe a tree that has a big trunk, and maybe that has a hole. The bees can just go in and settle in. That becomes a beehive.
Okay.
So we also have where bees can even colonize inside maybe a big rock that has a kind of a covered cave. Bees can also colonize it. And when they do, that becomes like a hive.
The hive.
Correct.
Right.
So the hive actually has a word. It's more like a house.
Okay.
The hive. Yeah. So the beehive. So it's more like bee house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yes. Okay. Continue.
But in Ghana here, I think so far we have only 3 types of beehives that we use at the moment. Even though I think in Ethiopia, they have about up to 10. But in Ghana, predominantly is the Kenyan Toba beehive. Now that is constructed in a triangular form, because it has that sort of a triangular kind of vibe in a way. We also have the salt pond hive. Then we also now have the Landstrophe hive. The Landstrophe hive takes the emblem of Chobox. I don't know if you went to boarding school, secondary school. There's this sort of a 4-square Chobox that we usually use when we're going to school. So the Landstrophe takes after that particular likeness. Now the differences, maybe just to enlighten it, the differences between them is number one, the volume of honey that they can produce.
Okay.
Whereas the Landstrophe can produce an average of 45 to 60 liters of honey per cycle, which is averaged 6 months. The Kenyan Toba is able to produce between 25 liters to 30 liters.
I see.
And
what makes the difference?
The difference is number one, the open space, the volume.
The number of bees that can go inside, or the amount of honey it can contain when the bees go there.
Good. So the volume of the hive, which determines the quantity of honey that it can take.
Right.
So the Langstroth has a bigger size. Okay, it has a bigger size as compared to that of the Kenyan top bars. But the trick here is that the Langstroth hive then gives more beeswax.
What is beeswax now?
Okay, so beeswax is normally when bees produces honey, the honey is normally inside combs. Okay, so these combs, which are hexagonal in shape. Now these combs, when they are when you press them, the liquid honey drains off.
Right.
The remains of those combs are converted into what we call beeswax.
Okay.
Okay. So when they are converted, they look like soap. They look like soap. So what's the name? But when they are converted to beeswax, they are used for like soap production, cosmetics, and all of that. So that's beeswax. So it's the remains, the comb remains after the extraction of the bee, after the honey has been extracted.
Interesting. Okay. Have you seen this movie, The Beekeeper?
I saw it, but I've not watched it.
Okay.
It's something that I've been trying to make time to watch. I think recently I was in Morocco. We just finished incorporating in Morocco, Casablanca.
Why Morocco?
Why Morocco? That's a good question. First of all, actually, the first country we incorporated in aside Ghana is Nigeria. We have a showroom at Nigeria, Ikeja. But the why Morocco? The Morocco is because honey has been banned. Honey, the EU, Europe, has banned honey importation from West Africa.
Why?
Good. It was on 3 parameters. So these days, I think when people are talking about maybe honey being adulterated with sugar, in my heart, I'm like, if you get honey that is adulterated with sugar, you should thank God. Because if you rather get honey that is full of smoke, that's more dangerous.
Smoke as in how?
Okay. So now, the process of extraction, like the process of harvesting the honey, a lot of people, you see, first I began by talking about the modern equipment that we use in the beekeeping. The traditional method that people use, a lot of people use in Ghana for extracting honey, is they use fire. And when you use the fire, usually using straws, they will just use straws and lighten the straws and use the fire. Number one, they will kill all the bees as much as they could to be able to have access to honey. But as they are killing the bees, the smoke from the burning fire, honey is in a way that it absorbs that quickly, just as it does absorbs moisture. So it absorbs the smoke, and then that becomes a part of the honey. Aside from the smoke, we're also talking about the ashes from the fire. So these are extremely unhealthy, very, very dangerous. Number two is chemical level. Chemical in the sense that almost every farm now, they're using chemicals to spray. And so as they use the chemicals to spray, and the bees go to forage, flowers from around that particular place, it's likelihood that there could be traces of those sort of chemicals, which is why at the Honey Palace, we've made it a priority that at least 10 kilometers from where they do farm and spray is where we set up apiaries. And when we come to a community, we're going to set up apiaries. You have to agree with us that you're not going to set up farms that you use sprays for that particular same 10 kilometers away from the apiaries. So it's to ensure that we don't get any traces of chemicals in our honey. The third one is the metal level. The equipment that our people use in extracting the honey here, a lot are very not healthy. Let me use that word to be very fair on that. So it's very dangerous, right? So for us at the Honey Palace, again, we are halal certified, which means that I don't know if you know the halal certification. We are halal certified, and we are almost through with getting HASP, being HASP certified as well. But there are certain equipment that we are allowed to use, and so we use stainless steel equipment when you come to a production house. So these are equipment that do not corrode. I think corrosion, right? Corrosion does not affect. And so these are how we mitigate these three factors. But they're the same factors, reasons why Europe banned honey importation from West Africa. So for us to be able to overcome that, we have to set up in a country that will make it easy for us to be able to penetrate Europe.
So let's let's go back a bit. So there are two ways, you said, to extract the honey from the comb, or rather, not extract, like the job that the smoke does. Without the smoke, what's the alternative?
So we use what we call smokers.
Smokers.
Yes. Now they don't spray out fire. No. They spray out unharmful smokers.
What is unharmful smokers?
Let me call it. So it's normally in the form of foam. It's normally in the form of foam that we prepare, and then I wish I brought the smoker here to actually demonstrate in a way.
Your car is down there?
Yes, it's down there.
You didn't come with anybody?
No, I didn't come with anybody.
Okay.
But I didn't even have a smoker inside.
Oh, okay. But it can be seen online, can't it?
Yes.
Okay, let me see.
Type a bee smoker. You will see it. Now, so those ones, when they are sprayed, number one, they don't kill a single bee. Rather, it's like the bees kind of grow a bit. It's like their feathers. Like, you know, when more like so I call it water-like kind of effect. That's correct. That's what we call bee smoke. So now it's like in the form of a water-like something. When it touches the feathers of the bees, then they can't fly.
I see.
To harm you. So you're able to harvest the honey ethically. And after harvesting, 30 minutes after you are done harvesting, the bees are back, like they are back to their normalcy. Let me call it normalcy. And by that, it means you are preserving the bees. You are also ethically harvesting the honey. And this is certified by ISO. This is the ISO standard or method of harvesting honey that can be harmless. Yeah. So other than this, it's using the fire. In fact, in olden days, we are also told of a certain traditional method, which I think I have not personally observed it. That's where people pour water. So people can go and then, what's the name? Like they will pour water, or let's say spray water around in a way. But that way, the water ends up in the honey, and that increases the moisture level in the honey. Yeah, and that becomes also.
I see. So this is how they use it.
So you see the way it's good.
How it actually works to keep these calm and easy to work with. So the smoker is made up of two main parts. The bellows, this part here. When we squeeze that, it forces air through into the can. We get a fire going inside the can, and then when we puff that, the air moves up and through and out this funnel part here. So inside the smoker, we have a grate at the bottom, and you can see the funnel, the inside of the funnel there as well. So what we'll do is we'll get started and light that up. My preference is to use wood shavings. They're sold at agriculture supply locations as animal bedding. So we start the fire with newspaper, just like starting a campfire, and then we add in the wood shavings. Other people use dried cow manure, sumac bobs, quite a variety of materials, but I would caution that you don't want to be using any man-made materials that may have chemicals in them, because you do end up breathing quite a bit of smoke. So we'll get this started. We get a sheet of newspaper, like that, crumple it up into a loose ball, and then we have a lighter attached to a string here so we don't lose track of that. But I'll light that right inside the pail so that it's out of the wind. Fire moves up, so we start at the bottom, and then once it's going, we transfer it into the smoker, and as you're transferring it in, you puff away at the smoker. We get flames coming out. You can hear it go woof, 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 so you know it's going well. There's that woof, woof, woof. And we'll pump away at the smoker. We got flames, we got a bit of smoke, big handfuls of shavings going in there. And ideally, you stand a bit upwind from this. We just keep adding the shavings in there. And then what we do is take another sheet of newspaper, crumple it up into a ball.
I see.
Flames coming out of there.
But this one is
Then
also smoke
to
or
add more fuel.
Now, this is
We're using it in about 50.
Let me say, I don't know. Let me create a difference.
Okay.
Let's say you're cooking, and then you go and gather firewood to come and put them like, and then set up
Mhm.
pot on it, there's a level of smoke that it releases.
Mhm.
Is that not correct?
Mhm.
And let's assume that you get a coal pot and then you bring briquettes.
Mm.
I don't know if you see the difference.
Mm.
When you briquettes, which let's say, let me use charcoal briquettes for
Okay.
example. That's produced from charcoal.
Mm.
Now, when you put those same charcoal briquettes maybe in a coal pot and then you light it, you'll see very clear differences.
I thought, was it me that didn't hear well, or did you mention that the smokers bring out water before, or
No, I say in the form of foam, like as in like
Foam.
the way the way it's sprayed. That I
Oh.
was trying to create an empirical example
okay,
of how when you spray, what's the name, the smoker out,
Right,
like,
right.
in a way, what it happens. Yeah.
okay,
Now, also because what it does is that it weakens the
bees from flying, you
what's
said,
the name, the wings.
right?
It weakens the wings of the bees from flying, so they don't have.
You make sure you're confident in getting a smoker going and keeping it going. When you're done using it in the bee yard, it is a bit of a safety issue. You've got a fire going in here, and so you can either take the fuel out, dump it on the ground, and stomp it out. You have to be very careful. You're going to be doing that, or you can grab up some grass.
Mm. Okay, let me see. Okay, so where did we leave off?
So that is safest. I know that this thing that was an ARTSAP is with the constant contact
Mm.
with the human body,
Which one is that?
the honey,
Okay,
right, during harvest.
Okay.
Well, let's say from harvest to extraction. With us, the good thing is that all those working at the honey palace, we've had to undergo through medical tests. But even with that, we hardly.
sorry, say again. The people who
Is it at the honey? I was using at the honey palace.
okay,
Those of us who does the extraction, and also
Uh-huh.
was number one from the harvest through to the extraction,
Mm.
to ensure that there's relatively no personal contact.
And
with the
extraction is what this guy is doing now.
honey. That's correct.
Okay.
Coming to extract the honey.
Okay.
But after extracting it, we put it maybe in the container when it's transported to the production house.
Mm.
From the extraction,
Mm.
from the harvest. Sorry, that's the harvest. From the harvest to the extraction. The extraction is when
You
now
remove the honey itself from that comb.
That's correct. So that's the process of extraction. You have to try as much as possible to avoid human contact, like what's the name,
Skin
with the
contact.
honey,
Yeah, that makes sense.
you know. So
So how do you achieve that one?
So with us, what we do is that through the harvesting, we use gloves. These are what's the name, sterilized gloves that we used.
Hmm.
Let me call it well-kept gloves that we use. Now after harvesting,
Because if it's sterilized, then it becomes counterproductive. There is no way chemical will not.
No bacterial sort of like that, because honey is in a way that it absorbs things quite easily.
Hmm.
Okay. So you want to avoid, like, what's the name, any possible, like, so I call it now by itself is an antibacterial product. Honey itself, I would explain. Bacteria cannot survive inside honey.
Hmm.
Okay, like inside of it, but contamination can happen
Okay.
around it. Example, the ashes. When I was talking about the ashes can mix up with the honey in a way. When you are consuming the honey, the ashes, of course, would be a part of it. That's contamination.
Mm.
That's not safe.
Mm.
Okay. Now, so from that process to the container, when it gets to our production house, we have an extraction for the line right at our production house.
Mm.
So there's a place they will just pour it inside. You will turn it, extract it, pass it into the tanker. Another filter will go through, then pass it through to, if we are going to use for the sachet, then we pump it into a sachet basin. Then it does the production. And if it's the bottling, then we pump it into the pumping, what's the name?
The gallons.
The gallons that we are good, exactly. So we try as much as possible to avoid any form of skin contact.
About these things, we are taking it from your mouth.
Mm.
We don't know.
Oh, so the good, that's a good one. The good thing that we also have decided to do is to make our production house open for people to visit at any time. We have most of the hotels that we supply visitors. Okay, we do a lot of hotels, like a lot of I think so far now our business model is 70% business to business and 10% business to customers. So the business to business, most of them visitors. Example, you want to provide a supply Lancaster, they'll visit you. They'll visit to see, like your process. Okay, Kim Biscuit.
Are those your customers?
We supply them.
Okay.
Right. Even though not fully from us, because they also take imported brands along the line. But we are trying to ensure that they stop with imported brands. When we started supplying, I remember Tank Palace Hotel, they were also taking imported brands. But I think for over a year, they stopped with the imported brands, and then now they are focusing on ours.
Why?
See, these people want a certain standard, quality standard. If they're able to get it, their interest is also to patronize local media.
Who issued your own standard?
Number one, the Food and Drugs Authorities.
Okay.
Number two, the Ghana Standards Authorities. Now I talked about the halal certification, and I talk about the process that we are almost through with HASP.
Okay.
These are all.
What is HASP?
Okay, so it's called Hazard Analysis and Critical Control Points.
Okay.
Now it's used to ensure that I was talking about hygiene, contamination, to ensure that the honey is to a certain degree safer for consumption. So when we talk about the critical point control, number one, we can talk about moisture. Okay, the moisture is about the.
Are we talking about human sneeze, sweat, or?
Good. Well, all that actually is part of the human contact with the honey that I was talking about.
Okay.
I want to talk about moisture. We're talking about the water content in the honey.
Okay.
Okay.
Water.
Yes.
About where from water?
Thank you. Now, I talked about when honey is exposed. Like right now, there's ventilation in the room. If you make honey exposed, it absorbs what's the name? The moisture.
Atmosphere. Okay.
And that increases the moisture level. Number two is also about the process of extraction.
Is there a way to test for that?
Yes.
Okay.
Number one, we even have our own devices. Well, it's called refractometer. That's what it is. It's quite a bit common in the market. So you're able to use to test the moisture level in the honey. Also, Standards Authority does it.
What else can you test in the honey?
Sucrose.
Okay.
You can test for sucrose. And even in sucrose.
What is sucrose?
Sucrose is the sweetness or
right.
the sweetness.
Sugar.
Good. Now, there are two there are two components inside the sucrose. Or let me say sucrose is made up of two components. Number one, we have glucose. Number two, we have fructose.
Okay.
Fructose is actually what differentiates honey from sugar. Sugar has only glucose.
Right.
That's it about sugar. But honey has fructose that dominates the glucose. But in certain trees, for instance, let's say bees forage.
Okay, sorry. So, if we are looking at the reason why honey is better than sugar, is it what you just explained? Okay. Because glucose is fatty, or?
Correct.
Okay, I get it.
But now, there's a trick here. Assuming that bees forage from, let's say, a mango tree. Mango is sweet by nature. You would end up having the glucose being a bit higher. So, to us, we don't advise diabetic patients to take honey that the nectar source is from a sweet-like tree.
Okay.
And when you even taste them, for instance, let's say I bring our baobab honey or our neem honey, and then I bring the mango honey or the cashew honey. When you taste them, you will see the clear distinctions.
Right.
The mango honey, and if I say mango honey, it is not that we use mango, but it is that the bees are foraged on the mango tree.
I get it.
To produce the mango.
Yeah.
So it actually carries the flavor of mango, and it's also extremely sweet. So that when you need someone to convince you that they will not add sugar to that one, because it's naturally sweet. But the baobab honey, which is not the baobab tree, is not a sweet tree. It's not a tree that is sweet by nature. The same with the neem honey. The same with moringa. The same with even now the shea that we are producing now. So these three sources has minimal glucose and high level of fructose. So when you taste them, you realize that yes, it's sweet as honey, but it's not as that sweet like if you are taking a mango honey. So those are the distinctions.
Wow.
By that personally, from my now, without I'm not saying that from, let's say,
from the customer perspective.
Correct.
So now when you want to purchase, you will say, I want fructose honey, or so.
Okay. I get that. Now you see this thing that I'm saying personally, a lot of honey sellers most do not even know.
Okay.
Some of these things. Okay. Now we have had to go deep because like that we've taken it as a full commitment.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what people know, a lot of even honey sellers, most honey sellers, what they know is that okay, this is sweeter than this. Okay. Now a lot don't actually know what contributes or what attribute to the sweetness, the high sweetness of it. But if you are a consumer, that's why it's important to know the source,
right,
that you pick up your honey from. Okay. Now, if your source, I always tell most of the honey sellers that we supply in bulk for them to retail, that the customers are like babies as long as honey is concerned. We have to educate them. So when they come in, try to build that personal relationship to get to know, and then to educate them appropriately. Now, there are some that when we get to know, there are certain honeys that we recommend to them, and there are some honeys that we don't recommend to them.
What about using the packaging to educate the customer?
Now, you see, the problem here is that now for us, we wanted to set up. You see, I told you that we have different nectar sources. For us to be able to get the Food and Drugs Authority board here in Ghana to acknowledge it, it's been a challenge. Why? Because we need to substantiate that particular claim. Assuming that we say that this honey is produced from a baobab tree, we need to be able to like substantiate that particular claim. It's a claim.
But it will be just about taking your phone and doing recording of the harvesting process.
They don't do that.
Okay.
They want a lab.
Right. Okay.
And there's no lab.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And all the labs in Ghana, there's no lab in Ghana that does that particular composition testing at the moment. Yeah, there's not. Not CSIR, not GSA, not even the University of Ghana chemistry lab, or even the KUST chemistry lab. They don't do those. Now, the reason is, I understand, is because generally the beekeeping industry or apiculture industry in Ghana is generally relegated. It's not looked at as a very commercial, industry. So because of that,
job opportunity for you.
Good. That's very correct. You're very, very correct. Yeah. You're very. So because of that, there are a lot of things that are lacking. So by next year, we're going to start the setup at the building of our plant, the honey plant. It's on a 5-acre land that's already acquired. The architectural designs and all of that, they are all ready. We're going to start the design, the building. Is where we're looking at equipping it with very well advanced, test equipment, testing equipment, to be able to test all these things. Yeah, and we're already in talks with some of the firms that are going to provide us those equipment that we're going to purchase from. Yeah. But
Gideon,
just to add, yes, that's the name. Just to add,
I think your academic view of your art is commendable.
Thank you.
Because one of the difficulties is buying honey that is really honey and not some cooked up liquid that you buy and doesn't give you satisfaction of what a honey does.
Right.
So if you are living up to this market pitch, then you will be very, very happy with the market response as well, because one of the things that most people struggle with is expectation and reality, meeting them together when it comes to honey. So many of us don't want to eat sugar a lot anymore, but then you go to buy honey and the honey is just worse than the sugar. Yeah. So, yeah, go on.
So, I mean, to us, we're looking at public education.
Okay.
Around these spaces in a way. We're working out something around that in a way. We are still trying to get a very good deal with one of the traditional mainstream media, a television station, that we can work out a model to be able to bring real serious education right to the public, to be able to know some of these differences and to advise themselves appropriately. Because I remember there was a customer I came across. He's a Chief Justice. It's a Chief Judge. It's a Chief Judge. Sorry, I think the Chief Justice is one, right? And then we have judges. Good. And he was like, I will have to sign an agreement. Is he a deed something with him if he has to consume my honey or honey to be sure, because he was consuming some, and anytime he goes to check his sugar level,
it goes high. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So then I asked him that, okay, does he have maybe even a small quantity of that one, the honey that he used to consume? If it's left, I want to see it. And when I actually saw the honey, and then I tasted it, I realized that that was not. It may not necessarily be that the honey was contaminated, that was adulterated with sugar. It may not, but it may be that the honey was harvested predominantly from a sugar source, from a sugar-free source. Again, now let me also dare to say that most of the imported honey, most of the Western honeys are not organic.
Yeah.
Now, whereas I would not say that they adulterate them with sugar after production. But the truth or the reality is that they feed the bees with shrubs. So they don't do the adulteration after the honey has been produced. But I'll say the adulteration is fed to the bees to produce the honey. Okay, let me create the difference here.
No, I understand. It's just like poultry. It's just like poultry when you have chicken and you need the chicken to produce a lot of eggs.
Okay.
There's a kind of feed you will give it and it will just drop eggs for you. Okay, go on.
And so what I realized that was one of those honeys that he was consuming. And it was very sweet. That speaks to the sucrose level, the glucose level that I was talking about.
Right.
So if you take that kind of honey, it's not different from you consuming natural sugar. Right. So I think in Africa, this me by extent, because I think we literally speak into the world. Most countries like Kenya, most countries like Tanzania, Uganda, they are rapidly beginning to adapt to that particular method, and I think it's too unhealthy, in my view, because I think Africa, we've been blessed so much with a lot of nectar sources that we do not need to create artificial nectars. But you see, the temptation here is that when you feed the bees with these sugar shrubs, they end up producing honey more. So if, for instance, you would have harvested let's say twice in a year, by feeding these bees with these shrubs, you end up harvesting 3 times or a bit more.
Interesting.
So it's about that particular the volumes, the price to be able to harvest more. My time is up.
No. I'm saying it's profit.
Good.
The drive for profit.
So that's dangerous. Okay, that's very unethical. So for us, we think that we can rather increase more bees, more beehives, okay, and then increase the planting of trees. Now, let me create an example here. What we are doing, for instance, across 8 of our apiary sites, that has a combine of about what's the name? Because we have about 300 beehives and then 350 across about 8 different locations. We are beginning. It's a piloting side of it in a way. We have more than 8 apiaries, but I mean, this is a pilot that we're looking at doing. And that's by planting economic trees. We are going to plant economic trees such as acacia, moringa across these apiaries to ensure that all year round, the bees are able to have access to nectar from natural trees. So if we look at improvising through that particular, this means, I think it's rather much more better and healthier than trying to, adapt the Western style of beekeeping by way of feeding the bees with shrubs.
I hear you.
Yeah, thank you. So I really will advise most of my colleague beekeepers to actually desist It's tempted, that's true, but it's not the best. It's not ethical, right? And that's why we are at the Honey Palace. We have a mission that is, we want to ensure that we are extremely ethical in what we do. Beyond making, what's the name? In making, and to us, I think it has paid off somehow, because we've been very organic. Our growth has been organic, and it's because most of our customers, I would say, as of now, a great margin, like between 60% thereabout, is through recommendations. Okay, since we started, we've never run ad this sort of marketing ads or something like that, but the sales that we make is mostly through recommendations, and it's been extremely good.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If you're this kind of thing is easy to sell when the thing is doing what it says it will do.
Right.
So I would say keep up the good work. As long as you don't become profit oriented and then you begin to do other things, it will be very easy for you to beat the competition.
Correct.
Yeah, because if yours is 100% natural and others are adding things into, nobody will see the natural one and go and buy. Yeah.
You're correct. But I would say the trick also here is that it will take time. Okay. Let me say, because number one, which is a major challenge or impediment that we have, is there's a lot of misinformation in the system as long as Honey is concerned. So that makes it very dicey and very challenging. So having that particular patience for the market to grow up, even in knowledge, to meet up at that level, is where the challenge then comes in. I don't know if you get my point here. The knowledge level is, I think yesterday I was at a certain hotel with the managing director, and we're talking, and he was telling me this is a 4-star hotel, and this guy is extremely learned, but guess what? He says his complaint about our honey is that it's too clean. And that to him, organic honey is supposed to come with, comb remains that you even see some of the dead bees inside. Can you imagine? Like, this is a learned person like that. So I had to take my time, educate him to understand that that's not. In fact, what I drove all the way back to our office, picked up some of the strainers that we use in the process of the extraction, and put them in my car and drove to the hotel to go and show him that these are some of the things that I used before he came to understand that, okay, he didn't know that was.
Yeah.
So that level of it would take time, but once the market is able to catch up in knowledge, to the understanding of the realities that exist in, I think, we would be in a good position.
Okay, now you owe me my honey.
Of course. No problem. I'll give it down there.
Okay. Wonderful. We still have some time for you. So let's see, where can people order stuff?
Okay, thank you so much. So we have our website. It's the www.thehoneypalaceafrica.com. We are on social media. All of them: LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and it's the same, thehoneypalaceafrica.com. In Ghana here, we also we limit the number of malls that we sell in, because most of the companies that we supply honey are shelving with them, so we don't want to compete with our own customers in a way. But most of them, like let's say Blue Mall, you're able to find our honey, and as well as our office is always open in a way. But there's a certain, I would say, line of a project that we are doing that I would want to, use the opportunity to enlighten around. That's what we call it. We will be launching it very soon. It's called the Northern Beekeeping Project.
Okay.
And what this particular project seek to do is to create reliable jobs. Now, not the political kind of reliable jobs, but we are business people, we are commercial people. The good thing about apiculture or beekeeping is that it's a one-time investment. Okay, and the investments can be very minimal. Example, I think the last time I was giving the numbers. Imagine using 5,000 cities to buy maybe 5 beehives for someone, that the person would now be able to have a reliable, steady flow of revenue every 6 months for the next 10 years. Because the lifespan of a beehive is about 10 years. And so our target.
Okay, let's go back on that. Okay. If the beehive spores, does the bee die or they go and colonize another?
The beehive is about to spoil, and the beekeeper do not get to maintain it or create a side beehive that the bees can be. We can transfer bees
to another hive.
But if the beekeeper do not do that, and the beehive is extremely spoiled, that is not habitable, the bees will abscond. So that's what we call bee abscondment. That's when the bees will fly out, and they will look for another place to settle in.
Very interesting.
So they can relocate.
Very interesting.
But the good thing is that normally as beekeepers, once the beehive is getting outdated, we usually bring a different one, and then we're able to transfer the bees into the new colony, and the beehive continues.
Nice.
So let me just finish now. So
we are going.
Yeah. So the under the Northern Beekeeping Project so far, the GIZ project I talked about actually falls under it.
Okay.
And what we are looking at, working with more partners that are looking at creating rural jobs. We are more of the rural. We are not. We think that at the city, people like you are doing a lot of things at the city here, but at the rural community where most are not even literate, they don't know how to read and write, and they live. Let's say the poverty level is extremely high. I remember recently I was in a particular Tokale in a village under our West District, and I came across 18-year-old girl who had given birth 3 times. 18 years. I mean, like, this is real. Like this, and I remember when I was.
And they are not twins.
Sorry, no, they are not twins. I'm telling you, 18 years. And she has given birth 3 children. As I speak to you right now, she's one of our beneficiaries. She's on our list. We have given her 5 beehives so far. We've helped her. She has set up, and we are guiding her to colonize them. The danger here is that she's not able to feed really well. Well, I think that's even how we got to meet her in a way. And because of her, we brought a project to that particular community that at least now 49 people are benefiting. So we brought in about 250 beehives to that particular community. And, all the 50 people now, in addition to her, that makes it 50. They are all now into beekeeping. What we are looking at doing is, because this woman like this, for instance, let's say if you consider setting up a farm, like let's say tomatoes, maybe soya beans and all of, you're looking at the cost of, with this size, a lot of things, and even out of the first cycle, that level of investment has to be done again. Else you wouldn't be able to harvest again. I mean, because you have to go through that particular cycle all over again. But with beekeeping, once you harvest, the bees continue production. And another 6 months, you come and harvest, and the bees continues. So normally, what we call bees is that we call them free workers. They work for you for free. You don't do anything really after the setups. So this is what we are looking at doing, creating reliable jobs for these people at the rural communities, which is why we are grateful to GIZ for the partnership that we're having with them under their Invest for Jobs. And, most of the beneficiaries are already speaking a lot of good things about it. Now, to us, our interest has always been the honey. So because of that.
Okay, so when you give the women the beehive now, who keeps the honey? Does it go to they sell them and keep the money, or you give them beehive and then you have commission of their products.
We don't take commission on their product. That's a good thing about it. So when they produce honey, 100% of the honey, wax, everything is theirs. But we go back and we buy it directly from them.
Interesting.
So
Wow.
they don't have to look for market. We're going to take it from them directly. And we usually put them in the form of clusters or more like associations. So because of that, we're able to bargain a much fairer price that we buy it at. I don't know if you understand.
I do.
The point. Because what we see also with a lot of people that run this model in normal crop, like in the crop space, is that they deal with the farmers at the individual level, and by that they mostly end up taking advantage by way of buying, like, you know, at a very unfair prices, very below prices that they would now come and be able to sell and make a lot of margins, you know. But in our case, we don't do it that way. So normally they're in the form of a group, and then we determine the price at the group level, and then we buy it directly from them, you know. So that's what we're talking about, because very soon, by next year, we're looking at getting fair trade certification.
From who?
From fair trade. There's an organization called Fair Trade that issues a certification. It's from Europe. I think, I want to believe this is from Europe in a way. So we are looking at getting fair trade, and that speaks to, even in terms of welfare, agro welfare, employee welfare, everyone that is involved in the value chain.
Our learner.
Yes, Mr. Tom.
It's always nice listening to you.
The pleasure is mine.
But don't mind me, because when it gets to this period, then the stress comes in. But
understandable.
Okay, let's give Jenny a few moments to join in.
No problem.
We can start transitioning.
Thank you.
Okay.
Maybe just a word.
Yeah.
In a way, yes. So personally, I want to say that I want to preach the message of beekeeping anywhere I go. Mostly, that's what I do. You know, because I'm telling that people, if they don't begin to take advantage of it now, it may become a bit late for them. You know, if they don't go into it now, because this is something that you can literally. So we are creating a platform now called One Hive Africa under the Honey Police, and what they seek to do is to ensure that people, you can be anywhere in the world and you can become a beekeeper in Africa by just buying beehives on it. So you can go on the platform, the One Hive Africa platform, which is under the Honey Police Africa Limited. You go on it, you buy beehives. The beehives are set up here, and they are given a direct GPS, access to where they are, to wherever you are in the world. And now we've developed an IoT devices that is able to be installed in the beehive that gives you a direct access to seeing the performances of the beehive. But what we're looking at doing is that for the more people go into beekeeping, the more we're able to preserve our environment. And let me tell you this, Mr. Tom, that the incremental rate at which, like, let me say Ghana, for example, is beginning to become so dependent on chemicals and all sort of, should I call it, chemical fertilizers and all of that for farming, is extremely alarming. Because, for instance, when I was born a couple of years ago, our fathers used to weed or farm without adding fertilizer, and they would harvest bountifully. But as we speak right now, when they plant, if they don't apply fertilizer, they may not even get anything. Why? The land gets deteriorated as a result of these chemicals that has been used. And it's a cycle, it's a plan to be able to create a cycle where we cannot cultivate without them. But this is where beekeeping comes in. So, because the more beehives are set up, the more bees are populated, and the more the bees kind of pollinate these trees. So people would not, or the farmers will not have to rely on chemicals again to be able to have bountiful harvest. And so by that, it's not just about consuming organic honey, but it's about now preserving the biodiversity ecosystem that we have, preserving the land, preserving the trees, because at the rural community where they will cut a tree to be able to produce charcoal, we could have avoided that by just beehives that will be able to provide, the same equal economic revenue. So we are thinking that everybody should be able to consider towards that, through their disposable incomes, purchase beehives, and engage someone in the rural community. It has multiple phases. Number one, that particular person in the rural community will not be pushed to go, because in the north, for instance, they farm 3 months to 4 months in a year, and they sit at home for 8 months to 9 months. Now the question is, if you are one of them, why wouldn't you go into any kind of activity that can generate you an income, whether legal or illegal? And that's why they can cut out down trees anyhow, because they need to make some revenue, in one way or the other. So we are advising that people should consider beekeeping as a viable space. Now, this the beehive can even become an insurance against the beehive, against the investments. There are some 1,000 beehives that we have that right now we are underwriting insurance on them to be able to insure those beehives, which means that the investment amount in them is insured. And so I advise everyone to check out onehiveafrica.com. That's www.onehiveafrica.com to be able to purchase beehives. And we will take care of the beehives for them. And when we harvest, the process goes back to the investor.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. We're at the top of the hour, and Ginny is in.
Thank you.
Again, congrats on the progress you've made since we last saw each other 1 year ago. And then, as I said, I like the direction you are going with this presentation. If they reflect your actual work, then you will be happy with the results.
Right.
Yeah. All right, my man.
Thank you.
Faustina, he will give you my.
Sure.
So let me test and see if it's still consonant with what I know.
It's a pleasure having you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi, Jenny. Hello, my man. I'm alive. I'm awake.
What's going on? How you feeling? Have you rested up? How things going?
Well, I will rest. But for now, we are going well.
Good. Every time I tell my friends I'm doing this, it's like, is he going to sleep? They were asking me, yeah, of course. I hope he's going to sleep, because otherwise you won't be able to interview me.
I said I need to be sharp for Ginny because he had a very good interview last year.
Thank you.
Yeah. I went home to sleep, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
By the time I finished taking my bath and brushing my teeth, it was already, my clock started ringing, my alarm started ringing, and I was like, how can I do this thing? But it's all right. I have 2 hours coming up.
Right.
Let me see. That will be
after you rest after these 2 hours.
Yeah. So day 4, that will be tomorrow. I have November 1 at 12. 2 hours. Yeah. So that one I can get more sleep.
Good. Well, I saw the count. So was it 71 hours now so far? Is it?
Yeah. 71.
Yeah. Good. So we've got another 30, right? Is that it?
Absolutely. Yes. We are 70% into the goal, and we'll see how it goes.
How do you feel? In 70 hours, you're almost like a marathon. You're at the end. You're at the end now.
Yes. I feel good. But I hope I stay. I hope I can maintain this energy. I need to have conversations. I need to engage, in the Q&A to ensure that I ask good questions and stimulate the conversation. I can see that my energy is not that weak. So let's see. Yeah. Let's see.
Good, yeah. I'll make sure to talk more than you so you can rest a bit.
Okay. Okay, that would be good. That would be good.
Good, yes.
All right. So what have you been up to? I see you really worked this year.
So, I mean, I can summarize in three. I'm kind of wearing three hats at the moment. So I'm kind of busy doing three different things at the moment, which is very interesting. I quickly summarize it. Like one hat, I'm really focusing on doing, systemic change around the African continent. I'm interested at work with organizations that really take an ecosystem approach when it comes to alleviate poverty. I used to believe when I was young in my career that one organization was going to solve the poverty problem in the global south. Like the Apple of development. I used to believe that before. And I came quickly to realize that it's not going to take one organization. It's going to take multiple actors to collaborate to make sure we alleviate poverty, right? So I've been very blessed and privileged to work with an organization that takes an ecosystem approach. I'm going to go into more details what I mean by that, but rather than doing a single intervention, actually getting all different actors working together to build an ecosystem. So it's easier for people to get access to jobs. So I've been busy doing that in terms of fundraising, helping organizations raise funds to do that, helping organizations co-design programs, build partnerships. That's going to be my hat, one hat. My second hat is actually working with entrepreneurs in Africa in space of mentoring and coaching. I've been blessed, probably mentioned it last year, but I worked in Nigeria for 3 years with organizations like Acumen, supporting founders, helping with founders, local founders, raise funds, build teams, grow their business and impact. And through that, of course, this was almost 9 years ago when I arrived in Nigeria in 2016. And now, then, because I work with incubators, they come to me to act as an expert, a judge, or a mentor, coach. So that's my second hat. I'm still involved in social entrepreneurship around Africa in the space of like coaching and mentoring founders. I love doing that work. And then my third hat, something I've recently started doing for the past 2 years, my second year doing this, is teaching at a business school. So I teach around sustainable development, leadership, and social entrepreneurship to bachelor students, specifically in the context of the African continent. I am based in Geneva, Switzerland, so local business school here, international students. So I teach every Monday. Different insights I've got from what I've seen works, what doesn't work in terms of the world of sustainable development. And, I tend to also say at the end, my fourth hat is I'm a father, husband of 3 kids. And I got 2 boys and a girl, sorry. That's probably where I spend 80% of my time, looking after my family. So, yeah, these are kind of the 4 hats I've been doing for the past years, should I say, yes.
Awesome. Okay, so we are talking about fundraising, leadership, and systems change. Let's begin with which of these are your which one is the most exciting topic you want to start with?
The most exciting topic. Well, we can start in the order. I like fundraising because I was just thinking about it in terms of why do I want to talk about fundraising? Why do I love about fundraising? I have many friends, some peers of mine who hate fundraising. Tell me it's a hard grind. It takes a long time. It's a lot of work. And it's true, that's the reality of it. But I do love the space of fundraising for a couple of reasons, very simply. I think curiosity and storytelling are 2 reasons why I love fundraising. Curiosity because when it comes to fundraising, you're always looking for to pitch your model, pitch your business model. When you're fundraising, you've got something new. You're trying to do something new. And my curiosity, I love it because I always work with different entrepreneurs, have different ideas, different innovations. So I love that aspect of it. And curiosity is one of my strongest values as a person. I'm a very curious person by nature. I worked on 4 different continents already. I've been privileged to work in the 4 different continents because I'm curious. Because I want to meet as many entrepreneurs, many innovations from all corners of the world. And that's the love of it, curiosity when it comes to fundraising. Because I support a lot of people in fundraising. And storytelling because I love storytelling. I truly believe that fundraising is all about storytelling. Is if you can articulate your model very clearly and share good stories about what you're trying to do, you're more likely to be successful. And we're human beings. Human beings love stories. And that's how you capture people's attention. And when it comes to fundraising, you want to capture investors' attention. That's what you want to do. So that's why I love what I love about fundraising in general. And I think it's sort of the challenge, because you meet somebody in front of you that has never met you, who doesn't know much about you. It's a discovery phase. I'm going to convince the person in front of me to go on the journey with me. That's what fundraising is all about, basically. So I love that aspect of it.
Amazing. Okay, so leadership.
Yeah. So leadership is probably my second value in terms of who I am is empowerment. Leadership, there's so many different leadership styles. There's no one leadership. If you were in a room with 10 people and you were to ask them what is leadership, you probably get 10 different answers. So yeah, there are different leadership styles. And I'm sure you've encountered people with different leadership styles, so to speak. And you as the leader as well, you have your own style as a leader.
Yeah.
But my leadership, the one I believe is really the most important one, is empowerment. I can share with you a story. I remember working with a startup in Nigeria, and we had the company was growing. I was working with the founders. They were hiring a lot of people, so we actually hired a consultant, outside consultant, to kind of guide us through this phase of like hiring product managers, marketing managers, and making sure the leadership is still strong within the company, being at a leadership culture. And I remember that consultant. She came with an HR background. I'll never forget what she said to us. It was me, the founders, and all the leadership team within the company. And she said, at the end of the day, your job as the leaders is simple. Your job as the leader is to think about, in 5 years' time, who in my team can take my place? Because ultimately, as a leader, you'll move on to another position. You might get promoted within the organization. You might take on another role as somebody else, a leadership position. But your job is to make sure that somebody within your team can take over your role in 5 years' time. Who are you going to champion within your team to do this? And I thought, wow, this is amazing. I mean, I never heard somebody express it that way. And it really, really fits into what I believe in. It's really about motivating your team to be strong leaders and so on, and empowering people. That's how you get people to work with you, so to speak. And as a leader, that's your job. Your job is to motivate, energize your team to going wrong. I remember another quote from the Nigerian founder who told me, I feel like I'm running and my team is walking. Because, he understands the urgency of the work, but it doesn't feel like the team gets the urgency. And I said, that's your job. Your job is to figure out how do you motivate your team to start running. Not just to walk, but to start running. And you have to do it. It's not easy work, man. You have to figure out each team member, what is their motivation? Why did they get up in the morning to come to work for you? And everybody's motivation is different. Now, how do you manage all these different motivations? That's your job as a leader. How do you empower people to feel energized and move forward? So leadership is a topic I'm really passionate about. I've read a lot of books about it, etc. So I think it's just really interesting.
Awesome. Okay. Systems change.
Yeah, system change. Yeah, but last but not least, it's one of my favorite topics because I think I mentioned it before. One of the things I've realized when it comes to making real impactful work, it's all about collaboration at the end of the day. When I think about my background of the projects I've worked with or the organizations I've worked with, where I've seen the most impactful work is when we've got a lot of actors working together. And what I mean by that is, like, if you want to do an intervention in alleviating poverty in a community, city, country, you need to have the government involved, you need the private sector involved, you need the NGOs involved, you need the social entrepreneurs involved, and you probably need the church institutions involved, the religious institution in general, whether it's church or Islam or Buddhist. And if you get all of those people to actually work together, a co-design a program, you get, sky's the limit. So it's collaboration. I tell my students at the business school, when it comes to sustainable development, alleviating poverty, the biggest thing about it is collaboration. Because we live in a world where there's plenty of capital, there's plenty of technology, there's plenty of talent around the world. The question is, how do you get these three things to work together? They have the talent, the technology, and the capital to actually combine and work together. And that's a lot of collaboration. Your job is to mobilize people, convince people to work with you with the same goal. And I think collaboration is something I'm very passionate about. I love doing. And I think that's where sky's the limit. Once you get people to work together in a room and co-design really meaningful program, sky's the limit. So I think that's why I want to talk about system change aspect. Collaboration is actually one of my strongest values as well myself. And that's why I think system change is so powerful.
Excellent. So I suppose these are some of the tools that you bring in your work with the entrepreneurial communities that you serve.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking to myself, If I'm a prospect looking to work with you, I'm wondering, what is it that makes you uniquely qualified for all these agencies that keep coming back to you? What would you say to these, to any organization out there that wants to enjoy your service and is wondering why you've become vitally of higher value to these organizations that keep you busy all through the year?
That's a good question. I am, when I reflect, I've worked for 20 years, right? And I'm very privileged in the sense that, I'm from Rwanda, East Africa originally.
Yeah.
But we moved to Europe when I was very young, my parents. And I've been on both sides of the table.
Right.
Throughout my work, I've built an extensive network of people working in Africa and people working in Europe. So I know both sides of the world. I've been on the table when you work with African entrepreneurs and you're trying to convince an investor to work with me and trying to raise money. I've been on the other side of the table when I have the funding and work with organizations where we have the investment and we're looking for entrepreneurs and projects. So I've been on both sides of the table in terms of facilitating, implementing projects. And I think, back to my curiosity, I mentioned before, I worked around in 4 different continents. I'm a curious person. I've always wanted to work with different actors. I wanted to know, I worked in the private sector. I work with international NGOs. I work with impact investors. I work with social entrepreneurs. So I've kind of angled what everybody's kind of doing in space and understanding that. I think one of the biggest, probably the most constructive feedback I've received is one of my previous boss told me that you have an amazing network. Now he says, he actually regret, the day I left the job, he says, I regret I didn't actually understand that because I could have used the network very convincingly because I like to connect people, so to speak. So I've got the global north and global south in my pocket. Based on the experience learned, I've learned a lot. One of the things that people, feedback I also receive is when I worked in a startup in Nigeria, they called it Mr. Questions because I ask a lot of questions. That's my approach in everything that I do. I don't come in and say, hey, here's the solution. Like if I want to say I have a problem, and I'm not going to tell them after 10 minutes that here's the solution. I will ask tons of questions to understand where they're coming from. What's your journey? Where are we here? Where do you want to go next? To understand where they're coming from and put myself in their shoes before figuring out what is the solution. And sometimes I don't have the solution. It could be somebody I know that might have the solution that you should partner with. So I was listening to a recent podcast, actually, one of my favorite podcasts called Armchair Experts. And they invite different experts on it. You have authors, philosophies, even actors, musicians, and so on. And sports athletes, actually. And there was a tennis player, Andy Roddick, who's from America, quite a famous. He's retired now. And I love what he said, which really represents who I am. He said, I met this coach who already said that whenever there's something happens, any incident, a game, whatever, everybody's asking what happened. But his first question is like, I'm not asking what happened, I'm asking why did it happen? And that's how I look at everything. Every incident, every scenario, I'm like, why is this happening now? Rather than asking what happened, which is the facts. That's always my approach in everything that I do. So that's what I do, and that's what I love doing, basically. So for anybody willing to work with me, that's the approach I bring, and the knowledge that I bring as well. I've got an ecosystem lens of things, so I like to take a holistic approach. So anybody that has the same value, same interest, I've done that work, and I can help them do that work even more.
Awesome. Wonderful. So looking into 2026, what are some of the predictions that you might have?
Prediction for what exactly? You talk about the state of the world, Africa, Europe, it depends.
The entrepreneurship community, do you have any? Are there things that you're looking at and say, okay, this is where things might get hot?
I think 2026 is going to be an interesting year because we're all indirectly or directly impacted by what Trump administration is doing. The whole event of USAID, the whole shift of funding. So I think 2025 was a tough year for everybody because there was a huge change. That changed everything. And I spoke to a lot of organizations who are heavily impacted, more importantly in communities. There's been situations like a lot of support for HIV patients have been slashed, the budget basically, because of what Trump did, the Trump administration. So a lot of people are feeling the pain. And I think 2026 is going to be more of a reflection year in terms of okay, we're going through the worst period right now because it's a shock. This change is just making a lot of shock to the system. What's interesting, and I've been to many conferences, what's interesting, what everybody's thinking right now is for 2026, rather than focus on how much money do we need, how do we allocate the money the right way? How do we make the right investments, so to speak? Whether it's health, education, agriculture. So I think everybody's trying different things. Everybody's trying to be innovative, I guess. Or it's not have to be innovative. Good things that could have been done before, but just accelerated things. So I think 2026 will be exciting because everybody's been able to digest what's happened for the last 10 months. And now 2026 is all about, okay, now what do we do about this? How do we try different things? So I think for me, it's going to be exciting in this year because people are going to try new things. So that's exciting because they're going to try pilot programs, pilot way of doing it. And they're looking for people who are adaptable to change, which is why I am, because that's what I always tell people. I worked in 4 different continents. I love change. So I'm used to being in an environment where overnight you have to think, okay, what do we do next? Because things have changed. So I think 2026 is going to be like an interesting year in terms of like trying new things.
Awesome. So for career beginners, what would you tell them?
Career beginners that want to gain the space, I guess?
Entry-level job seekers.
Yeah, entry-level skills. I think this is what I tell the people when I teach at the business school, like, communication is key. How you articulate what you want to do. Of course, when you're entry-level, just because you don't know what you want to do yet, you have certain ideas. So I would say, don't be afraid to try and do things. Try something, find an organization that inspires you, find a cause that inspires you, find even a CEO that inspires you, or a person, whether it's a manager, whatever it is, and try to work with that person and learn from them. So come with an open mind of learning, and don't be afraid that if you join this organization, that after a year or two, you find out that this is not what you want to do. That's no big deal. Once you discover what you don't want to do, it makes your job easier. It makes your life easier because now you know this. Now I don't want to do that, so I know I want to do this. So one thing I always tell entry job seekers is don't be afraid of failure. When you fail at something, you learn something. Take that mindset in your mind. Because failure is always thrown up as a negative thing. Oh, you failed, you suck, etc. No. When you fail at something, of course, it's embarrassing. That's a normal feeling to have at the beginning. But next phase is actually take the approach of like, what did I learn from this? What mistake did I make? What mistakes were made to make sure we don't repeat those mistakes? So always look at a failure as a lesson learned. So I would advise the entry job seekers, you're going to make a lot of mistakes at the beginning of your career. That's normal. You're young. You're trying out new things. But don't be afraid. Make sure you learn from all these mistakes. Make sure you have time to reflect and think about how could I have done things differently to make sure I am successful. One of my favorite quotes about failure is Michael Jordan. I'm a huge basketball fan, and Michael Jordan always used to say, I missed the 3,000 shots before I was making those shots. So he failed a lot before he was successful in his own career. So I would tell them, remember that. That's very important. I wish when I was young, somebody had told me that actually for my mindset, but nobody did. So I was not so fortunate. So that's what I would tell most young people when they enter job seekers.
But of course, the other side of it is how to bounce back from failure. I guess this is my bounce back, and it's not it took skill that was learned over several years, and of course it took a whole team and several other individuals like yourself who are sharing us on. And but for someone who hasn't cut their teeth, so to say, how do they pick themselves up and keep going after maybe an embarrassing failure or something?
Think back to why. What is your why, I like to say? Think about what is your motivation. Okay, you failed at something, but think about what is it you want to do. Go back to that. Go back to what your motivation is. What do you want? What do you aspire to do? Just because you fail doesn't mean you're not going to reach your goal. You have to look at it that way. You might fail at something. That doesn't mean you're going to fail forever. It's part of life, And think about the way I re-motivate myself is like, why am I doing this? What is my motivation? What do I want to do in life? What do I want to do later? What do I enjoy doing, so to speak? Go back to the energy. Go back to the positive energy of like, what motivates me? What energizes me? Because, when you fail at something, it's very negative. Of course, it's normal. We're human beings. You're allowed to allow yourself to be ashamed, to be sad, frustrated. That's fine. But you have to find yourself to transition yourself to a positive energy mindset. Like, okay, I've gone through this experience now. What motivates me? What actually gives me positive energy? What do I get excited about, so to speak? And go for that. Look for that, please, to give back to the other side.
Wonderful. Okay. So, well, I guess the question is, what should we be looking out for? You know, in the maybe before the year ends or in the coming years from you. What are in your bag of secrets that people can explore?
Bag of secrets.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I wouldn't call them secrets, but I guess what's exciting for me is, of course, my next chapter. You know, I feel like I've done almost. I tell people that I've done like 4 different careers in my life. You know, my first career was working in the private sector, and then my second career was working for international NGOs in climate change. And then my third career was working with social entrepreneurship, and then my fourth career was working in systems change. That's gonna be my journey, so to speak. So now I'm in a position like, what is my 5th career? I'm trying to make it a transition. That's exciting for me. I'm trying different routes. I'm looking at different options, and I'm looking at what is my 5th career. But from everything that I've learned, what's interesting is I've learned a lot from everything. So I'm always looking to learn. So in terms of, I don't have any secrets coming up at the end of the year, but what's exciting for me is what's going to be my 5th career. Among all this journey that I've done, where I'm going to go next. And I've got a lot of ideas in my head what I want to do next. I know that storytelling is something I love to do. I want to invest in that space. System change, of course. And I still want to focus on the African continent as well. So I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, you talk about storytelling. How does it work? How does it work as a career? What would that mean? Yeah.
So the storytelling is about your narrative about who you are and what you want to do. And you create in terms of like, for example, I always focus, when it comes to storytelling, you can, for example, let me tell you something. When you present yourself, you can present what you do, right? This is what I do. I'm a financial accountant. I'm a marketing manager, blah, blah, blah. You can say that when you present yourself and when somebody says, hey, who are you? What are you on about? But I think what's most interesting when you do storytelling, what's more interesting for people is not what you do, is why you do it.
Yeah.
Why are you a marketing manager? Why are you a CFO? Why are you a CEO? Why are you doing this? And people are way more engaged when they understand your passion. Why are you doing this? Basically. So storytelling is always about starting why do you do what you do? Which is why I said to you, fundraising, leadership, and systems change. I've given you some ideas because there's curiosity side. That's why I love fundraising, is because curiosity. Why I love leadership? Because I love empowerment. I think it's interesting to empower people. And why do I love systems change? Is because it's collaboration. And I love collaboration. I'm an extrovert person. I'm the kind of person I love going to social events. You put me in a room when I know nobody, I love it. If I have to meet people in an area I don't know anyone, I love doing that stuff. And I remember a colleague of mine, and we used to work together. She used to hate it. I know people not everybody likes it. Some people, it takes a lot of energy to go to an event. It's networking people, they don't like it. For me, it gives me a lot of energy. I love talking to people. I love to understand where they're coming from, because I tend to believe we have 8 billion people on this planet, which means we have 8 billion opinions. So everybody thinks differently because of their background, their perception, their experience. And I love figuring that out. So, because I believe that I will learn from different people, which is why I travel a lot. I love going to different cultures because I will learn more from the different cultures than my own culture. That's why I love what I do. And I've been very privileged, I must say.
That's wonderful. So, but Kobe Bryant, before he passed, he always said his career is storytelling. So, if you want to create a career in storytelling now, what would that look like? Is it creating an animation studio? Is it content? What could that mean?
For me, you mean,
right? Yeah.
It could mean so many things. I was thinking it could mean anything like podcasts. I think podcast is a great way to do storytelling, for example. I would love to build a podcast platform where I can share people's stories. It's a great platform for people to share their stories, which is why I love podcasts, because you're giving the space for somebody to share their story. And that's one way of creating content. So that's something I would love to get involved in, for example. Even partner with the podcast. So for me, when I look at storytelling, the first thing that comes up to mind is podcast. And of course, then there's movies and music. It's another form of storytelling. But these are probably 3 forms I love. I think are really interesting platforms for storytelling.
Yeah, podcasts would be an easy one. Movies and music. distribution, IP, and they might. Well, of course, I don't know how much of legwork you would have done and some of the networks you have to make it happen, but I think podcast has become. You saw Stephen's recent race.
Stephen who?
Bartlett.
Right.
Yeah.
Recent race. Yes, I saw his race. Yes. I saw a post about it. Yes.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. It's one way of sharing your story, his success and so on.
Absolutely.
I listened to some of his episodes. This podcast is quite interesting. Some of the guests are very interesting.
Very nice.
But I think for me, when I think also about storytelling, I'm also, when I mean storytelling also, when I think about topic, is the narrative of the African continent. I think it's interesting to shift. And it's shifting.
Yeah.
In terms of what the perception is of the African continent. And I'm very passionate about that as well. So I loved all the projects that I would do. I was always involved in the storytelling of all the projects that we did.
Yeah.
How do we actually communicate what we delivered, the impact we built?
Right.
You know? And I love thinking about, okay, how do we make it? I always say, when it comes to storytelling, it's not about how would I be able to tell the story to a 5-year-old. A very simple version of what we did.
Right.
Don't assume that the audience are all experts. Think about somebody that knows nothing about your organization, knows nothing about what you're doing. In a very simple terms, what are you doing? What is your impact? And, you know, I'll be honest with you, sometimes I get frustrated with organizations when you're trying to understand what they do. It's difficult to understand. Or you go on the website and you see they have an impact page and you're still reading like, okay, what do they do? There's a lot of numbers, a lot of very big words, but like, what do they actually do? It's confusing, you know? So I get frustrated sometimes. It takes me a long time to understand what the organization is trying to do.
Right.
It's a bit frustrating. So I think there's a lot of, we need a lot of help in terms of like helping people how to share the story, what they're trying to do. And you see also, I've seen organizations do a great job. Very simple, like this is what we do, A, B, C. And you get it straight away. You don't even need to go to impact menu on the website. It's right there on the first page. And you get it from the get-go. And I love that because it's very straightforward. This is what we do, A, B, C. If you want to work with us, work with us. If you're not in that space, that's fine. So when I think about storytelling, I'm also thinking about impactful. And, you know, I can tell you something, Tom, like I go to many conferences and about sustainable development, about Africa. And we spend a lot of time talking about problems, about what the issues are. And I get that. But we spend so little time of actually what works.
Yeah.
It's really weird. Like, we should focus our energy on like, these are the solutions that I work in today. These are the projects that I work in today. These are the interventions that I work in today on the micro level. But the question is, how do we make sure, you know, we have maybe 100,000 people, but we need to have millions. How do we get from 100,000 to millions? And I feel that, you know, I'll be honest with you, when I go to conferences, I always ask this question to a panel. Can you share a story of success? Like, you do great work, we get that, but what have you seen that works? What kind of invention have you seen that works and doesn't work, so to speak? So sometimes I get frustrated. A lot of conferences are about problems. It's not about, okay, what works.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So that's storytelling. If you're a conference, you could be a conference organizer and say, hey, come to a conference because we're gonna talk about solutions. We're gonna talk about, yes, we know there's a problem, there's a challenge in the world, but there's the conference about putting forward what is working well. And how do we make sure that we get as many people to benefit from these interventions?
So,
and if you want to know solutions, so
yeah, I was gonna say, if you want to express the utility value of this kind of venture, storytelling venture, and you are focusing on entrepreneurs, or maybe is a venture that helps people tell better stories, how would you communicate such value proposition to constituencies like, say, African entrepreneurs? You were talking about website design. Okay, so I help you. Could it be I help you manage your content infrastructure? What would it be?
It could be that. I can help you manage there's the communication aspect, external communication, internal communication, but there's also the aspect of I help you raise funds.
Right.
I help you build your story when it comes to raising funds, whether it's donors or investors.
Right.
I help you build that story. I can do that. So in terms of, I will accompany you through that journey.
Right.
For example, you might have, you know exactly who the investors you want to reach out to. For example, you might even have some leads already. but I accompany you in terms of how to craft your story to get them to come on board with you. That's what I can accompany them to, especially for entrepreneurs. So let's take the case of entrepreneurs. Because I work with a lot of entrepreneurs in Africa, and they are always fundraising in different, whether it could be at the beginning, early journey, maybe as you're growing up. And I was amazed at the amount of entrepreneurs that were telling me, "Hey, I'm going to raise funds now. I've got some investors, but what do I tell them?" They were a bit lost because what do investors love to hear, right? They were trying to figure, because when you're running a venture, you can talk about a lot of things, because I can talk about a product, I can talk the class, but you only have like maybe 5 minutes, 15 minutes with the investor, or 30 minutes even for meetings. And they're asking, what is it that they want? So I can accompany them in that journey. And I always tell them, when you do meet an investor, when you're fundraising people, I always advise them, again, the first meeting you have, the first narrative you give, imagine the investor is a 5-year-old child, literally. Keep it simple. Right. Because we human beings, we want to impress people, right? When you meet people, whether it's fundraising or anybody, even when you're dating, you want to impress the person in front of you, right? Mm-hmm. So we tend to take the approach of like, let me show off my intellect. So they go really technical. Look, I've got this product, it does this, which is fine, but that's not the right approach for the first conversation. The person who's willing to meet you understands you're a smart person already. They don't need validation for that. Right. What they want to understand is, how is your venture going to work? Who are your customers? What's your business model? And most importantly, why are you doing this? Right. I mean, I remember asking an investor, like, what drives you to sign that check? What's that moment where you look at an investor and you're like, okay, I'm going to go for it. And they always tell me, at the end of the day, any entrepreneur can do a PowerPoint presentation. I'm not impressed by PowerPoint slides, by the financial model spreadsheets. That's not what convinces me to invest in an entrepreneur. What convinces me is that character, is that passion, and understand why this person is doing it. Understand that, which is why it takes time, because the investor is trying to get to know you as a person. What is your character? What are your values? Why are you doing this? Why are you starting? Because it's a big risk in starting a venture. Why are you doing this? Why should I invest in you?
So with this in mind, then maybe you should create a design agency that also does storytelling preparation. So then you handle the brand, the image, right, the personality, and then the expression of those packaged into stories.
Right. Mm-hmm. Because I know for a fact that I've been in pitch competition with startups. I know that when you share stories of what you're trying to do, it engages people. Mm-hmm. Because you can have a slide of like, hey, we have 5% growth, EBITDA, profitability, which of course gets people's attention. But once you share a story of like, hey, here's how my venture helped this individual go from A to B. Right. Because of my venture, this person was able to increase their income, was able to put their kids to school, was able to help their grandmother get access to healthcare. When you share something like that, it captures people they remember that more than a slide of numbers. That's a fact. That's how human beings react, basically. And always tell entrepreneurs, have a story. Yeah. When you pitch, always have a story.
Yeah. Okay. So communicating impact. You've spoken about it 2 or 3 times. So let's get into that. So I'm going to give you a case study of Ready for Work, our product.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So what we do, we help entry-level job seekers and early career professionals acquire digital skills that everybody needs today, and use our career pilot to find jobs without the job board, the middleman, from talent acquisition to landing a job, seamless like that. So what do you feel in this space will be impact metrics that people like you would like to see, and how do you communicate that?
Okay, so if I understand correctly, I'm trying to understand your service per se. So it's training, right?
Training, digital skills training, and job matching, but not the traditional way. So I should say job connections. Yeah.
So you're focusing more on job connections than training, or you do both, right? You do job matching and digital skills.
Yeah.
Okay. And so what kind of, when you say digital skills, is it like 2-week training? What's the format? I'm trying to understand that first.
Well, for now it's 6 weeks. Some of the courses are 6 weeks. So it's an acceleration program. 6 weeks, 12 weeks, depending on the course. So data science is 12 weeks, UX is 6 weeks, and digital marketing 6 weeks.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, I think one thing I would look at, if ultimately your goal is for them to get a job, that's kind of the end of the journey, that's the goal, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, one metric you look at is like how many people enroll in the program and how many get jobs. It's a simple ratio to look at that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can look at sectors, of course. I will look at, as a brand, as you throw around this program, because you said digital marketing is a different one. And I'm assuming the jobs could be it could be any sector. It could be healthcare, finance. I mean, unless you focus on a specific sector in the labor market, you're not, or you focus
for now,
on the sector or not?
No.
Okay.
Wherever there's a job that pays them well, that fits their career purpose, yeah.
So what would be interesting is what I would do is actually look back at your success. If you look at the people enrolled in this program and the people that get jobs, when you look at all the sectors, is it heavily in financial services? Is it heavily in consumer goods? Do you see digital marketing being a popular one? Just having a look at what works, what doesn't work. That's one thing to look at.
Right.
Because that will, for example, once you figure that out, that will help you communication your brands.
Mm-hmm.
So like, okay, we have Ready to Work is the name of the program, right?
Ready for Work.
Ready for Work, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Ready for Work. So when you promote that, you say, hey, we are successful getting people in the consumer goods sector, for example, but we're, of course, open to all sectors. So you have to figure out which ones is most successful to figure out what your story is going to be about. And then one thing is very important you must do is also get back to the people, the participants, and actually I'm sure you do that already, a survey of the participants that are working and ask them, okay, what was the benefits of Ready for Work? How did that help you get a job? What was the thing you loved about the program? And how can we improve the program? What was missing, you think, that was missing in the program that we could do better for the future participants? Because that will give you a sense of like, how can we adapt our program to get more success, so to speak.
Yeah.
That's what I would do before figuring out what the story is, basically. Figure that out. These are the KPI metrics. So customer feedback, the success rate, and look at sectors. Sectors are also programs. Is digital marketing more popular than any other digital training that you do, for example? I will look at that to figure out what is a story first. Once you got that, then you can build a story around what success, what is the value proposition, what do you bring to the table, and so on. That's the approach I would take.
Let me show you this.
Oh yeah. Okay, sharing the screen.
Mm-hmm.
This generation has unprecedented access to global opportunities through technology. Yet only 10% of Ghana's graduates secure jobs immediately after national service. The issue isn't a lack of talent. Rather, their education doesn't match what employers need. While Fortune 500 companies seek African talent, many graduates remain jobless. Stars from All Nations, SFAN, bridges this gap with Ready for Work, Africa's first AI-powered career readiness platform. Ready for Work reverse engineers exactly what employers need, then builds personalized pathways to get there. Meet Huda Ibrahim, a Ready for Work graduate who transformed her career, securing a top role at EPA Ghana and a Mandela Washington Fellowship.
Hello, my name is Huda Ibrahim. I work with the Environmental Protection Authority of Ghana. I participated in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program in 2019. At the time, I was a young lady who was getting towards the end of her national service, and I was so worried about whether I was going to get a job or not. I wanted guidance, advice, anything that would show me the way. SFAN came up with the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, and I enrolled. They took us through soft skills, digital skills, creative writing, problem solving, interview skills. We had a mock interview session. All of that came together to ensure that all participants were fully ready to, if you can call it, attack the job market. Interestingly, the following year, COVID hit, and the company that I was working with needed to go fully remote. So we had to use a lot of productivity tools like Trello and Slack to ensure that we remained efficient. And these were tools that I became exposed to or aware of during the Ready for Work Career Coaching program. So for me, that immediate impact, which is helping me become successful at my workplace, then during the COVID period, is one thing that went a long way to benefit me. One thing that stood out for me in the program was the one-on-one coaching session I had with Miss Tracy, who is one of the big people at Samsung Ghana, and for me to be sitting next to her, sharing my problems, my challenges, listening to her share her experiences as a young lady navigating her career and getting all the way to the top was really, really quite inspiring. And it breathed certain sense of direction and belief in me, which is still very helpful up until this day. So thank you, Che, wherever you are. Another thing was interestingly, there was an essay writing competition which I won. So I got a brand new Samsung phone and some cash. My phone was full at the time, so it was a welcome present, and an instant reward for participating in the program, if you would put it that way. In 2024, I was selected to participate in the Mandela Washington Fellowship, which is a leadership program for young Africans. Every year, about 700 young people from Africa are selected to go to the United States of America. The fellowship is in two components. So there is a Leadership Institute and the Professional Development Experience. The Leadership Institute for all 700 people, and then only about 100 are selected to participate in the PDE, which is more like an internship. I was lucky enough to get the two. So I had my Leadership Institute at the University of California in Davis. So yeah, I got to experience Cali. It's quite fun. And then I had my PDE at Clean Air NC in Charlotte, North Carolina. As part of the fellowship too, we went to Washington, D.C. to participate in what we call the Leadership Summit. The biggest thing from the fellowship, honestly, for me, is the exposure. I called my mom and I told her that I think everyone needs to come to America, even if it's just one. Like, just get into the country, just look around and go back to your home, because it does wonders to your spirit, to your confidence. Watching young people, especially in California, which is like the tech hub of the world, doing amazing things in their careers, in their life, just built a new sense of belief for me. It made me think that, Huda, if they can do this, then so can you. And being around the UC Davis environment, which is a world-class university, interacting with their students and interacting with the other fellows from African countries. In my institute, there were about people from 20 different African countries, all speaking different languages, with different cultures, different level of understanding, even different leadership styles. And we had to come together, integrate, network with each other, learn from each other, and bring all of that back home. During my participation in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, as I mentioned earlier, I won an essay writing competition. And to apply for the fellowship, you have to have good essay writing skills. So that's really where it began for me. Learning how to do it at SFAN, honing my skills over the years, and then applying for the fellowship. Honestly, now I'm so confident about whether it's graduate school scholarships, any kind of essays that come my way. And I really want to say thank you to SFAN for, playing a key role in all of that. My advice to young people out there, unfortunately, education doesn't fully prepare us for the demands of the job market. Organizations like SFAN are there to make sure that you are career ready, you are job ready, and you have the skills necessary and required to be successful in the job market. Like I said, they take you through digital skills, soft skills, they help you with interview skills, how to write cover letters. Even if your goal is to maybe apply to graduate school, they're there to help you through the process. So take that first step, be proactive about your future career success, and participate in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program.
This is what happens when potential meets precision. While traditional platforms teach generic skills, hoping someone will hire graduates, Ready for Work teaches what employers in Lagos, Nairobi, and Accra are hiring for today and what global markets are paying for tomorrow. It also gives employers X-ray vision into candidate potential that no CV or interview can reveal, essentially offering early access to tomorrow's top performers while they're still affordable. Unlock your potential at readyforwork.africa.
What do you think?
Great. I wish I had access to that when I finished uni.
Yeah.
When I graduated, actually. So no, it's a good video. It's a really good testimonial. I love how you start with the why in the video, of course. You talk about the issue, of course, which is great. I think what's a little bit missing from the video is understanding the scope of your work.
Right.
In terms of like how many people have already benefited from this program, how many people have done this. And it's interesting that at the end they talk about Lagos, Nairobi. So it's not just Ghana.
Right.
So you actually have people get jobs in other cities. Sounds like it anyway.
Yeah.
So I think it would be interesting to see, you know, at the end, to have more planning back for like, okay, here's the number of people who already enrolled in this program the last year. Or I don't know how long this program's been running.
Right.
Or 6 months. I mean, how long has this program been running?
We started the pilot in 2021.
Oh,
I actually said 22
so,
anyway.
Yeah, so it'd be good for you to mention, okay, this has been around since 2021. You've enrolled X amount of people. Help X amount of people get jobs. Just for people to understand the scope of it. Is it just about Ghana, or for example, if I'm watching this video and I'm a student in Cameroon, can I access this or not? Or is it only for Ghana graduates? Because you talk about Lagos and Nairobi at the end, so it opens the mind. Oh, wait a minute! So they do this for Nigeria. So it's good to also mention in the video, because this video can be, you know, promoted everywhere around the continent. So there's expectation. So it's good to make it clear that, you know, this program is available, I don't know, across 6 countries, whatever the countries. That's one thing that was missing for me, that get the more impactful in terms of what you're trying to do, basically.
Wonderful. Okay. Back to fundraising, leadership, and system change.
One question, Tom.
Yeah, please do.
Why did you start this in 2021?
Okay, so you know, the company itself, starts from All Nations, it was a campus club. In 2013, I was in Radford doing a BSc degree, and I read of the state of youth and employment. We started organizing events, careers fairs, business breakfast meeting, and incidentally, Student Entrepreneurship Week, which was where the research that informed Ready for Work was generated. So the events were really to make sense of the youth unemployment situation. In 2016, I began, you know, wondering what could happen if you use AI to inform capacity development for young people. But I didn't have any money then, you know, to build what I wanted. In 2018, I got coaching to, you know, do the minimal viable option of it, even if it's gathering people together, providing them advice on soft skills development, and, you know, all the beautiful things that the young lady said. That was 2018, 2019, with Stanbic Bank and other agencies that supported us. So with that proof, we raised $250,000 in 21 to begin building the platform, which the V4 is what we are launching through this event.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've run 5 cohorts, and we've had 126 people in the job market now through Ready for Work. So that's where we are.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And is it, do you saw that research about youth unemployment? Is this something, youth unemployment, something that's close to you because you went through it, or is it something why that course for you?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So, you know, I got my start selling and marketing fast-moving consumer goods for my big sister in her retail company in Nigeria.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, in my sense, I was making some money. And incidentally, she got me to start a procurement company that supplied her company and other agencies with all the goods they needed. Life was good. I was saving some of the change, you know, I made. Eventually, in 2012, I came to Ghana to study accounting because I had read this book about some of the, you know, it was Robert and Donald Trump's Why We Want You to Be Rich, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, I felt I had achieved success with the company in Nigeria, so I thought, let me do a BSc degree to understand what money is. And he talked about education being one of the primal human needs. The other one being housing. You have clothing, you have food. Yeah. So I love education. I felt my role is in education, but I needed to understand the concept of money and how to build an education company. So in my thinking then, accounting will help me understand money. So I came to, I was wanting to go to Canada actually, but eventually I came to Ghana. I loved Accra. I enrolled in Radford since they had affiliation in some Canadian schools, and yeah. Then I read about the youth unemployment situation, so began experimenting with the events. It began to take off. We had British Council, several other organizations partnering with us to host the event, and here we are today.
Wow, good story. Thank you for sharing.
No worries at all.
So you wanted to talk about, I interrupted you, sorry. You want to talk about the three themes, right?
Oh yeah, so as we gradually get to the capstone of your brilliant presentation and insight and masterclass and excellent delivery, I was wondering, do you have final comments and thoughts on fundraising in 2026, leadership for, the next leaders in the industry being our generation, and then systems change that will help to put our community of operators on the global stage? You said our voices need to be heard. What systems change can make that happen?
Yeah, to wrap up, I guess I don't want to repeat myself, but I guess to wrap up, for me, storytelling, impact, narrative is key in everything that you do.
Yeah.
I know I can give a few, if I may give a few examples, something that I learned a lot about how you tell a story. And I was working on a project in Burundi, and it was a very noble project to help rural farmers, women farmers, get a better income, basically. And we managed to do this to a solo project, a solo bakery. They were earning more money. And the first narrative in my mind was, okay, we increase their income, so that's the impact, right? So you think, okay, if we've got a better income, these women will be happier. And I went to the ground in Burundi, work with the community, work with the technical providers and so on. And I was trying to, once the project was implemented, the women have been working, I did a questionnaire asking the woman, what was the biggest impact for you as a woman through this project? And we anticipated that income would be the first thing they would say, right? They got better money, so they're much happier. But we were pleasantly surprised that's not the biggest impact for them as an individual. They said for them to be part of a community is way more important for them than income. Of course, having more income is important, but the thing they really capture for them is part of a community. What do they mean by that? It's also, again, talking about yourself, putting yourself in people's shoes.
Yeah.
They basically said that they are farmers. These are women that were farmers. Unfortunately, they lost their husbands because of AIDS, so very, very poor area. And farming can be a very lonely job, for people that know this. When you're farming 8 hours a day under the sun, plowing the seeds and so on. When we grabbed these women, these 10 women to work together to run a bakery, a solo bakery, I bet. They loved it because they felt more part of a community. Because people would come to the bakery and buy bread as they do, and they talk, how it is. They talk about life. They talk about, hey, how's things? They just feel part of a community because people are asking how they're doing. They just feel it's just more of a communal work rather than just doing a field work. And for them, that was very powerful. It was way more impactful for them than having more money. Of course, having more money is great, but that feeling of communal is key. And that just reminded me in terms of what impact is. Alleviating poverty is great about money, but we all know the story of people that have, billionaires are very depressed, that money doesn't buy you happiness. Yet sometimes we do drive the narrative like we need to increase people's income, which is very important, of course. I'm not downgrading that. But we need to talk about a different narrative, that this is not just about money. It's about also how people feel more confidence, have hope. That's what people want, basically, ultimately.
Yeah.
When they see that video, the testimony said, and she loves the job that she's doing. She's not talking about how much money she earns. She talks about being validated. She loves about being in a work environment. That's what she wants. She wants dignified work, feel respected. And I can tell you another project I had, another woman told me the same thing. She said to me, we got her a job. So this was a woman from this place, very similar to what you're doing, but mostly working with young mothers, not necessarily young graduates, but young mothers that have never been to school, basically. And she got a job working in a restaurant. But she told me the biggest impact for her is now I have hope. Before I didn't have any hope. Before I had no jobs, I was living in the streets. Now I have hope. On top of having income, I can put my kids to school, but I have hope. And that's priceless for her. That's what real impact is. That's what you want to do when you want to transform somebody's life, is bring that hope, that confidence into it. That's what real impact is. That's when I think about story. I think that's a shame that people don't share as much about that. So for me, that's what impact is bringing hope and confidence for people to be transformed. So I want people to remember that. That's what I strive to do. When it comes to fundraising, that's what I want to do. I want to share stories that this is the impact we want to build. Bring hope and confidence to people so they can empower themselves to go bigger and stronger, which is what leadership is about. And system change, because I think it takes system change to do that. It requires collaboration with all actors to build confidence to people to be empowered to move forward. That's what's needed. So it's all linked to it in terms of it. Like the fundraising is about telling the story, the empowerment, because you want to empower people. As a leader, your job is to empower people. And to empower people, you need system collaboration, you need system change. You need collaboration through different actors to empower people to get to where they want to be. It's not just about training people. Skills development is great, but it's not enough, in my opinion, to really transform and empower people. And that's what you're doing. You're not just doing training, you're actually job matching. You know, just because you could just simply do training, AI, digital training, say, hey, go find a job. You know, it doesn't work like that. You need more than that. You need to work with private companies. You need to do AI. So you're doing a collaborative effort of like creating an ecosystem.
Yeah.
That's easy for a young graduate to get there. That's what's required.
Absolutely.
Making impact.
Yeah.
So that's what I want people to remember. When you think about impact, how you can create the ecosystem to create a transformative impact.
It's unquestionable that you have expertise that are beyond. Yeah, you have unquestionable expertise in your art, in your craft, and I suppose that's why all these high conferences that you attend, they always call you back again to facilitate, to support entrepreneurs. Yeah. So I look forward to celebrating your work even for the rest of the year, and then in 2026. For when you do start your new venture or new career path, or whatever it becomes, I will be here to celebrate you as well. So just know that we are excited to have you on board as part of our supporters. There's no way I could have done this without people like you who bring this pure spirit of excellence and, cheerfulness to stand behind us. So thank you so much.
Now, thank you, Tom, for giving me the opportunity to be part of this great attempt. I appreciate you. This is the second attempt. So I love the energy that you haven't given up. You want to do it again. So I love that. Thank you for that. And I'll definitely follow on Ready for Work. I'll definitely follow and track that and know better what you do.
Yes.
I'm definitely track and see. And if I get the opportunity to come to Ghana, I would definitely reach out to you. If I come to Accra, for sure, and come see you at the office.
Excellent. All right. Cool. So we transition to Aisha. Oh, she's here. Aisha is in Ghana. So, hi, Aisha.
Good luck.
Yeah.
And I'll let you guys do good luck and carry on and keep the spirit, and well done for so far.
Hi. Oh, what happened to my video?
It will come.
Can you hear me?
I can, yes. But I can't see you anyway.
You can't see me?
Nope. I see your background, but I'm yet to see you.
Oh, you can't see me? Okay. Can you see me now? Oh, let's do this again.
Yeah, there you are. Hello.
How are you? How are you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm alive. I'm awake and I'm alive.
So congratulations.
Thank you.
Once again, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Be a part of it this year as well.
Yeah, last year you wrapped it up for us, eh?
Yes. Yes. I ended us off.
Yeah. Okay. How has it been?
It's been well. It's been really good.
Wonderful.
Ghana hustle. But then also so many things has happened since the last time we spoke. So really just, staying in high spirits, getting ready for the holidays.
Right.
And just staying positive, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So we were talking about storytelling. Let's hear some of those things that have happened since we last spoke.
Yeah, absolutely. So for everyone, my name is Aisha Ado, and I run an organization called Power to Girls Foundation, and also a tech-based platform called My Power App. In between everything else, like I do other things, but I think for me personally, like my main mission is really around creating safe spaces for girls and women. So every work that I do, everything that I do is geared towards that area, and it's geared towards the direction. So I think since the last time, which was it last year or this year?
Last year.
Like I feel like the time has just gone so much.
Blissful,
I'm like,
yeah.
was this last year? Was it this year? But essentially, yeah, like, running programs. So we run programs in the schools. We focus mainly on, personal development, mental health, mentorship, and tech-based programming for the girls. And as, times are changing and times are evolving, we also have a digital platform that essentially allows for girls to connect with mentors, and it also allows for them to connect with each other. But most importantly, allows for them to access mental health support. So yeah, that has been, what has been keeping me personally busy, because, we've been consulting with girls on how best to integrate AI into our mental health support helpline. And also just, doing a whole lot of different things. We also just launched our 10-year anniversary documentary. So it's been really interesting, just like, seeing the growth of the organization, but then also getting the opportunity to hear from people that the organization has impacted over the years. So yeah, it's been very busy, but it's super exciting.
I can imagine.
Exciting.
Wonderful. Awesome. Well, congratulations on 10 years.
Thank you. It's actually been like 13 years, but we did the video for 10 years, and later we're like, oh, I think it's more than that.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Wonderful. You're welcome. So, mentorship and mental health.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So let's start with mentorship. I suppose today mentorship, in as much as it's become, it's remained the same. What have you seen? Has there been any nuances because of AI, or what do you see?
No, that's a really good one. I think just mentorship in itself is like super important, and it's super vital. And over the years, and just through the work that I've been doing, I've recognized the importance of mentorship. A lot of times we talk about, representation. I don't think sometimes, like even in Ghana, it's something that we talk about a lot, but the impact that seeing somebody do something, or seeing somebody that looks like you achieve something, the effects that it actually has on you as an individual as well, right? So, and that in itself, like that's the representation bit that I'm talking about. So for me, it's like super vital and super important that in the work that we do, we're able to really reinforce that bit, and we're able to really connect girls to mentors, for them to see themselves represented, but then also for them to be able to dream beyond whatever it is that they see within their communities. So some of the things, like, some of the stories that we've heard over the years is, we've had girls that when they started our program, for example, you ask them, like, what do they desire to be in the future? And like, they will tell you, like, I want to be a market woman. And there's nothing wrong with that. They will tell you that, like, I want to be a seamstress, I want to be this, I want to be this. And it's because that's what they see. But then over the years, as we, bring in, let's say, a doctor, we bring in an engineer, we bring in a content creator, we bring in an artist, we see how their responses change based off of what they're seeing and what they're hearing, and also seeing themselves represented. We've had instances where, young girls will tell us, honestly, I never thought that I could be this, or I never thought that I could actually, get the resources or even get the support to get the skills. But because of, being in proximity, and because I've been able to see somebody in that field, and I've spoken to that person, and that person has shared with me, what they do and how they do it, I feel more empowered, and I feel more confident in myself to be able to do that. So I think that is really and truly the power of mentorship and the power of representation, because seeing somebody that looks like you, and seeing somebody that, maybe comes from the same experience as you, or even similar, doing something great, automatically also inspires you to do the same. So I think that's really like, you know, the importance of it. And that's part of the reason why for us, like, you know, mentorship is so vital and it's so important as well.
Wonderful. Yeah. Have you, so I guess the question is, do you think mentorship has remained the same, or has there been any new evolution that maybe you have crafted or you've seen? Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I think the logistics of mentorship is evolving, that's for sure. And that's also actually part of our work. For us, we see mentorship as vital and important, but then we're also in a steady decline of people that are open to be mentors. So I shouldn't say people that are open to be mentors. It's more so people that are willing to be mentors just based off of the logistics of it now, right? So traditional mentorship is like, you know, maybe you meet up with somebody and then, you know, you have a coffee, and then you ask them certain questions and then they inspire you in certain ways. Or like, you know, you have a problem and then you're like, hey, what do you think? Similar to coaching, but I think coaching is usually a bit more intense and a bit more time consuming, and it usually requires you to actually pay as well. So what I have noticed within the traditional sense of mentorship specifically, and I'm speaking specific to folks that are running, you know, youth-based programming as well, is that like, you know, you have somebody come in, the person shares, or you have somebody, you connect someone one-on-one. But for us, we felt like it would be great if we're able to digitalize that. And that is where our app comes into play, where, you know, again, people are willing to mentor, they're willing to offer their services, they're willing to offer their time. However, it's not always conducive to, you know, meet up with somebody. So we looked at that and we said, okay, well, how can technology change that? Like, for example, you and I are in the same country right now, but we're connected over Zoom, right? So it's really leveraging technology and seeing the ways that we can use it to build socially or to build responsibly.
Yeah.
So we have a platform that essentially allows for girls to connect with mentors. So it's essentially a LinkedIn / Instagram put together specifically for girls, where they're able to connect with mentors, they're able to connect with each other, and they're able to really, like, you know, just learn from each other. But with this, it allows for mentors to be anywhere and everywhere in the world. And they're able to connect with the girls and they're able to offer their services and their support. We are enhancing the platform, you know, leveraging AI, leveraging all the different tools that is available to us to make sure that, again, the value that you get when you are sitting across from somebody is not lost. So really just refining the experience. But yeah, I think that's really some of the things that we've been able to do on our end. But I think mentorship generally is evolving over the years because of, you know, AI, because of technology, because of digitalization as well. So yeah.
Impressive.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so before we go to the next subset of the topic, you know, in terms of best practice, what works in ensuring, and you're right, by the way, there's been that decline of individuals that are willing to participate as mentors, but I suppose there's a reason for that, isn't there? Because when some of the people that I have engaged, they often find it difficult to also find mentees who can, you know, do some of the work that is required to keep mentor-mentee relationship going.
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess at some point in your career, you need a mentee or you want to have a mentee, but not everybody who wants a mentee gets to find a mentee who can, you know, really represent in every way that the mentor might want. So This is a big aspect of your work. What have you seen that people miss or mentors miss first? Because obviously it's a two-way relationship.
Yeah. No, that's a really good question. And I think that's something that, you know, we like we're always talking about as well. So the first thing is that there's always again, and this is what actually led us to building the digital platform, because one, there are instances where you have mentors readily available and then you don't have the mentees, right? Or in the sense that the mentees are not holding up their end of the bargain. And then there are also other instances where you have mentees available and the mentors are not holding up their end of the bargain. And one of the things that we recognize and one of the things that we realized is that is as a result of one, availability, two, interest, and three, timing. So in the past, we've tried to, you know, bring them together at the same time, you know, connect, talk in a controlled environment, because again, you know, access to resources and stuff like that. And we know that works, right? So we do this thing called like the mentorship branch, where we bring the mentors, we bring the mentees. We have speed mentoring, we have individual mentoring, we have panel discussions. So really just like bringing them in that controlled environment works. We've also tried other instances where we connect them. We're like, here's your mentor, here's your mentee. Okay, now go off into the world and be great. And a week later, the mentee will come, I can't get a hold of my mentor. Another week, the mentor will come, I can get a hold of my mentee. So really looking at that, we recognize that it really has a lot to do with time and availability. And then the third one, which is very important and very vital, is interest. We've seen that there are certain people that just want to be mentors as a result of, okay, I think it's time for me to be a mentor. However, what are you mentoring in, right? Like, what are your skills? What are the skills that you're bringing? And then also, are you coming at it from a point of, okay, now I have all the answers. So, you know, this is me just, you know, dumping all of my knowledge on you, or are you coming at it from a collaborative space? A lot of times people think that, you know, there's nothing that they can learn from young people, but I find that to be very untrue, because I have learned so much from my girls. They have taught me so much. They have inspired me so much. They have challenged me so much. And I think that is part of the reason why whatever it is that we're doing works, because we see them as active collaborators in the work that we do, not just as people that we're providing services for, but people that really are part of that process. They are part of the design process. They are part of the implementation process, because that in itself, there is value in that, and that in itself is mentorship. So I think it's really, you know, recognizing that. And then the final thing that I would say, actually, I said the other thing was the final thing, but this is the final thing. The final thing is that when, you know, you can one person to one mentor, a controlled mentorship environment, this person's person for the next 4 months or for the next month or however long your program is for, but like, you know, connect with multiple mentors at once. Because again, you know, maybe today I want to talk about, you know, mental health, and then do a mentor in that space, or to miss somebody oil and gas because I want to get into as a career path, or the next thing. Do you know what I'm saying? I feel as you grow, and it also evolves as you evolve. So that is really and truly, like, you know, some of the practices that we have put in place to ensure that mentorship is evolving and not so, you know, not so, what's the word? It's not set in stone, and that it allows for you to, you know, really evolve, and it allows for you to also grow and for you to connect with multiple people because you need multiple support.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, so let's look at the mentee. What do they need to do better?
I think it's really around availability. So if you are in a mentorship program, it's really around availability. But I think before you even set out to look for a mentor, one of the things that you have to ask yourself is, okay, well, first off, how much time am I open to putting into this? And then number two, how am I respecting the mentor's time and availability? I personally, I've gotten offers where people are like, oh, I want you to mentor me. And I'm like, what exactly do you want me to mentor you on? Like, what is the support that you need? And a lot of times they're not able to tell you. So I think it's really important that before you approach somebody for mentorship, that you know exactly what it is that you want from the experience, and also what lessons you'd hope to take away. Because if you're like, oh, I just want somebody to run ideas off of, that's great. But then I can say, okay, I can give you 30 minutes of my time once a month, So I think it's really important to highlight, and I think it's really important to make sure and ensure that you are able to you're able to commit to what it is that you're saying that you want. And then also just, don't be afraid to actually ask, because I think there are a lot of people that are willing to be mentors. You just have to ask. So just go for it. If it's something that you need and it's something that, you can commit to, then definitely go for it and explore other areas as well.
Awesome. Okay. Mental health.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a big one.
Yeah, I know you are passionate about helping people manage their situations in this regard, but and educate also in young people on how to, have a sane experience, I should say. But where do you see today's technology development complicating things that were, it used to be that they say young people have challenge dealing with mental health, but it doesn't seem like it's getting any. It doesn't seem like the news is going away, because just recently there was a publication about OpenAI highlighting the number of people that talk to their system about. Yeah. What do you see?
Yeah, no, that's a really good one. So I think, COVID specifically took our mental health through like the roofs. So we saw like the biggest drop in mental health during COVID times. And that's because, again, we are very social people. We're a social being. We're wired for socialization. But then we were forced to not socialize, right? And specifically for young people, the internet, so to speak, became their outlet, right? That is where we saw, a jump in the user base of TikTok and of Instagram and like all of these different social media platforms, because again, we are now being put in a controlled setting. And one of the things that we saw as a result of that was that there was an increase in cyberbullying. Young people were being bullied left, right, center. And that cyberbullying, in a way also extended to when they went back to school, right? There was a lot of doxing. There was a lot of, young people being put in very unsafe digital situations, right? There was a lot of there was a lot that was happening digitally as a result of COVID. And now we have become so wired. And I mean, I think even as adults, right, being so fixated on social media or like just being so fixated on our screens that it definitely has a toll on your mental well-being.
Yeah.
So of course there's like, mental health from like, a more diagnosed standpoint where you have, your schizophrenia, you have your anxiety, you have the depression, you have all of those different things, which are also still exacerbated by social media. But then you also have just your mental well-being, just like, the effects of, being on the screen 24/7, like the effect of social media, the things that you're seeing, the contents that you're receiving, all these different things, and how it makes you feel as an individual, and how it also contributes to how you show up as an individual. So that's exactly what we're seeing with young people, where now they are, you know, back in the day, would say that the things that used to influence a lot of young people, like, you know, millennials will say like magazines and stuff like that. Today, it's not like, you know, and with magazines, you have to wait once a month for it to be dropped. Right? But with this time, you literally pick up your phone and it's literally right there.
Yeah.
You know, somebody is showing you a new house that they bought, and you're just like, damn, like, am I poor? Or, you know, you see somebody, you know, like with the new fit, and you're just like, oh man, I want that. Like, it's just there's so many different things. Comparison has gone up, like, you know, and then you have people, you know, talking to each other in very unkind ways. So there's a lot of things that are contributing to young people's mental well-being, and they're crying for help, right? Because over the, like you mentioned, over the past couple of months, we've seen ChatGPT, OpenAI coming out and saying that a lot of people are using ChatGPT for mental health support, not just young people, adults as well, right? We've also seen the instance where trigger warning, the young person literally, you know, had built up a relationship with the chatbot, and ended up unaliving himself as a result of what the chatbot has said to him. So there's a lot of unknown when it comes to digitalization and mental health, but then we can't also pretend we can't pretend like it's not there, because it is definitely there, and people are definitely using you know, technology as support. And it's also because, again, access to mental health support is so expensive, and it's also something that we don't talk about. So if we come here now to the Ghanaian market, or like, you know, the Ghanaian culture, talking about mental health is not something that we do, right? We assume that, you know, if you are feeling down, you know, pray about it and everything would work out. And, you know, that's an outlet for sure. But I feel like it's really important to recognize that there are people, and especially young people, that are dealing with some serious mental health challenges. And always, you know, pushing them away or telling them to pray about it and it will go away does not do them it's a disservice to them, because then it really minimizes, you know, the things that the support that they need. So it's really important that we shed light on it, and it's something that I'm personally super passionate about, because in our work, you know, we hear it all the time, we see it all the time, we see how, you know, when someone is not, you know, is not mentally fit, how that shows up in the way that they show up, and how that shows up in the things that they do. But then when they get the support and when they, you know, they feel heard, sometimes it's as easy as somebody literally just, you know, listening to you and saying, I feel you, or like just saying, I understand where you're coming from, right? Yeah, so I think that's really what, you know, how important mental health is for me, but then also how important it is generally for us to, like, you know, really be, for us to shed light on, because it's not something to be played with at all.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There has never been a generation with as much entertainment as we do have, and there has never also been a generation with as much, probably, arguably, as much depression as we see with our generation. So that being the case, what do you usually tell the young people that come to you to receive your service?
Yeah, I think the first thing is really just creating a safe space. And safe space looks it looks to different people. It looks to everybody in a different way, right? So I think one of the things that I always say about safe spaces is that before you even create like a physical space, make sure that you yourself are a safe space for folks. And that's one thing that my team and I really make sure of, that we are safe spaces. And what that means is that, you know, you allow folks feel free enough to come to you and say, hey, this is what I'm experiencing. Is this okay, or is this normal? Because I think one of the things that you just mentioned around, you know, there hasn't been a generation with so much entertainment, but then there also hasn't been a generation with so much depression. it's so true, because a lot of us, and especially young people, are experiencing this for the very first time, right? They don't know what it is that they're experiencing, but they know that they're experiencing something. And there's also that bit where it's like they know and understand that what I'm experiencing is not normal. There's something, arguably wrong with how I feel about myself and how I'm showing up to places and the things that I'm saying. How am I being influenced by this? So I think, cognitively, we're all aware that, okay, there's something wrong. The question is, what is it that's wrong? And I think because we're all collectively going through this, collective change, we're all asking the exact same questions. So I think when it comes to young people and as it relates to young people, for us, the main thing is that, like, how are we creating safe spaces that allows for them to show up as they are? That's one. And then how are we creating safe spaces that allows for them to ask the questions that are really eating them up? And how are we also equipping ourselves and building our capacity to make sure that we're able to provide that support in a way that is not, demeaning, dangerous, or harmful to the young person, but then in a way that is empowering as well. So that's essentially how we navigate that and how we go about that, because it's really about creating that support. It's really about creating that creating that safe space, and ensuring that we have resources and all of these different things on standby so that we can refer the young girls to. And then the final one is, for the times that we are not able to be there physically, implementing technology and really leveraging technology for that. Because if, the majority of your time is spent online, then how can we make sure that you're able to access or able to get content, educational content or empowering content that kind of really refreshes your mind and refreshes yourself when you're going through, your social media days. So yeah, really just innovation, safe space, and capacity building. Those three.
Amazing. Yeah, you're right. And also is about the individual being trained to have healthy relationship with these digital tools, and how to disconnect, how to detach, how to selectively focus on things that's empower. Because have you ever been or seen somebody who just woke up and started having a bad day just all by themselves, And I I know sometimes maybe I didn't sleep early and I wake up and then somebody makes a bad joke, or some music comes on the stereo, and I have this wave, and then I remember that it's still up to me to put myself in the mood I want to continue with for the rest of the day, because you can't expect to go through the day screwed up, angry and miserable and not have a miserable day, And some people don't understand there are strategies you can use to shift your internal environment and manipulate your mind to focus on things that you want it to focus on. I always tell my team, I say, my true job is to constantly center myself on abundance. And if I succeed in leading you Hello?
Yes, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I just can't see you, but I'm still here.
Delight will come fix it. Yeah, I always tell them, if I succeed in leading you all with me to abundance, then I would have done a good job, So, you know, so I think that's one other area that young people need support in, because everybody is happy, everybody is smiling, everybody is sending nice emojis, but then deep down, some people are having crisis moments in their private, quiet. So, how?
No, that's very interesting.
Yeah. How does programs like your, you know, like Power to the Girls, you know, support people to at least develop those, you know, mental maps and mental muscle to be able to quieten their mind? And are there curriculum that you run that focus on some of these things?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have like a whole mental health program that we run specifically for young girls. But I think you mentioned something that I think is really important, which is, you know, as you, like, you know, as a leader, you also have to make sure that, you know, you are in that, like, for example, abundance mindset in order for the people around you to be able to pick up on that, right? So I think that's one of the things that we also focus on, is really ensuring that the team members are also well equipped, well trained, and that they are also, you know, we're also taking care of them and their mental well-being. So, you know, we can have an instance where maybe, you know, as a facilitator, I'll go into a workshop and then I'll say, listen, today has not been a good day. And because you've cultivated that trust, that you've cultivated that environment and that experience, you can have the young people now coming in to reinforce you and, like, you know, reaffirm you and stuff like that. So I think that's really important, is that it's not necessarily around, you know, just saying, you know, you have options around, you know, around mental health and around how we're feeling, and specifically also around how, you know, technology and social media is driving some of these experiences that we have. Because, you know, some people wake up early in the morning and the first thing, and I'm guilty of this sometimes as well, and the first thing that they pick up, it's not their Bible, it's not anything else, but it's their phone, right? And you're checking social media and you're sending memes, and like, it's very consuming and it's very time consuming. And sometimes I can sit down myself and I'm just like, I have been on this thing for way too long, right? But I think for millennials like myself, there is a nostalgic experience or feeling that we get around, like, you know, being able to be outside, connect to people, talk to people, you know, that really allows for us to be able to also sometimes detach. For us and for the girls, one of the things that we always, we are reminding them and we're reinforcing in them is how valuable they are as individuals, how beautiful they are as individuals, how strong they are, how intelligent they are. Really, like, literally words of affirmation every single session. Mainly because the more the algorithm is literally playing in their faces and giving them all these you know, unnecessary content. So I think it's really vital that they're reminded of, you know, who they are. And we cannot talk about mental health and we cannot talk about digitalization without talking about internet safety and talking about why it's important for parents to speak to their kids and have conversations with their kids around internet safety. There are things happening on the internet that should not be happening, especially with young people, especially with young girls, right? Really getting them to understand that whatever you put on the internet is forever. It's for a long time, right? So really just being mindful of that, and, you know, coupling those two things together, I think is, like, you know, very important, because we've had instances where young people come in and they share, oh, I was in this chat room and this person started talking to me and this, like, we've had that incident before, you know. So I think it's really important that when we talk about the internet and we talk about mental health and we talk about how social media is driving our mental health through the gutter, we also talk about digitalization and the importance of internet safety and digital safety, specifically as it relates to young people.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. If you have a tool or a set of tools that can help you to choose when to be seen online, or choose your online visibility, I should say. Whether to, be absent to anybody's query or reference, whatever interaction that is, like, be completely absent. Would that kind of tool make sense for you to explore?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm always trying to find ways to not be online. Absolutely. I think that would be a really interesting, I think it would be a very interesting tool, mainly because, they're like, I think even like, folks like Apple had tried to help in limiting people's screen time.
Yeah.
So you're able to kind of like set within your phone, okay, after let's say 7 o'clock, lock me out of all social platforms, or I only want to spend 30 minutes on social platforms a day. And then when that 30 minutes is up, it literally just blocks you out. But then it's kind of like, okay, I can just go back and increase the time, right? So it's really like, I think maybe we might need a bit more intense blockage where it's like, no, like, don't make me visible, because that means if I'm not visible, let's say I decide for 3 days or for 30 days, whatever it is, I want to not be online. That means that for 30 days, nobody can send me a meme. Nobody can send me anything that would require for me to actually go on my phone to open it up. And like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I definitely think that would be helpful, especially for folks that, like myself, that were just like, honestly, sometimes I just need somebody to take my phone away as well. So even if for me as an adult, right?
Yeah.
We have these challenges. Imagine young people.
I know.
Right? Imagine young people that, this is all new to them and they cannot wait for their first phones. Like, we had to beg, and like, even for some of us, we had to like become adults and go get our own cell phones. But for young people, it's not like that anymore, right? And when you had your first phone, it was the Nokia 3310.
Yeah.
It was literally the Yam. Like, but now it's like, no, I need a smartphone. It has to have a camera. It has to have this. It has to have that.
The best camera.
We're really threading on like, very thin lines when we talk about digital safety and mental health. And I definitely think that something needs to be done about it. We try to do that in our small corner, but I think from a national level, there has to be a reform around digital safety, specifically for young people. And I hope we can see that happen soon.
Yeah, for me, sometimes, have you seen that Satoshi's meme? Satoshi, the guy they said, yeah, the Bitcoin guy. Have you seen the meme?
Which one is it? Which meme? There's so many of them. So which one is it?
The one where they showed his current valuation, like the current valuation of his investment.
But then nobody knows who he is.
Absolutely, yeah. I was like, this is so if I have my way, this is what I would have done. Then I remember again, I'm the one sending all the pictures every 2 minutes. So the question is, as much as you want that kind of anonymity, you run a project, you lead a company, you lead a team, and you don't have all the bandwidth to not look for resources and not connect to people. You can say, okay, they would contact me if I, for example, I'm planning this event. If I post about it, 200 people will apply, and then I can, shortlist 105 people, 120 people that I think will be available during the period. I don't have that kind of bandwidth. I still have to do the legwork of, cold email, cold DM, follow up, another follow up, and things like that, because people are busy. So sometimes the nature of our world isn't also helping to make things easier for people. And
absolutely.
Yeah, I look at I think to myself, I say, okay, I have all these tools and liberties and privileges. What about for someone who doesn't even have, you know, that kind of liberty and leverage, what would they be dealing with if I, with my discipline and everything, still have to sometimes stay online for a very protracted time? You get home, your eyes are paining and things.
Yep.
It's amazing.
No, it's literally the dilemma, the paradox that I always find myself in, because it's always kind of like you know, damn, like I have to be online because of my work, right? But then at the same time, I really don't want to have to be online because of my work, right? and I think that's the beauty of, you know, the Bitcoin guy, because it's like everybody knows that he owns this amount of Bitcoin, but nobody knows who he is.
Yeah.
So he can afford the anonymity.
Yeah.
We can't yet.
Yes.
You know, just not being there. So it's literally it's literally the issue that I always find myself in, or like the challenge that I always find myself in. So I try to delegate. Really, that's how I try to find a way around that, because yes, you're absolutely right. The work that we do, and especially for anybody that is a leader, a thought leader, a community person, like it requires for you to, you know, do that. I would actually share a story. So I think when I first started Power to Girls, you know, we were doing the work. We were literally in the trenches doing the work. We weren't even taking pictures. And I remember one of my mentors said to me, Aisha, what are you doing? I'm like, well, what do you mean, what am I doing? You know, I'm running this program and da, da, da. She's like, yes, but you're not telling the story behind the work that you're doing. And unfortunately, without the story, no one, for lack of a better word, no one cares, right? Without the story, no one is going to see the impact that you're doing. But I was of the school of thought that if, you know, my right hand is doing something, my left hand doesn't need to see what's happening. And I think as a result of that, and just really just having that thought process, it really made even like, you know, just being online and stuff like that very difficult for me, because I feel like, okay, why do I need to tell the world that like, oh, you know, we've worked with over 10,000 girls, or we've done this, or we've done that? Like, who cares? Why does anybody need to care about that? Why does anybody need that information? And one of the things that my mentor said to me is that, yes, maybe it's not really, you know, from a personal perspective, something that you want to do, but from a business perspective, it's important because one, it allows for people to see your work, and it allows for people to support your work, and it allows for people to provide you with the resources for you to continue your work.
Right.
So for the sake of the girls and for the sake of the work that you're doing, the amazing work that you're doing, you need to start telling the story. And that was actually when I started telling the story of Power to Girls in a more like literally going in on telling the story. Because before I was just like, honestly, we're doing the work and we know that we're doing the work. So we don't need to tell anybody that we're doing the work. But she was like, nah, you actually have to. So there's always that, you know, struggle within myself where it's like, yeah, you know, you don't want to show off, but actually you have to show off because you're doing great work. You know, you're doing amazing things, and it's important that people see that and people can support that and people can buy into that as well. And I think that is what really allowed for me to really like, you know, start sharing a bit more. But when it comes to like even my personal, like I don't share my personal life online because I recognize the ramifications of that. But when it comes to my work, I'll definitely share my work because I think it's important for people to know. And in this social space where right now we have so much, we're inundated with so much information and so much details, it's important and it's vital for you to be able to see something that, you know, really lights you up, something that really brings you joy. And I think that's the work that we do. So for anybody out there that is a thought leader, that is a leader, that is like, you know, a community change maker like myself or even like you, I know it gets hard, it gets challenging, and it gets very frustrating when you're like, oh, I really don't want to be here, but I have to. And I think it's really just finding your little slice of heaven online that, you know, allows for you to share things from the perspective that you want to share it in. Really, really helps. So yeah, like I think that's been the you know, the way that I kind of patched that up for myself. But yeah.
I like that slice of heaven.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
An online slice of heaven,
right?
Just so that you can focus on, and curate. And I think it's also important to mention that, like, curate your social media, right? If there are certain things that you don't want to see, don't click on it. And because the algorithm is basically building based off of what you click and based off of what you are seeing, right? And like the things that you're spending more time on, the things that you like and stuff like that. So if you're more of a motivational person, click on more motivational quotes, click on more stories that, motivate you and inspire you. And then before you realize, your social media is curated to your taste. So when you go online, it doesn't become as draining. Of course, staying online for long periods of time definitely hurt your eyes, but it doesn't become as draining as if it's just, you're just scrolling, doom scrolling all the time.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I often see this. There's this meme. You are not doom scrolling. You are working. I'm not sure if that's what you say. I see it on X. I'm like, yeah, this is exactly me. Because sometimes research is on social media for some companies. Contact, especially for someone like me, that the work started on social media, and some of the engagements I make are also social media, makes it easier. But I don't know, maybe a better form of social media will be developed, or we'll find another way. But it's becoming less social, especially with bots, AI, and it's easy for everybody to have. Maybe LinkedIn is not like that now, but X seems to be a place where I did an experiment when I was producing this event. Of all the DM I sent on X, I never got up to 5 responses. Yeah. But on LinkedIn, yes, which is amazing actually. On LinkedIn, even to third-level connections, I still got responses. Yeah.
No, I definitely think you're right on, the social media platforms not being as social. And I think a lot of the social media platforms are also being used for things that it wasn't necessarily designed for. So you have instances like X, for example. X is no longer like I don't remember the last time I visited my personal X account, because I think the platform in itself has changed so much in terms of like what people are using it for. And I would assume that majority of the people that you would want on here would also be like literally folks that are active on LinkedIn, because if anybody messages me on X and is like, oh, I have a business opportunity for you, I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, go on, message me on LinkedIn. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Not to say that it doesn't happen. Before, it used to happen a lot. Like, I actually got a lot of media coverage through X. DMs, when it was Twitter. But that's not the case anymore. Now, like, people just go there to argue.
I know. And say weird things.
Share information about trending topics and stuff like that. So I think that's actually very, very interesting as well. That's actually very interesting.
I mostly use it now for the AI because Grok is very good. Grok is so nice.
So do you think Grok is you prefer Grok to OpenAI, ChatGPT, or Gemini, or Azure, like any of those ones?
Okay, so I'll give you 2 layers of, 2 layers in answer to that, 2 layers of response in answer to that. One is in terms of transparency, in terms of privacy of your content, data security, Grok is number 1. In terms of intelligence as well, Grok wins OpenAI. Maybe V5 just negligible in some regards. But if we are talking content, research, information, general comprehension, right, of query and responses, Grok is number one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, but Claude also is very good, you know. So why I hate Claude is the agreeableness. So what I do is I try to create a competition between them, and it works. So
I see.
Yeah, but OpenAI, ChatGPT is not a good system actually.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's not a good system.
I'll definitely love to actually talk to you a little bit more about this, like offline, after, you know, when the dust settles, because it's definitely something that I'm personally interested in exploring the best AI tools. It's very interesting because like now you have OpenAI embedded in so many different platforms and in so many different things. So like your smartphones, like, you know, all of that stuff has OpenAI integrated somehow. But then it's very interesting to see that, like, you know, it's not considered, like a lot of folks don't consider it as powerful, or like, you know, the agreeable aspect, I think, is something that a lot of people have shared, that like, you know, it really leads, it really, you know, gaslights you into thinking that you are the bomb when maybe you're not necessarily the bomb.
All AI, all LLM hallucinates, but I feel like this gold rush for who will be number one. Yeah. And I don't know, maybe because I like Grok, you know, for some of the work I use it to do. And also I don't think, you know, ChatGPT's privacy settings allow for some of the errors that could happen in the process of, you know, for example, we know they have indexed chats, you know, private chats, and they became public. Those kinds of things are not good.
Yeah. No, actually, they've apparently been hacked again on October 27th. Apparently, there was a hack as well, and it hasn't been made public. But yeah, apparently their systems were hacked as well. So yeah, we're and you see, that's what I'm talking about. Like, we're really definitely entering into a very interesting time when, you know, technology is rapidly evolving, and as a result of that, people are going to need more support, and people are going to need more mental health support more than anything. And people are also going to need guidance, because as we continue to depend on, let's say, the ChatGPTs, the Groks, the Claude AIs, and all of those different things, our sense of, you know, what's the word? Critical thinking is going to come down drastically, because it's not everybody that has critical thinking skills. So if you do not have a mentor, or you do not have, you know, support to like really enhance, like, you know, your mental stability, and like really like supporting you mentally, and really allowing you to challenge the things that you're seeing, then we're just literally just going to be living in a in a stimulation.
Yeah.
Because we're just gonna wake up, go online, okay, Grok, tell me what time it is. Tell me, you know, what's the weather like today? What should I eat for breakfast? Like, you know what I mean? And we're leaning towards a total dependency on all these platforms. And it's not to say that there is anything inherently, I mean, there are things inherently wrong with these platforms. But I think if, as a society and as humans that are built for connection and are built for you know, challenges and stuff like that, we become so dependent on a third party that is not necessarily divine, but we're treating it as divine, then eventually we're just going to lose ourselves, right? We're going to just hand over our existence to this, you know, third party, and saying, okay, take over, because heck, it makes my life easier, right? So if I don't have to think anymore, and I don't have to I don't have to do anything anymore, what ends up happening? Your mental health goes into a decline.
Absolutely,
You
yes.
know, I don't know if you've seen any of those movies where they have the robots take over, or like, you know, and then it's just like people are just miserable because it's like, I can't think for myself. I can't do anything for myself. So we really have to, you know, really be mindful of our dependence on some of these tools. And it's not to say that you shouldn't leverage the tool for the things that you need it for, but I think it's also really important that for the people around you, like, you know, really enlighten them on the importance of it, but then also the dangers of it, because again, social media is either a tool or a weapon. So you choose what you want to use it for.
Yeah. Yeah, well said. I can't even add anything else because you've summarized it perfectly and accurately.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I have somebody in the waiting room. Is it the one?
Yep.
Joan. Okay, she's the next one. Divine is being switched with somebody. So as, okay, yeah, okay. Thank you, Aisha.
Thank you so much, Tom-Chris. I'm wishing you the very absolute best. And we definitely have to sit down and talk AI and
yes, let's
AI after all this. But thank you so much for having me. And best of luck for the rest of the day. And yeah, rooting for you.
Thank you so much.
You're definitely bringing this one home.
Yes. That's the purpose and that's the goal. Thank you so very much. It's always a pleasure speaking with you. Your faith in Christ, your sincerity in the work you do, and you know, it's a good thing when people know who they are and what they represent, because I think a lot of people don't. So when I see, you know, young people like yourself making moves, you know, and working out of purpose, that's a thing to celebrate. So keep it up.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Hi, Joanne.
I think I can start video. Hey, hi.
Hello. Are you replacing Divine?
Who?
Okay, you're one of my speakers.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay. I don't have you on my schedule.
That's funny.
I know.
Well, it kind of came in pretty impromptu, but I guess I'm as ready as I can be.
No worries. All right. So what are we talking about today?
Okay. I thought you had that. We're talking about resilience. Yeah.
Resilience.
Females in the workforce.
Great. Yeah. Suitable and relevant topic.
So before we go into that, how are you doing?
I'm alive. I'm awake. Yeah.
You will remain alive. You remain alive. You do
Thank you.
I'll be waiting for you at the end.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So, introduce myself, okay? My name is Dr. Joan Enebong. I'm a family physician with a special interest in adoption and public health. You know, because in the workspace where I work, I see a lot of women. I see more women than men. I see more young women. And I work both military and civilian population in the community I work with. So it's a mix. And for me, I've discovered over time that health prevention and health promotion and public health prevention is way cheaper. There are a lot of financial resources that are saved And not only that, the emotional and psychological burden of illnesses are forestalled because they don't end up coming to the hospital. Sometimes I meet people on the streets within my community where I work, and they come and say, oh, they haven't seen me in a long time. And I said, it's a good thing, because if you're coming to see me, that means you have a problem. So if you're not coming to see me and you see me outside and you're like, how are you? And I say, yes, I'm good, thank you. And you're like, I miss you. I said, I miss you too, but I prefer you not to come to the hospital.
Right.
So sometimes I meet up with so many patients outside because, as I said, it's like, it's a community, it's a village in Abuja, because I'm talking from Nigeria now.
Okay.
So it's a village, but it has grown more than that. It has grown beyond the way a village will look like. It's way more than that. So I meet them up on the streets because you need to walk in. I drive in. So, and then whenever things are happening, we're right in the center. I meet them and we have a good time. And we meet all sorts of people, young, old, middle-aged. I meet really sick people and some people who just need therapy. They just need somewhere to talk. And they find that very well in the hospital, at least with me. I find some people say, no, we don't want that doctor. We want this doctor, because they feel that she can listen, she can hear. Some are like, what's your problem? Just come and write this stuff and take the prescription. But for me, sometimes I do know that they have what they call psychosomatic situations in which their problems spill out from the psychological space and it spills out into the physical. So if they can handle the psychological, if they are resilient enough in the psychological, they won't even fall sick. They won't even have a need to see you. So I try to tell them, I go out of just the writing of prescriptions and hearing their signs and symptoms. I tell them there are certain things that they are doing in their life that is, making life a bit more harder for them. So I teach them resilience strategies to make life easier for them, how to cope. Many of the females I see, like I'll say 50% are professional, another 50% are stay-at-home moms or high school leavers. Some are they are students who just left school. Some are wives of the military men. Many of them don't really have, they don't go to higher institution. So because of that, they are stay-at-home moms, or they just look for something to do around. They go to the farm and they sell their produce. So it's a mixture of people that I see. So I just want these women to know that resilience can birth productivity in any aspect of their life they choose to put it in. And when they do that, they become whatever they choose to be.
Awesome. Okay, so resilience. But before we talk resilience, I always like to get some background information for audiences. So have you always wanted to be a doctor?
Initially, I wanted to be an agriculturalist, but my father told me that I was too brilliant to be in the farm. He told me that medicine is where I should go, that is where I will do better. Okay. So he encouraged me. In fact, he pushed me, but I look back now and I say, I do have a lot to offer. I do have a lot to give, and I think I'm in the right profession. So
that's nice.
I didn't always want to be a doctor, but later on in life, I realized that I'm where I'm supposed to be.
So it means sometimes when they choose for us, they do out of foresight and not control.
Well, sometimes out of foresight, out of them knowing who you are or their dreams for you. But you see, even if it wasn't for me, I could still branch out. Medicine is wide. Whether there are so many parts that you don't have to be in the clinic. You can also be outside the clinic. You could do research. You could do so much. It's not just sitting down in the clinic and seeing people one-on-one. There's a lot. So, and again, if you become an adult, you have autonomy. You can do whatever you want if you choose to do so. So it's all about what resonates better with you.
Yeah, because there are some people that their parents chose the course and they go to the course miserable because they feel like they are being controlled, and then
that is true. There were times when I was in medical school, I have to stay up and read. It's not something, medicine, from what I know, is more of hard work than brilliance, than intelligence. You must be ready to work. You have to read, you have to study, you have to integrate, you have to mix up with your classmates, you have to know what is going on. If you're not ready to do that, you will just be unhappy and you will not do well. And if you don't do well after a while, you have to flunk. You'll be asked to leave. So there were times I would sit up and I would ask myself, why am I here? The people that told me to come here, they are sleeping, and I'm here reading this fat textbook. So it's an issue. But as I said, I discovered that it was in my best interest.
Was that?
And I love it. So when you love what you do, it becomes easy.
Yeah,
but if you don't like
but the
what
love
you do,
came afterwards.
It's a chore. Yeah, it's a chore.
But the love came afterwards. When it was a chore, how did you maintain enthusiasm?
Because I found out I was interacting more with people. I was interacting more with people, and that interaction, I'm a people person, so that helps.
Okay.
If you're not a people person, if you're like, oh, I don't need to be bothered with all this, it's a difficult thing. But for me, relating with people is easy, so it's not a problem. I like it, so it's fun. Because you meet different people from different walks of life, and you get experiences from them. You listen to their stories and like, this is interesting.
For some people, they are not really doing something because they want to do it, but let's say some student who graduated with a first-class degree couldn't find a job and is doing a volunteer role that she or he doesn't like, but needs to do to get a foot in the door. So in that period when she or he is doing the thing that sucks in their understanding or in their interpretation, how can they still do it with a smile on their face, knowing is the process of getting to where they've, the journey, getting to the destination of the journey.
You said a foot in the door.
Mm-hmm.
You said a foot in the door. You need to have a way in.
Yeah.
I know people. There's someone I know. He wanted to travel out of the country, do things for himself. But he realized that if he did that, he'll be leaving people he loved behind who haven't found their foot. So he said, you know what? I will stay back. I will sacrifice some years of myself to help my family. That's his immediate family. Wasn't married then. And I will do what I don't want to do so that this is money making. Because with the money, I can uplift myself. I can uplift my family. I can make sure that they're all solid in whatever things they are doing. And then I can fly and do what I want to do after. Because if I just think about myself and I go do what I want to do, I will still come back. These people will still bother me. They will still pull at me. But if I'm able to sacrifice a few years to make sure that my immediate family is good, I will be able to fly. I will soar higher and they will soar with me because nobody is going to be pulling me that, brother, I need this, brother, I need that. So because of that, he stayed back and put his foot in the door and did. He was into furniture making. He didn't like.
Seems like Yeah, our internet. Welcome back. I can't hear you.
The connection went off for a bit.
No worries.
Well, as I was saying, you just, whoever that person is, you just have to suck it up. I know it's temporary. It's not like this is going to be my life. It's just like a paragraph in the book of your history. I won't even say a page because I think a page is too much. A paragraph in which you need to adapt and work out a way out of what you don't like. There's always a way. Once you have a will, there is a way. But if you just like give up and like, oh, I'm here, I don't know, let me just go through the motions, you'll be a sad person, you'll be depressed, and such people spread out, they pass on the sadness around. Everybody's like, there's just negative energy. So I think for people who are in jobs that they do not like, they should believe in themselves and they should still work behind the scenes to get what they want. But at the same time, they need to put themselves out there. They need to work hard, believe in themselves, and just be patient. You need to give yourself time. I did volunteer work for a while so that people would know me, and I wasn't getting paid. But I did it because I needed the visualization. I needed people to see me. I needed the optics. So it's something I did. Even where I ended up working, I did like almost 18 months of semi-free work. But eventually I got taken in. So you just have to know that this is something you might have to do for a while, but know that this is not your end. This is just a paragraph in your book.
So how do you do it and do it with purpose, not a show? Because yeah, obviously stories have been told about people who started out like that, and eventually when they started applying themselves, they realized that, oh, there's more to this than I could actually see at first blush. And it became, a turning point instead of, okay, something you tick just to complete a task,
You're already answering your question.
But yeah, I wanted you to, because yeah, you tell a young person, okay, believe in yourself, don't worry, everything will change. And then they get in and they hear these voices. I mean, look at Joseph, look at Angelina, look at XYZ, you two graduated together, But I was wondering if there are maybe systems that you use to put yourself in a better mood. Because let me tell you something. I realized that you can actually trick your mind, because when I was doing this last year, there were times when I felt so bad, because my back was paining, my back was aching, and my legs.
Because you sit for so long.
Yeah, because I've sat for a very long time. My legs were swollen, my head was aching, my eyes were dizzy, and I was feeling so sad. And I still have to have a conversation. I still have to ask questions. I still have to listen to submissions. But I've learned some systems, which is I tell myself, oh, I'm having fun. It's okay. I'm alive. I'm great. That should explain to you why I say I'm alive, So when it seems like it sucks. Absolutely, yeah. The more I said it, the more my brain took it up, and eventually it became fun,
Yeah. I tell them that this is not, everybody's timeline is different. You can't, just our faces are different. Our needs are different.
Yeah.
Yes, we all generally the same thing. We want money in our pockets, in our bank accounts. We want a nice house, a nice car. want to have fun, travel, those general, goals. And with that, I tell them, but the time to get it is not the same. The race is not to the brilliant, it's not to the wise. Who God will bless, he will bless. I let people know that you have to just own it, that this is your race, this is your life. Do what you have to do. Work smart, not harder. Work smart, but you should still work hard. And you will be seen. I know there's this young lady in my place of work. She's been working for years in my office, and I just didn't pay much attention to her. But somehow, through her younger brother was like a fan of me. He would come and sit with me when I'm seeing patients. He would sit outside, and when I'm not seeing patients, he would come into my call room. And I was like, what does this boy want? Because he was really young. I was like, I didn't understand. He just liked being around me. Then he introduced me to his sister because he was leaving the community. And then she would come and sit with me, and she would do the same thing, just sit and looking at me. I'll be watching TV, I'll be looking at her like, what's going on here? But eventually we became good friends. She's a dear person. And she was doing a job that was beneath her. She was like relegated to the background, but she was there for years. And somehow she just continued doing her work well. And so she was always referred to something better, like, let Tina do this. Let Tina do this. She can do it. Tina does it. There will be no problem. Let Tina handle it. Next thing, she was like the PA to the head of that vocational center. Then from there, they posted her to the primary school. She worked there for a while. But somehow, the story about her being a good worker had come out. Next thing, they took her to the head office, and she's there now, doing well. And she's like, she doesn't even know why she's here, but she prefers it. And she's thriving. But she was where she was for a number of years. She didn't like it, but it was like, this is where I am. Let me do the rest. She just applied herself. So that's what I tell people: apply yourself and gain skills, gain network, know people, keep your nose clean. You will get there. As I said, the race is not, everybody's race is not the same. We're all different. Some people have, like for me, when I left school, many of my mates went to do masters, they went to do residency program. I got married and I had kids immediately, like off the bat. People say, if anybody would have said who is going to get married and have kids immediately, they will not come in. But that was what happened. But at the same time, we had par. Now we had par. So I won't say I lost. I didn't lose. There's this balance in Nigeria. We say, last, everybody's going to be all right. That's what I tell them. You're going to be fine. That's the health. And you have faith in yourself. You have hope. You're going to be fine. You're going to make it.
All right. So resilience can be overstated, and it can also be underestimated. Now, let's look at it in two ways. Resilience. First of all, how do you define resilience?
Okay, resilience. It simply means the capacity to withstand or recover quickly from difficulties. How do you adapt? How are you able to cope? Because in life, things hit you. So how do you adapt? How do you bounce back? That's basically what it means. The capacity to withstand or recover quickly from difficulties.
Okay.
Basically. So what are those difficulties? They could be stressors. It could be work stress, it could be family stress, it could be financial stress. And resilience is not something that everybody can build it.
Yeah, because I was going to ask you if I just don't like stress. I just don't like people sending me. Have you seen those kind of people? They just want to be on their own. They don't want to gain anybody's attention too much. And so now you are saying be resilient. They don't want stress, and life is becoming stressful. How can they?
Stress, as long as they are breathing, you have stress. I don't know how. Your neighbor could be making noise at all midnight. Is that not a form of stress? They're stressing you out because they are not allowing you to sleep.
So how can such an individual
work?
How can such an individual develop that resilience muscle?
Well, it now depends, because it's not a one fit solution. You have to navigate. What is the problem? Once you know what the problem is, you can now look for a solution. For instance, if you have a neighbor that is making so much noise midnight, instead of you being hostile or being passive aggressive, you may need to have a talk with the neighbor. And if that's not working, you have to get the landlord involved. So there are ways in which you have to take, pathways you have to take to find the solution. You just have to have that mindset that there is a solution to this problem. Yes. You might not have 100% solution, but you can manage it.
Right.
Just like managing people. Like if you're an administrator, you have to manage people, different people coming with different problems, people that are coming late to work, people that skive off work, people that don't do their work well. You can't find anybody. Neither can you fulfill every single role in your organization. So you have to manage these people. You have to make them feel that we're doing this as a team. And without you, I can't move on. So I need you to put you. There's a time I had an issue with my boss, and he asked me, how can I help you work better? Now, that made a lot of sense. Like, I never heard that before. Well, he said that, and I knew that he wasn't coming at me, attacking me. He was coming from a place of assistance. So I knew that, look, if this guy is offering you this pathway, you just need to buckle up and do better.
Is that a mindset someone can develop, or is it?
It is.
Okay.
It's a mindset. It's a mindset. As I said, anybody can develop it, because we are going to face adversity.
It seems to come easy to you.
Your own body giving you stress. I have a friend that was diagnosed with an autoimmune problem, and when you have an autoimmune disease, your body is attacking itself. It sees some parts of you as the enemy.
Yeah.
So the immune system is fighting it, and it's making you ill. So she was having this problem, and there's really not much you can do. You can only take medication to kind of stall it, to make it better, but there was no cure. There is no cure. And she's just managing her life. And once she knows that this is how it is, you just have to adapt your mindset to that level. Because if you don't, it's going to make you depressed. And what do most depressed people do? They just want to end it all. We don't want that to do. So you just have to keep giving them, take meds, do some exercises, your best life, be happy, find things that give you joy. And it worked for her. She's doing better now. She hasn't stopped her meds, but she's doing better.
Okay. But obviously, it's a practice that you need to, work on every day, because I was talking with.
Let me tell you something. It's like a muscle.
Yeah.
It's like a muscle. The more you work a muscle and you give it what it needs, it's going to grow. It's going to get bigger.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen scrawny men, as in slim, and they go into the gym, they want to body build, they want to get bigger. And then they now discover that what they need is more protein and more rest. Eating less fat, more protein, more rest, working out. You give them 3 months, they measure their biceps, and it gets bigger. So what I'm saying is, like, it's a mental muscle. You have to be ready. You have to be able to keep pushing at it, keep on it, and it will get bigger. It's just like your intuition. There was a time in my life, myself would talk to me. I would say it's my conscience. It will talk to me and it will tell me, do this or don't do that. Or don't you think hello?
Hi.
Are we there? Are we together?
Yes.
Okay. So when I didn't listen to my intuition, I got into trouble. But when I started listening to it, when I started obeying, okay, it's time to leave this place, get up and go. And I'm like, okay, let me go. I might stay a minute extra. But when I did, I avoided problems. It just happened like that. So it's like you just need to keep building your muscle. You need to believe in yourself. You need to build that muscle in here. Because if you don't, it's going to weaken, it's going to die. That's resilience. You have to just keep building. It's like building a house.
Right.
Don't let rats come in. Don't let them take over.
That's nice. Okay, so tell us about you are in Nigeria.
Yeah, I'm in the Federal Capital Territory.
Okay. How's the environment today? How's the environment in Federal Capital Territory? Internet is messing up. Hola.
Hello.
Hi. Your internet didn't let you hear. Yeah, your internet didn't let you hear what I said. I was like, how is the Federal Capital Territory?
It's calm.
Okay.
It's calm right now. There's nothing serious going on. There was a protest. Yes, that's right. Right now.
That's good.
So a lot of consumers and shop owners.
Yeah. So nobody will say, I don't want to go out because I don't want trouble with the young guys.
And it's not, but also black tax is calling to come calling on your door. Is that, well, that's
Yeah.
We need some money.
Yeah.
Stuff last week.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we also collected, I think, speaking of black tax, I think it's not necessarily as much of an issue as people make it. Because, okay, so the thing is, if you
Really?
Yeah, personally, that's how I feel.
Maybe you don't have people, knocking on your door, calling your phone. Maybe that's why you think it's not, because it's based on experience. Like you said, some people are like, I don't want stress. Nobody should come and disturb me. They hide themselves.
Yeah.
If they request, by the time you say no 10 times, they'll stop asking you.
Mm-hmm.
But it's an issue for some families. Like some people, they can't just close their eyes. They are the breadwinner of the family. They're the ones the family look up to, and they have no choice. They must do it.
Yeah.
In fact, you dare not marry. And if you marry, your husband or your wife will bear the burden, or shall I say, they bear the brunt of you being the one at the top. It's a serious issue. Talk to Nigerians in the diaspora, or even Africans in general. We experience it a lot.
Yeah, everybody does. I mean, everybody can.
At least I know my father experiences it a lot because he's not in Nigeria. And because of that, they keep calling him. He's 82 plus, 82, and they keep they keep calling him, and he has to respond.
So that's where you need to structure or set the expectation right. At a stage, it's easy to comply with many requests, but at a certain stage, when you know you have done enough, because at the end of the day, if everyone receives a yes, then it means
to go broke.
Yeah, for real.
In fact, it's one of the things that I talk to people who have, these issues, is the ability to set boundaries, the ability to say no, ability to not take up more than what you can do. There's this thing in the Southwest, which it has spread to practically every part of Nigeria, this thing, Ashwebi, in which everybody wears the same color of outfit, whether it's lace or it's Ankara, everybody wears the similar color. And most time, whoever is hosting the party, weeks or months prior, they would have given everybody, will find a way to send you your outfit because they want everybody to look the same. So it's kind of a beautiful thing when you see everybody wearing the same outfit, but it's not necessarily the same outfit, the same material, but everybody has come up with their design. So it's a pretty thing to look at. Sometimes I have friends that every other week, if not every week, they must go for something and they must buy their shoebi. And it is so expensive, some as much as 50,000 naira. In fact, I'm being conservative. I know some that is 350. Like, how do you cope? What am I going to do? Okay, and she doesn't wear the clothes after. I'm like, are you in social life? Why are you doing this? Do you want to kill yourself?
Maybe she likes it.
She does. She's a people person. She has so many friends. I don't know how she cooks.
Well, there are two things.
So, but it's a problem because you get broke trying to please others.
It is.
Try to be at this person's party, try to be at this person's occasion. Before you know, you'll be broke. And then it's like you're faking it because that's not really who you are. Maybe your pocket cannot accommodate it. But they still do it to keep up appearances.
It's either pride.
So you just have to learn to say, no, I won't be able to do this. Or, you know what, I can help you so far. And after this, I can't.
Of course.
Yeah, I was talking to a colleague of mine. This was last week, Wednesday. And she was telling me how she has inherited the mantle of training her uncle's children. That is her father's brother. And I was confused. I said, what do you mean you've inherited this thing? Why are you doing it? She said, their father did it. He trained all his younger ones, and some of his younger ones are not doing so well. So he has 5 kids, the uncle. I'm like, how can you be having that number of kids if you cannot take care of them? And okay, he can't take care of them. They're entering secondary school, they're entering university. And she's taking off, she even told her students, oh yeah, let's divide. This is what this person needs. We're going to divide the money. It's 300,000. Oh yeah, how many are we for? Everybody. I was just looking at her aghast. It took a while. I said, well, talk. If you guys decide to do it, oh well and good, but if it's me, I will reject it though. I will not do it. I will tell him, we have tried, we've trained some of your children, you do the rest.
You are being mean. You are being mean.
I'm being realistic. It doesn't make any sense. Why would I carry? At the end of the day, they might not even come back and tell you thank you.
Oh, well,
not that you need to thank you. But I think everybody should carry their.
Well, when they all grow up, the house will be full and everyone will be coming to the same house. And when people see them all driving their big cars, it brings presents to the house, doesn't it? Is this one from me or from? Okay, it's not from outside. internet in Nigeria. Yeah. Young man, are you part of my speakers? I see. You don't know what time it is? So which one is good morning, good evening, good afternoon? Depending on the time people are tuning in. Oh, you are greeting the people. I see. Okay. So is she rejoining? All right. Raphael.
Yes, please.
Okay. So you say your topic is
Youth taking the lead in Africa.
all right. Introduce yourself.
Okay, so my name is Raphael Aduyao. And then I would like, first of all, let me thank the wonderful, I thank you all for having this opportunity to speak and the determination of Tom-Chris and the team and everybody for being here. It's just a wonderful opportunity to be here to come and speak. Because, yes. So, right now, I think we oftentimes talk about the youth being the future and all that, but if we are the future and then currently we can't even find a place in the present, then I think there is no future, because it's what we do now that is actually makes us in the future, because there's no future if we are not doing nothing now. We can't even find a place now. So I think it's more now we the youth, we have to stand up for ourselves. We have to do something. It's not only about maybe starting trends, and we can also do something, because when you actually look at maybe the great companies, the bigger companies of now, like right now, currently. It was started, it was youth, it was young people that started it. Because I think when you are young, you actually have, you are more curious. You just want to do more. You want to do more. You don't have any dependencies. You don't have any, maybe anybody you have to take care of or something. You are just curious. You want to do something, and then when you fail at it, I think you can start over. There's nothing like maybe when you fail at it, maybe your family or something, because you are just the only one. So I think when you are young, you have that opportunity to do something for yourself. So I think it's more about we standing and then doing something for ourselves. And then currently myself right now, I started this Everest processing. It's more about we want to limit the paper imports and things in Africa. Started this project a while ago. And then right now we are still on it, and then we are working towards it. It's more about, so we see in the coming month, I think we should be officially landing. And we should do something like we have people on board. We have gotten some shops and then some supermarket and all that we've started an agreement and everything with. They just left it us to just officially start with everything. So I think
Raphael. Okay. What do you do now?
What do I do now? Currently, I'm a student.
Where?
University of Ghana.
What do you study?
Study agribusiness.
Agribusiness. What is agribusiness?
So it's agriculture, business and agriculture.
Business in agriculture.
So agriculture. It's agriculture. It's in the agriculture.
Okay. Yeah. What do you intend to use it to do?
It's quite unfortunate because actually
that's what they gave me.
we didn't have career guidance and all that when we were starting, so I think we just had to. We didn't have. I think most of the time when you are going into the tertiary, you don't really have career guidance. It's just okay. What maybe you look at the courses and then you don't have career guidance and all that. So I think it's quite unfortunate what I'm doing right now. It's not related to what it is in school, but you learn something from somewhere and then you can apply it somewhere else. So
yeah, it's unfortunate that people choose a course that they don't feel like it will be any useful to them. But yeah, you're already in there, so hopefully you will study hard and learn everything you can from it.
Yes, sure.
All right. So what are you expecting from the future?
So right now, I think with our project, Everest processing, we seek.
You say it's a plastic processing.
So it's paper processing actually.
Paper.
Yes, please.
What type of paper?
So paper. Paper can be processed into many forms, into tissues, into toilet rolls, into paper towels, into various paper products. So that's what Everest processing is about.
Okay.
Yes.
And you said you've started.
So we have our basic. Right now, we are also actually seeking for outside investors for.
You're seeking for outside investors.
Yes, please. Not local investors, outside investors, crowdfunding. We are seeking for investors. So outside ourselves.
I see. And have you got some?
And we are still on it. We are still working on it. Yes.
That's interesting.
And I think we are attending the largest entrepreneurship festival in Ghana. That's happening November. Yes. So November.
And you're expecting to see the investors there.
Yes, please.
Raphael. Okay. So what have you been able to accomplish with agribusiness so far?
I say
As a student of UG.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what have you done since you're on campus, apart from the idea that it's still an idea?
So currently, I think for me myself, I've not started anything, but I joined maybe volunteering and all that in agriculture. Basically, in agriculture, I joined volunteer groups and all that. We engage in some volunteer activities, and then I also engage in that's it. This online thing.
What?
No, I was saying I also engage in this online courses and all that, but it's not.
What online course?
It's basically it's about the agriculture, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
The agribusiness.
Yes, please.
But the one you are studying in, what's the name of your school again? UG.
Yeah.
You're not sure what to do with it, and you're taking another one online.
No, I'm saying that was what I was saying. What we do, the volunteering and all that. I initially when I started it, and when I started the course without it, we started initially when I started earlier. That is what I thought maybe I'll find a way out maybe in the agriculture field and all that to pursue something. But as time went on, and I got to know that no, I think I have a desire for something else. So initially, that was what I was.
Agriculture is not bad. It's not bad, but agribusiness is what I don't know. Maybe will you do commodity selling, or will you work at commodity exchange? I don't know if they hire salespeople at Ghana Commodity Exchange. But you already said you're experimenting with something, so maybe that would help you.
Sure, yes, please.
Okay, so let's go back to youth taking lead. Does any of your friends know you're coming here?
Yes, please.
They are watching online.
Yes, please.
How many?
So I shared it to about over 20 people.
Only? You are going to sit on a global stage and only 20 people you shared?
And it's also on my LinkedIn. On my WhatsApp is about 20 people. I don't really have a lot of contacts, so about 20 people. Then on LinkedIn, we shared it on my LinkedIn profile.
I see. Raphael. Okay, so what do you think is the reason why young people are not taking lead yet?
So basically, I think most of the youth, I think we are waiting for those ahead, the policymakers and all that, to hand over the keys, or maybe to say, okay, now this is the time for you to come. But I don't think it's supposed to be like that. If we don't do something, we don't create or we don't do anything, and then we are waiting for them to do something for us. Maybe they'll tell us, or maybe they'll give us to let us know that okay, this is the time. No, we have to create those chances for ourselves.
Okay. If you have your way, one day will you join politics?
I don't think so. I don't see myself, but
where do you see yourself?
I think as I came here initially, I think it's also about, it's not only it's telling the youth and all that, and then making it as a movement or something. So as we create something, not to wait for maybe maybe government or something. I see most people like right now as we are here. We are here right now, and then we expect the government or something to create maybe jobs or create opportunities for us. It's not supposed to be so.
Okay. So what's your advice? You're advising young people to
to go out and take chances, and then do what they can, create opportunities for themselves.
Like you're trying to do.
Yes, please.
Okay. So where else are we going to take this conversation? What's your leadership experience so far?
So kindly, it's not I think we all when we are kids, we always aspire to be class prefect and all that. So that one, it's not really.
When was that?
Something. That's basic school.
Okay, you were class prefect.
Yes, please.
Okay,
That,
but that's leadership. Monkeys play in their sizes, so that's leadership. You led your age mates. It still counts. Tell me about that.
I think at that time.
Stop using I think. Delete it from your vocabulary. Use it a lot. Okay, start the sentence again. At that time.
At that time.
Mm-hmm.
So at that time, we were aspired to be class prefect and all that.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically what when you're in basic school you want to become. You want to maybe keep the class in order or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that was what led me to.
And was there an election?
Yes, please.
So tell me all the story.
So it was actually the class was not in order, and then a teacher walked in and then asked if any of us who wants to step off to be a class prefect or something, and then I raised my hand. I think we're about 4 people. We're 4 people. We're 4 or 5 people, and then I raised my hand, and then the class elected who they want to be a class prefect for class.
And they all elected you.
Most of the people elected me.
So what made them elect you?
I think it's more about I don't like ask maybe I'm not harsh or I'm not controlling or it's all participation. If there's something wrong in the class or something, we all discuss about it, we all talk about it, we all find a solution to the problem. It's not about me being harsh or it's coming together and then finding a solution for the class, because it's a whole class thing. We are in class. And
so
it's a problem for the
if
class.
they do something wrong, you say you don't do that again.
No, it's not.
I will not tell teacher.
No,
but you owe me your lunch.
No, that's not
it. You didn't collect anybody's lunch.
No, that's not it.
Are you telling the truth?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Okay, so what did you learn in that experience?
So I learned leadership. We were young, and at that time, that's what gave me that experience. Okay,
How
so
old
I
were you
learned.
then?
Oh, so it was. I think no, it was 9, 10 years somewhere about. So I was still.
Okay.
Yeah. So it taught me about maybe if there's something, how I should communicate with people and all that, because we are all not the same. We are all not the same. Maybe you talk to someone is not in a good mood or something. Someone, their problems or something, their problems they had and everything. How you talk to someone is different from how you talk to someone else. If there's a problem, how you talk to someone, we are all not the same. We don't have the same temperaments, and then we're all different people. So it's about finding a way to then communicate with them and then bring a solution.
Okay, give me a case study.
So
give me a case study of when something happened and you communicated and resolved it.
So there was this time, our class, our class, we had a problem with it was a board.
Okay.
About other classes coming for a marker and we don't having markers and all that.
Okay.
And then we all came together because we leave our markers and dusters and everything. It was open. It was just at an open side where people can just come inside after class. When closed, they come and pick it up, and they don't return it. It was this dusters and then markers and all that. So always, if there's a teacher coming to the class, we don't have markers and all that. We don't have those stuff, and then we have to buy markers. We always have to buy. And then I confronted the class that there's always this problem that when there's a teacher, we don't have a marker and all that, and then they call the class prefect all the time. There's no marker. There's no marker. There's no marker. So I had to just this is the problem. This is what the teachers are saying right now, because it's not only when you're in primary, you don't have one teacher that's teaching you. So when it's not only primary school, it's not, so there's no marker for our sessions. When there's a teacher, there's no marker and all that.
Okay.
So I talked to the class and all that. Then we found a solution to it. That's okay. Now you're supposed to give the marker to one person. When we close or something, then you take it home. The next morning you bring it to the class. So there is always marker available for teachers.
You raised that issue.
Yes, please.
And they agreed.
Okay,
so you're a leader. Give me more case studies. How long did your tenure last?
It lasted for like 4 or 5 years.
5 years.
4 to 5 years.
Okay. Then you should have more examples.
And then also, I was also the compound prefect. That was in second year. I was the compound prefect also.
That's nice.
Yeah.
So meaning you never worked. You never did manual labor.
Oh no, I was part of it, because if there's a problem, they come to me that maybe compound is not clean, it's not that. And when nobody does it, I go and do it. If it's not done, they let me go and do it. So I make sure there are people to do that, or I join them myself to also do it.
Interesting. Did you win an award when you were graduating?
For the position?
Or you won other awards? Which award did you win?
When was it? For the position, we don't award awards. We didn't award.
And for what did you award? Or there was no award at all?
For the position side, no, there was no award.
Which one came with award?
For the positions I held, there was no official. There was nothing.
Yeah. So why are you hesitating as if you are trying to remember the one that you won 3 awards? Huh? Raphael. Okay. So basic school is done. You go to primary school.
Primary school.
Is basic school the same as primary school?
Okay, so excuse it's actually primary school, actually.
Okay. In Nigeria, we call it primary school, but I know some people might call it basic school.
Right.
So now secondary.
So secondary.
In secondary, you were not popular.
No, in secondary, no, that's not.
You started hiding from teachers and following big boys.
When I went, I was actually called 12 years because I was smallish. I was smallish.
In secondary school?
Yes, in secondary school, I was called 12 years because I was smallish.
Were you bullied?
No, I was not bullied.
Okay.
I was not bullied. It actually started in year 1. Year 1, when I went, my dormitory was mixed. Instead of me, I was supposed to be in house 2. And then I was sent to house 4 mistakenly. Those that carried my items. See, and when you go to school fresh year, you don't know anything about the school. So it was a teacher who asked them to send my packages, my bags and everything to the dormitory, to house 4. And house 2 and house 4 was closer. So they mistakenly sent it to house 4. So I was sent to house 4 instead of house 2. So when I entered there, that was where I was. And then they gave me the name 12 years. It was actually like popular in the first year, but when I left to my own house, He asked me if I wanted to move to my own house.
Mm.
And I said yes, I wanted to move to my house. So then I moved to my own house, and then by year one I was popular for the name.
Let's see. Okay.
I was popular for the name of it.
As we round off, what are your aspirations for your country? What do you wish that if you had your way in Ghana, what would you do?
If I had my way in Ghana,
Everything, if nothing is impossible, what will you improve? Or what will you change?
so right now, as we are having, we've had so many revolutions. It was basically the dot com.
You want to start another one?
No, I'm so in my way.
Uh,
In my way, I'm talking my way.
You're
What I'll do. What
you're
I'll
talking
do.
revolution.
What I'll do.
Okay, what you will do?
What I'll do.
Okay.
And I'm starting from somewhere that we've had several revolution and all that. And then Africa has not done nothing, like has not been part of anything. And then right now we are still struggling, roads and all that, hospitals, basic needs are very this one. In my way, if I had, I think I just make sure it starts from somewhere. So I think it's more about the youth having their creating opportunities for youth and
You didn't say anything. You will start from somewhere. Where is somewhere?
I wanted to say, and then you're like,
No, but
I want to start.
You said what you want to start from somewhere. Then I allowed you, and you stopped at the somewhere.
So
Raphael.
Let me.
Okay, I'm all ears.
We've had. Let me say what I wanted to say initially.
Go on.
We've had so many revolutions that have from the late 20th century to now. There's been the dot-com bubble, and now we are even in the AI bubble right now.
Okay.
And then we Africa, there's nothing we are doing right now. We are even suffering with basic needs and all that. I don't think it's supposed to be like that. We are supposed to have where there are accelerator programs and all that. There are supposed to be venture capitals and all that. We are supposed to attract investors, not only foreign investors, because I think foreign and local investors together. So right now we have companies that are just local.
Raphael.
Yeah.
They are using another speaker's time.
Okay.
Say what you will do, not what is going wrong.
So in my way, I think I'll attract more venture capitals and angel investors in the country.
I see. Did you enjoy yourself here?
I think it has been an opportunity to be here.
Okay. Raphael, with the paper recycling business, looking for investor. All right. I have now online, but let me give you small advice. It's important that you were the one that reached out to me, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. It's important that you put yourself in a position to join this global event. But when you get the opportunity, what do you do with the opportunity? That's always the problem, because it's not like anybody is denying the youth from leading.
Okay.
It's whether the youth is ready to lead.
Okay.
So always remember, no one will represent you more than you. And everything counts. Okay? I told you to tell me about that leadership experience you had in basic school or primary school, whatever, because leadership is leadership. even if it was among your two siblings, it was still leadership.
Okay.
So if you succeed in one, you can succeed in two. As an employer, when I'm looking at human behavior or candidate track record, I want to know whether they've crossed the river before. If they haven't crossed any river at all, what's the chance that they will cross the river even if I give them a boat? So, but if you have done it before and you have proof of your work, or you can communicate proof of your work, then you have more chances than the person who hasn't done anything. The only difference will be the level where you did it. If where you did it was in basic school and you're asking me to give you the key to do it here, it will be difficult for me to trust that you can do it. So that's number one. Number two, which I've said already, is when you have an opportunity like this to sit down on a global stage that is streaming to everyone in the world that can access it. Obviously, we're not streaming to everyone. You know what I'm saying? Then you get ready, you prepare for it. When you sit down there, you say things that if someone tune into it, they will not just log off. I mean, you have shared it with your 20 friends. So be ready so that when opportunity comes, you can perform. It's your job to get yourself ready. It's your job to prepare. It's your job to think. It's your job to communicate the way you want the words to come out. And even if they don't come out the way you intended, you seek for the opportunity to rephrase or clarify. The problem is young people want leadership, but they don't pay attention. Some don't pay attention, not everyone. So we complain that those that came before us are not giving us opportunity, but we're not showing them that we are capable of doing the things that we want them to see us doing. When a student is ready, the teacher will appear. When the student is fully ready, there's no point for the teacher anymore. So make yourself ready. And don't ever think that just anything you say is enough. It's not enough. You have to be twice as good because you're already behind as a black man in this environment. And I mean, in this environment, I mean in Africa. Okay? Unless your parents have, saved up for you a lot of money that will help you to at least even the play field. If you don't have that, just know that you're behind already. And you work your ass off because nobody will do it for you. And you take every platform that you get to perform. You do the ones you can do, then you leave the rest, because how you do it here is how you do it if it's a job interview. How you do this one that was given to you is how you do it even if you were invited to be the representative of young people before president of the country, before the president of the country. Okay? So prepare and give everyone the benefit of ignoring you because they don't care about this kind of people, not because you're not making sense. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. This is Global Student Entrepreneurship Week. So besides the Guinness World Record, I wanted to get a few young people to be represented And when you wanted to join, there are so many people in the wait list. So if you are the one that was given the slot, that was not enough for those who wanted it, you can waste it. If you were to pay for this minute, you can't afford it. You understand what I'm saying? So yes. I hope these few words will help you to get to your next. I think you are a smart guy. I think you are a sharp guy, but you need to work to get yourself ready.
Sure.
Now, are you around?
Thank you.
No worries. Just hold on. Let me transition to this. Now? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah. Are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Today you are joining online.
Today I'm joining online.
I thought-
Joining online. Last year I was with you in the studio. It was a beautiful experience, and I just thought, why not join virtually this time around and see how that feels too.
Okay. It's good to see you.
It's really great to see you. Thank you for having me. And I don't know if you saw my LinkedIn post, but for my following on LinkedIn, I said that this month I am affirming the spirit of resilience by joining you again on your second attempt. Because a lot of people will just close the book, close the chapter on this, but this is a lot of resilience from you. So I'm affirming that spirit by joining you today.
Oh, that's
Congratulations. We are all very proud of you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Now, I haven't seen it. I've missed a lot of messages, but wow, that's smart of you too.
Thank you very much. I mean, you're a smart person, and we are happy to jump on board.
Wonderful.
How's the experience been so far?
It's been a lot. It's been a lot. Fun. It's been fun. It's been educative. We've had lots of conversations with very, very, very talented people, high-profile individuals, and of course, younger people also. But altogether, it's been really exciting. Obviously, when you are doing something like this, you should anticipate that it wouldn't